sacred pledge across all lands to heal this earth with gentle hands. We're widening our circle of compassion. Let it grow, let it bend, let it never end. For the mothers, the babies, the seas and the skies. For their families, their homes, their lives. We're widening our circle of compassion till no one's outside, till no one's alone. A circle of love, unbroken, unarmed. A circle that never ends. Protect the mothers, protect the young. Every language, every tongue, from barn and forest, reef and field. Every life deserves to be healed. We're widening our circle of compassion. Let it grow, let it bend, let it never end. For the mothers, the babies of all species, their families, their homes, their destinies. We're widening our circle of compassion till mercy's the rule and harm is gone. A circle of love we're standing on. A circle that never ends. And the greatest widening calls our name to face a quiet, hidden pain. Bovine mothers, gentle lies, forced to give birth, forced to cry. Cows taken moments after birth. A bond as old as life on earth. For milk, for cheese, for yogurt, ice cream too. We ask ourselves, for what do we do? What if compassion led the way in every choice we make each day? No stolen babies, no broken ties, no mother's morning lullabies. A future fed by kindness grown, by seeds of mercy we have sown. Where food is justice, shared and fair. And love
Said
is
Renee, there's a little calf. She doesn't have a mama. A couple months old. Think you'd want to buy her. You know, be part of this around here. And I was like, oh, a baby, you know, because I don't have any kids. And
The cows were just wonderful, and when they stopped making milk, they got slaughtered.
We feel entitled to artificially inseminate a cow, and when she gives birth, we steal her baby, even though her cries of anguish are unmistakable. And then we take her milk that's intended for her calf, and we put it in our coffee and our cereal.
Harvested, please.
Murdered, okay.
we choose by what we do. Widen the circle, let it begin, and let compassion take us in.
Welcome everyone to the Vegan Convergence of the People number 25. And we are celebrating and bringing awareness to the mothers and babies of all species and their homes. And we have our keynote speaker that I think we're still waiting for Captain Paul Watson. I don't see his name here yet.
Tams is here.
Tams is here. I'm sorry. Thanks, Rebecca. Tams Nicholson is going to be our opening prayer. Tams is the director right now of allcreatures.org, has become a beautiful part of our community, and was here yesterday participating in the Convergence. She also talks about all the resources as far as poetry and essays that are part of All Creatures, along with some beautiful interviews. Thanks, Tam. Please come up and give us our opening prayer and blessing for today.
Good morning, everybody. It's so lovely to be here. May I share my screen?
Yes, please. So there we go. Thank you.
All right. So the prayer I have felt called to write this time, I'm Franciscan, so this has a little bit of a Franciscan flair to it. But I am so honored for us coming together, all faiths, all traditions, all beliefs, and just want to honor everybody. And can you see the PowerPoint?
We can.
Yes. Can you make it full screen?
Yes, yes.
Sweetheart.
All right. Gracious and loving Creator of the sparrow, the lamb, the whale, the bee, the calf, the hen, the pig, and the child, we come before you this morning with humble and awakened hearts. We gather as people who have heard the cries of creation and who know that love cannot remain passive in the presence of suffering. We thank you for this Climate Healers Vegan Convergence, for every organizer, speaker, volunteer, and participant who has chosen to stand on the side of life, mercy, and truth. Creator, we know that the earth is wounded, the waters are polluted, the forests are failing, and the climate is changing. And your creatures, so many of your precious creatures, are tormented, tortured, abused, commodified, separated from their families, and murdered as though their lives belong to us. But they do not belong to us, they belong to you. Every creature is your creation. Every creature has a life known to you. Every creature can feel pain, fear, comfort, and joy. Every creature has a place in the sacred web of life and deserves to live free from human violence, human appetite, and human greed. So this morning, we pray not only for healing, but for liberation. We pray for the liberation of cows and calves from the dairy industry. We pray for the liberation of hens from cages, pigs from crates, fishes from nets, and lambs from slaughter. We pray for the liberation of animals trapped in laboratories, entertainment, clothing, farming, and every system that turns living beings into objects. We pray for the liberation of human hearts, too, from denial, from habit, from convenience, from the false belief that compassion can stop at the boundary of our own species. Awaken us, Creator. Give us courage to be kind. Give us courage, the tenderness to be clear. Give us the strength to keep going when the suffering feels too large to carry. Let our grief become action, our love become witness. Let our witness become a doorway through which others may also awaken. Bless this convergence today. May the words spoken here bless those attended, and may each of us carry truth without cruelty, urgency without despair, and conviction without hatred. May every conversation, every teaching, every prayer, and every plan help move this world closer to the day when animals are no longer treated as products, property, tools, or food, but as beloved beings within your creation. May we become faithful guardians of creatures and of the earth. May we help heal the earth by ending the violence that wounds both animals and the planet. May we remember that there can be no true peace while billions of your creatures suffer. And may we labor with humility and hope for the peaceable kingdom, where there is no harm or destruction, where there is where the vulnerable are safe, where creation is restored, and where every being may live according to the life you gave them. For the animals waiting in darkness, for the earth longing to breathe, for the humans learning to love more fully, for the coming liberation of all creation. Amen. And peace be with us all.
Thank you so much, Tams. That was so incredibly beautiful and a great way to open up our time. May peace be with us all. We are still waiting for our guest speaker, unless he is under another name, Captain Paul Watson. So we will continue reaching out and seeing what happened. We have the time right, 5 o'clock Paris, I double checked. And let's just see what we're... Okay, team, what are we going to do here at this time while we're waiting for our guest speaker?
One possibility is to request of Dr. Rupa Shah if she would like to proceed. She's here.
Also, we could go over some of the things yesterday that we loved, because I wouldn't want to interrupt hers if Captain came in the middle.
Okay. Will we have an open time for that? Should we bring everybody on screen and talk about what we appreciated about yesterday? And I will keep trying to reach out to Tiffany.
Okay, I will. Okay, they can start their videos if they want to. Good. Well, I will just start by saying the whole session was beautiful. It flowed beautifully from one to another. And I was very moved and also very pleased that you have videos and movies for us that we can share with others. I'm already thinking about groups I can share one or another, too. Although I cried a few times or got teary-eyed, it was very appropriate. It came at appropriate times, and I was just very moved. And I just want to say thank you to all the team, and I want to hear from others too. Thank you.
Paige,
Okay, there we
now,
go. Are we
now
good?
we can hear you. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I want to say that what I appreciate about seeing the videos is bearing witness. In the animal safe movement that I've participated with for years, 10 years now, bearing witness, watching, seeing, and holding space for healing. So I feel that that is something that I am able to do even if I'm on the move, like I am now, or just maybe I'm not able to physically be somewhere or make a documentary like some of those pieces that have been made, but I'm able to bear witness and hold space and for the healing, like I said. So thank you, everyone who's done this beautiful work.
I see Daniel's hand is up. So I'll ask him to, I mean, I know you can't unmute yet.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah. Now you can hear me, right?
yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Testing. Okay. So that video that got shared last night was good. I liked it. I have been trying to find it and I haven't. I found other videos. It just wasn't the one she showed last night. She said go to calfandcow.org or something like that. I found videos there, but not the one she shared. And as I was watching, I was going, wow, if I could find this and share it with other people, I would, but I kind of need to be able to share it if I'm going to do that. And I do not know where that thing is. And I feel like I've looked high and low for it. So
We can see if we can find which one it is you're looking for. We have one person, Shankar, that's in charge of sharing all the videos. And
okay.
we'll see if he can find which one it is and
Yeah.
put it in the chat.
Yeah, because I thought it was very well explained, and I appreciated her ability not to scream when she's saying that stuff. Because I'd be screaming. I would just be screaming. I'd be like, paper! But as Will Tuttle has said, if you do that and just shake them, then they sometimes push back, and that makes you want to shake them even more. And you're thinking, is this the way we want it to go? Not really. Just want people to quit. But yeah. So anyway, I just thought I would say I have tried to find that video, and if I can get my hands on it, then I will share it far and wide.
Thank you.
And I should be somewhere at 11, so I probably will be gone for a little bit pretty soon, but I thought I'd check in. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nancy was next, and then Ken.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Parts that I enjoyed the whole thing, the whole 10 hours. Wow, that's a long time to be focused. But I particularly enjoyed Salish's presentation with the facts and numbers. I did have a quick question for him, which was about the history of the human race, the human species. And there was a time when we fought another kind of humanoid species, and I'd like to hear more about that because I'm very interested in when we first turned away from our vor as herbivores, and that whole detour, which took us in a spiral down to the path we're in today. So that's one. I really enjoyed the arts section with the panelists, and enjoyed hearing all of them. The one that just struck me, that painting by Gretchen, I think her name is, blew me away. It's like a masterpiece. It's a Rubens, it's a Picasso, it's a Guern. I mean, it's just every incredible, it's stunning. And I want to do everything I can to promote it, get it into the Met or the Louvre. So that was so inspiring just to see it. And I'd love postcards or whatever when she's ready. And the third part, thank you. Yes. The third part was the wild animals. And I mean, of course, I have a conception, but the idea that, killing a mama bear is killing all the cubs. I mean, yes, of course, you kind of assume it, but the way, the warmth, the milk, the undeveloped part. So I love you all for helping put this on. I love you all for being here, you amazing activists. We just came from Ridgeland Farms and the Beagle Rescue, and this is one more level of making those connections. Thank you.
Okay, Ken.
I was particularly struck by the art panel. I just can't imagine three human beings more with a more rich message over decades of just struggling to develop their art, to develop their communication, to find a way, a new way, a fresh way to penetrate our inability to grasp our situation on life. Just absolutely tremendous. I just think Ray did a fabulous job of pulling that together and inviting people. And they imagine that those three high talents all together in one panel. And it wasn't just a panel where you go around and introduce everybody, blah, blah, blah. No, everybody talked. Each one talked for 10, 15 minutes, and you got to know them and know the struggle and know the journey they've been on. And I think it's that journey that people have been on that's so rich. We just need every moment to celebrate it. Anyway, it was a fabulous day, just a fabulous day. Thank you so much.
Okay. I'm not sure how to say your name. Uzelberg?
Yeah, Uzi Black. Hi, everyone. Well, I just want to greet you, everyone, from the evening of Mongolia. It's 11:18 p.m. right now. So just greeting, and I want to introduce just me and my team. We're a Green Seeds page. I'm starting Green Seeds, but I actually run an NGO. So we develop and implementing veganism in Mongolia. So we already trained many people. Just start from Meatless Mondays. So I want to greet everyone, and I'm really honored to visit and to participate in Vegan COP. Well,
Wow.
thank you so much. Just greeting.
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple of questions since you're here. One is, can you tell us about Green Seeds? And two, how are people responding to the vegan concept there?
After training, they become 100% because from historically, Mongolia wasn't that meat-eating nation before. Like most of their moms, like more than 6 months, they were vegetarians. Only in harsh winter times, Mongolians were meat eaters. So we reminded to them that we have to go back to our tradition and concept that we were more merciful to animals and to nature. Even the nature environment protection laws and traditions are very, very environmentally friendly for Mongolians. It was they had a very hard laws to punish people even if they will wash their bodies in rivers and something like this. So it was really friendly to environment. Now they become very heavy meat eaters, and because of that, Mongolia faces many environmental degradation plus health problems throughout the country. So we reminded, and everyone agrees after the training. But before the training, the people are brainwashed already because they think we are nomad nation and we were like meat eaters, something like that. But it wasn't like that, and everyone actually remembers that. And even the older people tend to remember more because it wasn't like that, like current time. And about green seeds, I will put. I started this with catering team, vegan catering team, because after training we had to care of the people who participated in our training. So I'm there are around like 10 people. We are now starting this. I develop training and they will provide products to keep up the veganism.
Oh,
and
so
about Mongolia, we're actually the city has half population of Mongolia located in one big city. It's in the capital city, and we have more than 20 restaurants, vegan restaurants, and many tourists come to Mongolia, visit them, and there are many vegan people are visiting Mongolia. So I guess we are much prepared than we think about veganism. So just need to make bigger campaigns and knowledge sharing thing for our community.
I think that's wonderful. Hi, Tammy. Thank you.
And this year, Mongolia is hosting desertification COP.
Oh my gosh, that's a every year thing or every 2-year thing?
No, every 4-year thing.
Every 4-year, okay.
And we have to, the people are organizing the COP, they have to be aware because why it is organized in Mongolia, because Mongolia is desertified in like 70% of Mongolian land is more or less desertified. That's why they are hosting in Mongolia, because it's too many animals and livestock is overgrazed Mongolian land. So I actually met Ministry of Environment last week, and they agreed to penetrate some vegan food in their events. So we are planning to provide vegan food for them and raise our awareness over there.
Wow. I have more questions, but I'm going to see if Tammy is ready to move on, or do we have time for more questions?
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
From Mongolia, are you doing something for Mother's Day weekend this year, like in a couple of weeks? I'm not even sure if Mother's Day is the same time in Mongolia.
Oh yeah, it's it actually was a Woman Day, and so we celebrated in 8th of March every year. But we have also Mother and Children Day, which is on June 1st.
Beautiful.
But now, because Mongolia is like very international, many foreigners are in our city, they celebrate like around 10th of May, something like this. Yeah. So we celebrated 3 times, and men are complaining about many Women Day.
many women. Well, on our website, calfandcow.org, if you're hosting an event for Mother's Day to bring awareness to the mothers and babies of other species, then we would love it if you let us know what you're doing in Mongolia. So for the people that have just joined, for some reason, Captain Paul Watson did not make it at this point. We would love it if it was just a time issue, but it was for 5 o'clock Paris time. We double checked on all the emails. Everything was good there. So we're not really sure what happened, but we will send prayers that way, make sure everything is, that he's safe, that his community and family are safe, and that it was just something else. So thank you. If you're just joining, that's what's going on. And so Rebecca is hosting a sharing time with Calf and Cow. The other thing I wanted to mention in regards to what Daniel was talking about with the videos that he wants access to, calfandcow.org is a resource, a community, a multiple community resource website. And after this event, the videos that we shared, we will be loading onto calfandcow.org. So they will be in multiple places. And if for some reason there's a video that you missed out on, you can find it at calfandcow.org. Okay? They'll be under our video section. Thank you. If anybody else would like to come up and share? We're still working at seeing if we can get a hold of Captain Paul Watson, but his assistants had said that she wouldn't be in on the weekend, and we had sorted things out beforehand. So things happen. It's called life. So.
Yeah. Well, then I have another question for Ulzi. I'm not sure how to say your name.
Uzi.
Uzi. Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So my question is, where you are, what is your first method of contact to get people interested? Is it at a library? Is it on the streets, a school? And the follow-up to that is, what's the enticement for them to come to learn? Because if you say, hey, we're going to make you go vegan, they won't come, of course. But I'm just curious as to how you've gotten that to work, because sounds like you have a wonderful training. How do you get them to training, and
Well,
where?
I became vegan when I was in United States, when I lived there. So I got the information, I translated environmental news. So at that time, I was actually working as an economist in central bank. But from the translation work, I got this awareness that the world's Earth's time is running out. So I wanted to share this to my community. And when I came back to Mongolia, I founded this NGO in 2016 and started my training. And then I got this European Union big project for 4 years. And then I trained recycling waste thing now, but the recycling waste plus zero waste plus sustainable consumption, somehow they connected to each other. So in every waste recycling or waste reduction training, I put some info on how we must save the nature resources, earth resources. And now it is more developed and more sophisticated now. So I now make only the big training on food. Only 30 or 20% are about sustainable consumption or smart consumption thing. But people's mind now, I guess, they're so much ready for the environmental protection, and they think only about too much consumption or the waste thing. And starting from there, I go to veganism. We have to think how much water we use from nature and something like this. And after that, they are so much persuaded by the idea of how we eating all the resources of the earth. Yeah? And especially for Mongolia, all these indicators are very bad. Environmental indicators are very bad. Ecological footprint, waste production per capita, and something like this. So I put everything together, and we say we have to start from our food, because the food is used morning, day, and evening. We use 3 times natural resources a day, but about this t-shirt we use maybe 2 years, something like this. So I use this manipulation thing, but it is how to say it is working. And most of Mongolian vegans are started from spiritual effect. So they wanted to be vegan because they wanted to go to spiritual thing. So we have many lava huts, and under them Master Ching Hai, many disciples, her disciples are running this restaurant, but we have also many vegans, especially younger generation. They already started vegan food already, and like more than 30 years, some of the vegan members are more than 30 years, very few, but more than 20 years they have many. We have many, and around 4,000 vegan in our city, and we guess around 70,000 are vegetarians, and most of the community restaurants, I mean the public restaurant, they have vegan menu, and everyone have idea what is vegan. It's not very new, but it's only starting in, like in 5 years ago, it was very reversible, how to say, opposite kind of position or ideas. Now they agree that vegan is good, but how to start on that step or stage. But they agree also, we can't become like vegan 100%, maybe like 2 or 3 days a week. When I meet people, they say these things like this. Yeah, I can't hear you, sorry.
Thank you. That's so wonderful. And some of you may have heard me say this, but about 6 or 7 years ago, I was doing street outreach, and the woman was agreeing with everything. And then she came up with a big one. She said, but what about the people in Mongolia? And here she is in San Marcos, Texas, and she was bringing up, well, if Mongolians can't go vegan, then I don't have to, you know, or if somebody else can't go vegan, I don't have to. So she used that. And I remember saying, well, I don't know what Mongolians will do, but you're here and now. And here you are, you know, yeah.
And we're going very strong.
And you're very strong.
And we say that if I, as a Mongolian, can be a vegan for more than 18 years, why can't you? I say that these things like this also, yeah.
Excellent, excellent. And I see Ken is here and Ray with their hands up. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I'm very, very grateful to meet you. And thank you again.
Thank you.
And I want to start the GARE talks to raise awareness on this thing. And I already actually planned to start from Mr. Rao the interview, but Zoom asked me to make only in 40 minutes limit. So I'm now thinking maybe podcast number 1 with Mr. Rao, and then podcast number 2, something like this. The questions are already ready. So I will start and will invite like each one of you.
Ulzi, we can use our Zoom link, and you can record for an hour. Yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Anytime would be okay for me. Just please you could tell me your timeline, so I will organize it.
Perfect. I will also connect you with Mike Sanabria of Loving Hut, because Loving Hut has been offering free food for promoting veganism. And especially for the UN CCD, I think we can arrange something so that you provide free vegan food for the delegates.
Yes, and I want to show you right here in front of me. I have the book I'm reading. It's right here on my desk. It's called, just so if you don't know it, it's Master Ching Hai's Love is the Only Solution. And that's so true. I just wanted to share that.
That's really a nice book. I got news about this book, and even the heavy meditators from countryside person, the countryside person who has many, many camels in his relatives, he read that book, and he said, not only now I understood what you're saying for many years. So I guess this book is very powerful, and
Wow.
Thank you. And I hope we will organize many other events in coming months, and especially before the COP. So I'm starting this podcast from the idea of polycrisis that were mentioned before from Jamie, and it is very interesting. It is very catchy for the brain of Mongolians. So I'm starting from these concepts and Planet B concept also.
Wonderful. So I see Ken.
I just want to make sure that everyone heard what Uzi said, that her culture not so long ago, they wouldn't even bathe in the river. They were that careful with the environment. The Mongolians have a tremendous history of discipline of the environment, way beyond our talking and our knowledge. And she just casually said, well, they wouldn't even bathe in the river. You might not have heard that, but I just wanted her to tell some more about that. And that's not so long ago. We're talking like 2-3 decades ago. We're not talking hundreds of years ago. Yeah, I mean, the very deep understanding of the richness of the ecology and the importance to preserve it. Anyway, you might want to say a little bit more about that. I don't know if there's time, but
Thank you so much. It is exactly like this. Yeah. Yeah, the environmentally harmonious way of Mongolians were so deep and so rich, but now everyone forgot. They're more centralized and more centralized in city, and the tradition went very down. So we try to remind them because they need some trust in my speech. So when I make trust in their traditions and in their blood, they would agree and they would be very proud of their tradition and history. And after that, after those tradition and honored things, I'll try to raise their hands. Everyone agrees. Oh, yes, we were like this. We were not even this food based culture. Mongolians were nomad. They would just chew a whole day, just a small amount of this dairy, but it is very hard. It's called curd. So all day, just one curd, and they were so full. Now it is very much, how to say it, it went down, but we try to remind them and starting to go slowly because 100% vegan is not ready yet, but we hope that one day they will agree everything is now can be substituted.
Wonderful, thank you. And Ray has his hand up.
Mr. Kovalchuk. Thank you.
Hi, Ozzy. It's exciting to have somebody from Mongolia join us. It's a country that we don't think about very often, and we don't know an awful lot about. And I want to make that a compliment. And the reason why we don't know much about Mongolia is because you're a very peaceful country and aren't in the news all the time. And I'm in Canada, and I find a bit of affinity because you're between two superpowers.
Yes,
Russia and China,
exactly.
whereas we're in Canada between Russia and the United States, which is similar but yet not similar because there isn't the same sort of rivalry between Russia and China.
Yeah, and Mongolia is very much interested by the third countries, which is European Union in United States, because if those two countries are like together, it cannot be how to say cannot be reversed by their power. So Mongolia is a very much important country, they say, because we separate their power. Geopolitically, it is very interesting country. We have also Muslim influence from the southern side of the border. So European Union, Russia, China, and Mongolia is very much also closely connected to United States power also, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I
But
don't
it
know
seems like
about
a good
this.
place to be peaceful, right? It's
Mhm.
you have a mandate to be peaceful on a political level.
Yes,
Geographically, it's
exactly.
isolated, connected through those
Big power.
nations,
Yes.
and is landlocked, so you don't have as much connection with the rest of the world. But I think that is an interesting opportunity to be leaders in peacefulness. I worked on a documentary about how peace is going to be with animals is going to be central to India because they've got a culture that is very distinct. But I could see Mongolia being a powerful in the vegan movement for the same reason. Is
Oh,
animal
yes,
rights
same. Yeah, same
strong
reason.
there? It's also a
Even
small population like Canada. We've only 10 million people. You've got about 3 million people.
yes, only 3 million. It is the least densely populated country in the world. So by the land size, it is 17th country, biggest country in the world, but only how they survive with 3 million and still speak Mongolian, write Mongolian, and keep this culture and history at the same time. So for example, for training, I say like, you have a powerful gene, let's do it again and something like this, because they need this, how to say, good thing about themselves. And after that, they are very, how to say, confident of making changes. So this is one also way to manipulate people to make changes in their heart. And we say like, you are not that materialistic, you were like you have different gene or you have different history. Why can't you, if the world and the environment, animals, even future is not hopeful yet, and so you can be another Genghis Khan by making this environmental friendly steps, something like this. So every way, the history, tradition, plus the current situation of the world in making like together one thing. So try to connect all these dots. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thanks for participating.
Well, thank you for inviting me and being friends with me.
Ulzi, you said something that
yes.
really intrigued me. Because you said, if I have been, as a Mongolian, if I have been vegan for 18 years, why can't you? I think, you opened up a possibility, which is incredible. I mean, at least in my, I'm thinking about this and saying, if we can get Mongolia, which is 3 million people, to largely go vegan very quickly.
Very quickly,
Okay?
yeah.
Then we can tell the world, if Mongolia can go vegan, why can't you?
Yeah, that's true. Oh, well, you give me that big hope and trust, and I'll do my best, because now we are more ready. Now we're doing more. Even I can't participate in international meetings, but we're still doing the other work in community. Even I went to meet this Ministry of Environment. They have small cafe in the ministry, and I started to suggest vegan food, and they actually agreed. So we're very happy and starting for environmentalists over there. So we will report to you and start with Zoom links, and it will be translated, and it will all bigger organizations are actually following our NGO page. It's not very big and not very public, but still the important personalities, positioned people are following our page. So I will put over there our talks over there.
Yeah, let's get together and let's talk on Zoom later. I also want to connect you with the Loving Hut team, which has been very, they have been putting a lot of resources into providing free vegan food for getting to a vegan world as quickly as possible, right? We desperately need to get to a vegan world as quickly as possible. And I think the UNCCD happening in Mongolia, August 17 through 28, is a good time for the world to come together and do something that would
Let's
grow
do something. Yeah.
exponentially. Yeah. So
It's
I'll
also
get in touch with you
exciting.
later. Yeah. Huh?
It's also exciting because one of the things we know about Mongolia, one of the cultural exposures is Mongolian barbecue. That's, you know, a very meaty reputation that obviously you're recognizing this is something that can be overcome. You're demonstrating it yourself. And just last night, there was the last presentation was touched on the topic of the fur trade. And being from Canada, it's not only a huge part of our economic history, it's still part of our identity. And you know, why can't we overcome it? And don't we have a greater responsibility as being a huge fur trade country to step up and change things for the animals? So I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
let's do something greater together. Yeah, I'm very hopeful.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Uzi.
Yeah.
I'm going to let Paige and Dr. Jayanti
Thank
speak.
you for giving me this great enthusiasm. I will put my page over there and we'll start maybe next week or maybe this week we can do first our podcast. Yeah.
Yep. Put your page in one of the chats so that we can look at it. Okay. Hello, I guess, are you unmuted? There we go.
There we go. Welcome, Dr. Jayanti.
Welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tammy ma'am. Yesterday you came for our session. It was very nice. Thank you so much. I thank Dr. Sailesh Ravji for this wonderful opportunity. And it was my dream to come to Climate Healers, and it was happening today. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you, Sailesh Ravji, and all the others. Thank you so much. Myself, I am doctorate in yoga, PhD in yoga. Basically, I'm a vegetarian from my childhood and became vegan since 2010, like that. And very happy to share. My daughter also vegan like that. And I'm a proud vegan grandmother. And thank you. And I would like to say that my aim is how to reverse diabetes. The remission rate of diabetes, BP, obesity should be very low by adopting yoga. Basically, I am into yoga, sattvic diet. So when you practice yoga itself, the thirst to take a non-vegetarian diet or any nice food, toxic food, will be reduced. So when you do some breathing practices itself, you will take healthy diet. That is the main concept. So you will start, because the yogic anatomy is a very depth subject, and we are combining yoga along with vegan diet, okay, plant-based nutrition like that. So it is working wonders. So I would request everybody to work on this theme. So it will be very good. And we devised some courses from university level to adopt this process. And next, in yoga, we say what your inner world creates the outer world. So what is there in inner creates the outer world. So in the same way, what about the 5 elements? Fire, air, ether, earth, and water. The same is outside. So first we made infertility in the soil, and now we have infertility clinics in our cities. Okay, so when the seed is not proper, how the humanity will be? Now we are all becoming very weak human in physic wise. In mental wise, we don't have that much strength. So in this AI world, our missions, AI missions will be dominating us, and that is going to be end of the era. This was not said by me, it is said by Stephen Hawking. Okay, so we all should work together to heal the universe and heal our future generations. So let us all step together, catch our hands together, and work for a greater cause, greater cause. So that is my wish. Sorry for interpreting. And I had a beautiful talk from that Mongolian sister. Very nice. She was very nicely speaking, and happy to meet you all. This is our satsang. We say this is the community which we need, and we are all working together. So hope we have to work together for the greater cause. Thank you. Thank you so much. I thank Shankar brother for this wonderful opportunity. So thank you so much, brother, and thank you, Dr. Sailesh Rawji, Tammy, and everybody. Okay, Mongolian madam, and that CH technical too, madam. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, just want to mention Dr. Jayanti is more interested, or she's working on the plans to give climate healers certification to our students. So it's right now the summer camp for the kids, and also part of her yoga or the course which she teaches. She wants to bring the climate healer certification. I know we have a team here. You can reach out later, Dr. Jayanti. That's all I want to mention. I mentioned to Dr. Rao too. So they all might give more details. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jayanti. And we would love it if we had an interview with you, and maybe on some of our training, we can add some of the yoga breath that brings us to conscious eating. And we want to eat and live in a sattvic way. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much.
And I think that you will love our next presenter when you are talking about health and yoga and health. Dr. Rupa Shah is going to be speaking. She's an expert on diabetes, women's health, and why we need to release all animal products, especially the connection between milk and cow's milk, not human mother's milk, but cow's milk. So she'll be coming up next.
Sure. I love to hear Madam's speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have a couple more minutes. If one more person is wanting to come up and share, that would be great. And we still don't see any sign of Paul. So if we can all send a big blessing out that he is safe and everything's okay. And thank you again for being here, everyone, for wanting to bring a deeper awareness to the mothers and babies of all species. This convergence is birthing International Calf and Cow Mother's Day, which is coming up in 2 weeks in this part of the country in North America, and in many other countries it's the same date. It sounds like it's the same date in Mongolia, it's the same date in Germany. And it's an easy talking point for vegans because we're literally just talking about protecting the mothers and babies of all species. And who doesn't like to see a mother animal with her babies? Yet very few know what's actually happening, both in the wild and in the dairy industry. It's something that can no longer be hidden if we're going to evolve this year into a species of Homo ahimsas. And thank you, Dr. Jayanti, for joining the Million Vegan Grandmothers community. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Oh, I was going to say maybe it would be a good idea to have Amit show the Calf and Cow Day webpage and how to get to the videos. But I see we also have Nancy on here, and there may not be time for both. So that's all I was going to ask. Okay.
Thanks very much. Are you still muted, Nancy?
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to make a quick suggestion, which was that we use vocabulary that can be more powerful for our movement. One little thing was yesterday, the poly-crisis. I'm thinking, why not call it, poly sounds sort of like a nice name, Pollyanna, that kind of thing. And I think it's so serious when all these things collide. So how about compounding crises? That's one suggestion. Also, the word vegetarian. I've never ever seen cheese growing as vegetation from the ground or an egg falling off a tree. So I always use, I was a non-meat eater. before I stopped eating meat, dairy, and eggs. That kind of language. That's another thing. I don't call it domestication of animals. I'd call it domesticration of animals because it is desecrating. And I call it animal agritorture. It's not culture. It just isn't. And I'm hoping these kinds of consciousness of the language we use can be spread. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nancy. Language is so important. And, you know, we were actually, Sailesh was so instrumental in providing a course for climate healers quite a while ago with the power of intention and the power of our words and calling, oops, sorry, my phone just automatically started telling me about the polycrises. You know, there is something about AI that's a bit creepy. Anyways,
You're saying that the course and intention.
yes, and it is so true. Our words, and I have been speaking of that for a very long time, that, you know, keeping it in the positive, and Sailesh had mentioned that yesterday, and beyond positive, but you're actually calling in a higher vibration of, and to be really careful about what we put I am in front of. One of my spiritual teachers used to say, don't claim it. I am is a powerful phrase. So to say, I am sick, I am angry, it's like I feel these emotions running through me and I'm releasing them with my next breath. So it's such a different way of impacting the world. And so it's something for us to all remember going forward, because our body has incredible memory, and it's stored in our water. We know that water stores memory. It's stored in our fascia. That's why when we do, I often tell my clients, I do a lot of energy and body work, that we only stretch as much as we allow ourselves to feel. When people don't like stretching, because we store emotion in our fascia. Our water of our body, we're 99% molecularly water, because water molecules are quite small. So we have a lot of water molecules in our body, and it's been proven that water stores memory. They know this through homeopathic research and much other research. So what we say to ourselves matters, what we say to other people matters, and yeah. And one of the practices, and I will end with this, that my partner and I practice is the Silva method of cancel. So we're not always going to say things right. We're human. We get triggered and a little bit caught up. But we have the power in that moment to say cancel. And we're actually telling our conscious and our unconscious that we're going to erase what just happened. And then we start in a more authentic, more empowered, and more loving way. And so that act of humility and reset is really important, so the body doesn't start to store trauma.
Can I add one quick thing? Not to say I don't want to be, violent. I don't want to be, or Great Spirit, help me not be blah, blah, but help me be peaceful, help me be calm, help me be one with all life. Thanks.
Right. Thank you very much. I am going to bring up Dr. Rupa Shah. Thank you, Dr. Shah, for being here today. I'm just going to say a few words about Dr. Shah. So Dr. Rupa Shah is the founder and director of Circle of Health, which was established in December of 2014. She's based in Mumbai and has been healing patients for the past 35 plus years. She's also studied lifestyle medicine from Harvard Medical School in Boston. She's a contributor to, if you look on the resources, we have a book called The Milk of Human Kindness that we did for this project. And Dr. Rupa has very incredible, extensive recipes that she turned a lot of Indian recipes that were very much based in dairy products into plant-based options, which probably taste much better. She is a specialist in healing diabetes and women's health and many, many more things. So it is such an honor to have you here, Dr. Rupa. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste from India. I met
Namaste.
many of you in Toronto last time when I came first time for such an event. And thank you very much for giving me an opportunity today to speak and share our story from India. I will just share my PowerPoint. Let me see if I can figure out this.
If not, we're prepared to support you.
Is it better?
I see. Yes, perfect.
All right.
Yeah.
So the topic that I have chosen is Ahimsa on the plate, our dinner plate, basically. And since I've been plant-based for 17 plus years now, and so I have been by birth vegetarian, and so that is lacto-vegetarian. And then about 17 plus years ago, I heard for the first time something about dairy, and I decided to do a 30-day experiment, and I tried it. And then uh, I used to suffer from migraine headaches for almost 18 years, very bad ones. All those headaches completely disappeared in the first month itself. And I got very overwhelmed by this. I had never expected, I didn't know what it was. Just giving up dairy because I thought it was extreme, extreme diet if you give up dairy. But just gave it up, and then after that I was a complete convert. I said, what's wrong with dairy? So that time we didn't have much information, internet was not so fast, few books available, but whatever I could learn about it, what's wrong with dairy. So it's been there since my journey started. I was very fortunate to read Dr. Will Tuttle's book right then in the first 3 months of it, and from why become 95% plant-based. No, after reading the book it was 100%, no doubt about it. And so it's a beautiful journey, and many things have happened at the deeper level of consciousness. One of the biggest one that just I want to share is that I also practice meditation for many years, maybe 40 years now. And the kind of calmness, clarity, and peace that I felt after going vegan is something I cannot forget. It's just, I cannot forget. It is so, so clear that even I did not feel this kind of 24/7 state of being through meditation. It was only when I changed the diet, the clarity in my consciousness was incredible. And it has been that calmness has remained all these years. I can see the difference. No stress, very peaceful, very clear. So that's my journey where I started. My country has the largest lacto-vegetarian um, population in the world, about 39. And even the meat consumption is very low, very, very low per annum per person. It's because the country is a developing country. We are not very rich yet. And so meat, eggs, fish, they are expensive. So poor people cannot afford them. So they will have by default predominantly plant-based diet. And of course, but now there is a comfortable middle class that can afford dairy, and our love for dairy is very big. So we consume a lot more dairy than anywhere in the world, and that has got a lot to do with our history. And then the history is, you can see there are cows here, and the cow that has some little bit of projection on their back, and that is our country, deshi cow, we call it as. And this was the cow that was in use for all these years for getting the milk, and not the buffaloes. And there are many kinds of deshi cow. Just quickly I want to mention that even Lord Shiva was a very compassionate and Pashupati is his name. Pashu means animals, and Pati means protector. So he himself was the protector of all animals, and he was, guarding them, loving them at all costs. That's first message from Lord Shiva. Lord Vishnu, of course, is another name of Krishna, and Krishna and cow connection is extremely strong in our scriptures, the story. But Krishna took birth uh, not to exploit the cows, but to restore the love and empathy for the cows, and that's why he's one of the name is Gopal, means protector of the cow. And he took birth because he wanted to change the practices that were there at that time, and once again, become one with the cow. Then goddess Lakshmi also for nurturing energy, very much associated with compassion. You can see the elephants behind, that's her animal. And then we have Parvati. So she's called as Annapurna, and she's also full of, we call it as motherly nature and compassion. And she's a symbol of unconditional love and ahimsa. Then finally, of course, Lord Buddha came with a very strong message of ahimsa and karuna for all beings. And he always kept speaking about non-violence. He also said that just it should not be just in your food, but it should be in your action, in your thought, and also in your speech. And then, of course, we have Jains, the Lord Mahavir. I'm myself also a Jain, and he gave this word, ahimsa parmo dharma, means it's our highest dharma, our duty. And the Jains really are supposed to be the foremost here in India practicing ahimsa. And there's this particular symbol that they have given, saying that we all beings are, dependent on each other. And if we don't understand this, whatever we do to them will return to us. If we harm them, the harm will come back to us. So just become one with all beings on this planet and identify them as yourself. Just today's Times of India had this beautiful picture of Mahatma Gandhi and a wonderful article on animals. So the greatness of a nation is measured by how its animals are treated. So just go and see where the maximum number of animals are treated. That country is also more into violence. So Mahatma Gandhi once again popularized the word ahimsa in the last century. Then we have also many of our rishis. Dr. Jayanti mentioned about yoga, and there in the Yoga Sutras, the Yama, one of the rule is the ahimsa. You have to practice non-violence. When you become harmless in your life, the rest of the universe also responds exactly the same way. And then Adi Sankaracharya, the Sanatan Dharma, our religion, he also talked about non-duality and that we are all one. And then you see yourself in all beings. We also have so many rishis. They also have mentioned rishi means our sages, So there are some names here, Vyasa, Valmiki, Yagnavalkya, and Kapila. They all also talked about compassion and non-violence. We also have Siddhas. The Siddhas are the people who are spiritually realized beings who are also practicing either a spiritual medicine, they call it as. And there are some names here, Agastya, Ramalinga, who was the greatest voices of ahimsa. Very strict vegetarian. Vegetarian means vegan actually, because that time a vegetarian word was used. And he even wrote some beautiful poems and promoted it just only about 200 years ago. And then we have other two names. So even in the recent times, this is Tamil tradition. Tamil is the more ancient language than even Sanskrit. And there also these Siddhas are mentioning. So finally, across all these, this is all our Indian tradition, Indian knowledge. the summary, not hurting through thought, word, and action. So it's a much larger platform than just the veganism. Vegan would be animal welfare for animals. But Ahimsa is a much larger platform where you do not want to harm any part of the creation in your thought, word, or in your action. And you have a very deep sensitivity to all life. You don't even think of harming somebody. You don't even speak such language, and says that the same consciousness exists in all beings. Now, but our culture, we have like prasad. When you go to the temple, they give you some food, or you do puja, ceremonies, festivals. We always have these things, which have dairy products. So, I mean, that was the first thing that I have to gently say no, that, now I don't take. But refusing a prasad is not a good gesture, understood. And then Ayurveda uses a lot of ghee as a carrier of the various herbal medicine. So there's too much of ghee, and the cow ghee and very expensive ones, and like it's not easy to convince masses that you don't need even ghee, or you can take a, a replacement which is plant based with the same qualities. But it will take time. It's not easy. So now on our Indian platter, if you see, the dairy is everywhere. You just have to see in the vegetable, so they'll put little bit of ghee, or you have a bread, flat bread, then there is again ghee. In our curries also they'll put, sometimes on the rice, sometimes in the idli. I mean, everywhere it is there. Or there is yogurt. So there's like a lot of dairy. So right from the morning, you have chai, that is tea, Indian tea, milk in it. You go for lunch, again there's curd. You go for evening, again there's some sweets. Or there's paneer, which is Indian cottage cheese. There's haldi doodh, which is again turmeric latte or milk. There's just milk everywhere, or some form of milk. Very difficult to look that whether it is having or not having. You have to keep asking. So, and then these are some of the favorites, like curd rice in South India. You have buttermilk in Kutch, part of Gujarat. There is paneer in Punjab, and there is rasagulla in Bengal. Every state has something very supposed to be super tasty dairy product. So now here in our country, cow is called as mother, go mata. All the time they use this word, oh mata, she's our mother, she's our mother. And there are a lot of stories about it, and there are 33 deities that are residing in her body, and she's a very calm, quiet, gentle being, and her look into her eyes, and she's very loving. All those stories are there, a lot of things. And she has been made very sacred, and her cow dung, her urine, everything, is taken as a sacred. But of course, now the reality is very different. The sacred narrative is all gone, one side, and the other side is this industrial extraction and too much of dairy production. Just yesterday, you heard Pooja that what our government wants to do now is to increase our milk production quite a bit, and they are freeing up the land for pasture and all sorts of practice because of the beef industry, which is giving revenues. So it's unfortunate, very unfortunate, but let's see, something good will come out of it. So it started in 1970, the White Revolution with Dr. Kurian, and then the milk cooperative started, and the farmer who had just one or two cow also could contribute his milk, and this cooperatives became a very giant now, and are now have such big units, and milk is packed well, and pasteurization, traveling long distances, converting into various products, and so many things are already available in the market with various brand names, and people are consuming them. So at some point it was said that India is the world's largest milk producer, and it's catching up fast and remaining at this position. And our average consumption is about 355 gram per day in all these states. Some states are less, some are more, but the milk is available and people are consuming it a lot. But the question is this truly a health food? Because of the what journey I went through, I was very shocked uh, that milk can be bad. What's wrong with milk? And then of course I studied a lot and figured out that it is really not our food. But just saying that is not enough. I have to show them the various uh, evidence-based nutrition data, which is what we are doing for last so many years, and why it is not health food. And but here we'll have to answer in many different ways, not just only data. So this is of course the very famous poster that we use, that it has pus cells and blood and all. So I don't want to go over it in too much. There is IGF and there's uh, hormones are given, and so many diseases are connected. Casein is there, growth hormone. There is also that calcium is not utilized properly in the body. And there's lactose, which is many people are now 70% of our Asian population is known to be lactose intolerant. Then there is saturated fat, which is going to increase your inflammation and also uh, have extra weight. LDL always rises if you have saturated fat. I'll tell you more about all this, but just quickly, I want to show this various studies across the globe that we refer to. This one is by PCRM published, saying that saturated fat is the one which is going to push you towards getting heart disease. And also there is increased risk of breast, ovarian and prostate cancers. Of course, also type 2 diabetes, and now recently Alzheimer disease also they are talking about. Then they are routinely given antibiotics, because you heard Manjushri talking about mastitis, and percentage was very high, 92%, which is very shocking because we didn't expect this. The government data will just say anything like 30, 40, 50, some number, but here it was much, much higher. That means they are given antibiotics very routinely because the adults are inflamed and the blood is coming out. So as a maintenance. And now antibiotic resistance is a major issue, and resurgence of certain diseases which are very difficult to treat, which is a very big challenge to medical doctors. Now, of course, buffalo milk is also there. So it's not just cow milk anymore. Buffalo was considered to be a lazy animal, and we didn't drink the milk of a buffalo. But now, because the fat level is much higher, they are quite a huge quantity of milk really comes from the buffaloes. And even the cow is not cow anymore. The original deshi cow, we call it as Indian cow. You can see the one on the left is a deshi cow with a little hump on her back, and the other one is a Jersey cow. And now there are hybrids, and the Jersey gives a lot of milk, like it's profitable for farmers. So now we have unfortunately too many of these cows, where A1 and A2, these two issues are coming. A2 is supposed to be our Indian cow, and A1 the Jersey. Now, there are a lot of people who believe that maybe they are not going to have A1 milk, but they'll have A2 milk because that's our traditional. That's what our ancestors had, and that's why they were very healthy. And so that milk is also getting marketed. But there's a doctor in India, in North India, who is a endocrinologist, and he comes from the region Punjab, Haryana, that region, and there the milk consumption is very high. And he observed, because he had too many people reverse their diabetes, he observed that A1 or A2 doesn't matter. You just don't need milk. So he's very clear about it, and he's talking that both the milk are not required, not even a deshi cow. Then here these so many autoimmune diseases are now getting linked with the A1 milk. So these are all new data that is coming out. So anyway, both the kinds are not good. Now, pus cells we talked about already, and the blood in the milk. Then there is growth hormone also. There are hormones coming from her own body, which is natural, like estrogen. If she's pregnant, then estrogen is very high. So she's lactating and pregnant at the same time, and the hormones are very high when she's pregnant. But you don't know which milk is coming from which cow, whether she was pregnant or not pregnant. But then she's kept not pregnant only for 3 months. Again, she's made pregnant because the production line must continue. So most of the time you assume that it is pregnant cow only, and then very high levels of hormones coming, and this is a reason of early puberty. And milk is expensive for common men. It's about 100 rupee, but it's still expensive. So anything that is expensive is getting adulterated, or even there is a total parallel market of artificial milk. So there is no cow or buffalo, but the milk is produced from some ingredients, or milk products are produced, and they use all kinds of things. We don't know what they are, like urea and soda and oil, cheap oil, and somehow they make something that looks like milk, and that's very, very bad for health. So now they call it as analog cheese, analog butter, analog paneer, which is a cottage cheese. All this is available very cheap, and the hotels, restaurants, they are all buying it, and people are consuming it. That's another hazard altogether. I talked about lactose intolerance. We have about 70% of our population already lactose intolerant. And so they cannot digest milk, but they don't know. Many of them will think, okay, I can take curd, but I can't take milk. So all those different experiences are also there. But giving up dairy will really help. Pediatricians have observed, and now quite a few pediatricians have understood that small babies, if they get ear infection, cough, then they stop dairy products because they know it is the dairy allergy. But I also have some doubt about the BCG vaccination that is given right at birth, which doesn't even protect children for tuberculosis in a very solid way. Nothing can also be causing this kind of conditions, dairy allergy in children much earlier. And also there is cow milk. If it is very early introduced to an infant less than 1 year, then type 1 diabetes, it is known, can happen in such children. There are also all these diseases which are transmitted by milk: typhoid, diphtheria, scarlet fever, dysentery, polio also. So that is another major issue, because the milk, you don't know what is coming inside and how long it has traveled. And then British Medical Journal talks about the fracture risk. They mentioned that more you consume dairy, there is higher risk of fractures. So this is quite opposite to the concept. We thought that you drink milk, you get calcium, and then you'll be protected. But that's not. It's exactly opposite. Your bones become weaker, and you are prone. And that's exactly what we are observing now. My grandmother never took any calcium, and her bones were fine. But my mother's generation onwards, all the osteoporosis started, and now my generation as well. I just see too many patients, too many women. Then milk protein is casein. Casein, of course, is a known carcinogen. Dr. Campbell has already talked about it in his book, China Study. So this is very, very important. The original research came out from India, R. Gopal, and they talked about more the protein, more the chance of cancer. And it was casein also was one carcinogen identified. Then I mentioned about the estrogens very high and early puberty, and 20 times higher estrogens in pregnant cow. So this is going to disturb your endocrine system very quickly. PCOD is one of the disease that we see in young women. Then infertility is another major problem. Then IGF-1, this is naturally found in the milk itself. Now this also has the link with the cancer, breast cancer, and now we are seeing more and more cases of breast cancer in this country. We come from a country where for an entire decade people did not get enough food to eat, and now it is opposite. We have plenty of food available, and we are consuming it quite a lot. And we did not consume dairy so much even before when, but now we are, because it's available in all kinds of packaging and products and refrigeration. And in our memory, milk is must. If you don't drink milk, how will you grow up? If you don't drink milk, you will die. All these kind of concepts. Oh, because of milk only I become strong. So they're consuming a lot, and that's why we are seeing so many lifestyle related diseases and cancers are on the rise. So higher the dairy intake, here they talk about how breast cancer. So now the most interesting thing is that breast cancer is seen in lacto-vegetarian and also the non-vegetarians, both. They both kinds. So that means there is a link with dairy in this. Otherwise, fasting, very clean diet, but dairy, one thing they have not given up. And so I see in my Jain population also, in spite of a lot of other things that they follow, breast cancer is on the rise. Then prostate cancer, there's a link very clearly established, very clear, that the higher the incidence, and again that is also happening here in lacto-vegetarian. Because the thing is that if you don't take non-veg, I will not take meat or eggs, somehow the milk is replacing that craving. So you tend to have more dairy products, so you are just substituting. It's just, sometimes I say that milk has white color, but if what it was red color, then we wouldn't have taken. But it's almost addicting. Also now autism, and we find that if they give up dairy products, so they do dairy free, casein free we call it as, and gluten free diet, many of them tremendously improve, because I think their gut microbiome also improves a lot when they give up dairy products. Then psoriasis and dairy, again very beautiful cases. We have a dermatologist here who is plant based and talks about it a lot. Other, as I mentioned, acne and infertility in male, constipations because milk has no fiber, hyperacidity, migraine, all these are also happening, direct link with the dairy products. Then GERD, again, the acidity, the antacids are one of the most prescribed drugs in the world, over the counter and otherwise, and people are taking them for years and years and years. And as soon as 1 month of no dairy, the GERD symptoms completely get ameliorated. Then ulcerative colitis, of course, you figure out very soon, within 4 to 6 weeks, the lining of your gut starts improving because anti-inflammatory. Then, of course, cholesterol. Animal products only have cholesterol in it because only an animal's body produces cholesterol. Certainly, there is cholesterol in milk, and so same lacto-vegetarians do have high LDL cholesterol, which is again going to have bad effect for your heart. And all these dairy products, you have curd or you have 1%, or everything has some cholesterol in it. Cheese has the highest. Then saturated fat and heart disease, PCRM study says that cheese is especially dangerous because it is so much of saturated fat. Brain development, this is another one where, see, there is a unsaturated fatty acids in human milk, which is very good for the brain development. Now, this animal milk has less amount of fatty acids because obviously they don't need to develop their brain so much as human brain. So there is a difference. It just actually doesn't supply what you need. Then autoimmune disorders are, of course, so many of them: multiple sclerosis, type 1 diabetes, I already mentioned. Just yesterday, I had one 29-year-old boy, 10 years diabetes. It is type 1 diabetes. He has tried everything. His blood sugars are very high. And we were sitting and discussing how we can do something better. And he's already given up dairy now. So, very strong link. Sarcoidosis, wonderful results. It's a lung disease, But as you give up the dairy products, you see complete amelioration in this condition. The website that we always tell everybody to refer to and check out everything is, of course, nutritionfacts.org, that keeps, uploading this various data that is extremely useful to us. The youngsters, the teenagers are very addicted to cheese. When I was young, we just got only one kind of cheese, and we didn't like the taste, and maybe once in 6 months for something. We didn't know how to use it also. And now the 30, 40, 50 kinds of cheese available in the market. With the cell phone, you can order, sit at home and eat, and there's a lot of fake cheese available in the market. And so young teenagers get acne or also PCOS, because I immediately, only if they are not ready for everything, I just say, okay, just give up your cheese. And that's so difficult for them. Oh, are you sure? Can I have it once in a month? I said, just do it for 2 or 3 months. We'll see. I'll let you have it later, but right now you don't. And then slowly the journey starts. The dramatic change in their health inspires them to go ahead. Curd is another obsession in India. We think it is very healthy for your gut. It has healthy bacteria, but the raw material is the same. It still has the antibiotics and the hormones, and it's really not our food. So we inspire them to go on a plant-based curd and have the same probiotics. So there are other methods that you can use. So there is absolutely no need to have curd also. Then ghee, as I had mentioned earlier, that ghee is 50% saturated fat. There is absolutely no fiber. It is highly processed food, and the data says that it can raise LDL cholesterol, which is going to work adversely on your heart and stroke. Then from Ayurveda point of view, just wanted to mention, because we in our country, Ayurveda is very much respected. Homeopathy, Ayurveda, and allopathy, and Siddha system. And we have one more, Unani, and of course yoga. All of these are going always together. So Ayurveda is our ancient system, and there, let me tell you very clearly, I did a lot of research and I found out all the references, even from Ayurveda, saying when you should take milk, when you should not take, what should be the condition of the cow. Everything is very clearly written, and if you follow those instructions, then none of the milk that is produced at this hour in India is good for us at all. We cannot take, it's no more sattvi. So here just one from Manusmriti. It is one of our scripture. This is the line that I have taken. There are many more I have references, but just today I just want to mention one. The milk of a cow which has not passed 10 days since calving, means giving birth. Likewise, the milk of one-hoofed animals, of camel and of sheep, the milk of a cow in heat, or milk of a cow whose calf is lost, which is happening in the half the cases because male cows are already done away with, and the milk of an irregular cow, the cow who's not healthy, or doesn't have all the organs in good condition. All these milks are to be avoided. So it's just one mention, what is suitable, what is not suitable. There's a very clear cut guidelines, and even it is only to be used as a medicine, not as a daily food, only when necessary. There's so many other things are written about a very gentle way of accepting it from the cow. So that is there, but nothing is followed at the moment, and there is no ahimsa way of getting the milk from a cow. Now, the biggest myth here in India is calcium. Oh, where will I get my calcium from? So they all listen to me quietly, and then one woman will get up from the audience and say, oh, but my doctor says I must have 2 glasses of milk every day for my strong bones. So I have to convince them what is your calcium requirement every time. This is the book that I have written, What About My Calcium? Because I got so tired. I said, these fellows will not give up milk unless I tell them that where does a cow or a buffalo get milk, get the calcium from the grass, so from the plant-based. So you can get enough calcium from the plant-based sources, but they won't listen. So I had to write a book and finally give a complete sources and a lot of recipes and show them that you get enough calcium from plant-based sources. and you don't need dairy. Dairy is a secondary source. Then I wrote some books. It's called as Dairy Alternatives. It's available in 3 languages. It has been about 10 years that I wrote these books, and it's been exactly the same. Thousands of copies are given away, and I also circulate free PDF copies of this because I want the message to reach. It's written for our Indian population because we love dairy, we love curd, we love our milkshakes and ice creams and our ghee and our butter. So I said, here are all the simple, easy, healthy replacements. Please implement them. Simple, cheap, okay, not expensive, at home. And here I've just given a quick note of how you can get more calcium from tofu or soy yogurt, and also from oats, or we have sesame seeds. So it's just our daily what we eat in our kitchen. All these things are available. Sesame seed laddu, or we have also chana, we call it as red chana, or smoothies, which is greens, almonds. Nachni is one of the big one. So there's enough of calcium. I can go on this for a long time. This is just a little summary saying that finally, the harsh reality is this: there is saturated fat, there are hormones, and there is systemic inflammation, which is going to damage many parts of your body over a long period of time. Here also your gut microbiome is going to get affected because dairy products has no fiber in it. And there are so many other things that finally happen because your gut has the brain link. And so you will have some other issues even at the mental level. So finally, the sacred narrative is this, that, oh, the cow, the holy mother, her milk is very good for us, and we respect her and we do her puja. And earlier, of course, they used to keep her for life, and she was like a member of the family. And now it's exactly different. Cow is no more like one dear one grazing and free and things like that. It's an industry. They are properly kept, nurtured only for their products. Nowadays, India is also exporting cow dung to Middle East countries to fertilize the soil over there, and urine products, and also the dairy products. So in our mind, we think we are the most ahimsa practicing country in the world, but we are actually consuming the products of himsa, and it's really hypocrisy, I think, at the moment. But now slowly we are bridging the gap, and we are making them realize. We are making them to go and visit a goshala. We call it as the cows, where they are kept, how they are kept. We give them 5 basic questions to ask, and then they realize that they are becoming the party to the terrible violence. The mother and calf separated, the male calf is sent to the slaughterhouse. Very, very sad state of affair. So obviously, this is not ahimsa at all in our daily living. It is hinsa. So what we are not going to tell people that you don't do this and don't do that. We are going to show them that you can do everything properly, exactly the same way, but just go for a plant-based options. Then your tradition will continue. You can also do the puja. There are some temples which are now using vegan ghee. So it's amazing to see that they are slowly taking steps. There are some spiritual teachers now we are consulting and helping them to go vegan. There are a few spiritual teachers who are already vegan, which is a great thing, and some more are understanding and are walking this path. And because of them, many more are getting inspired. It's a journey, it takes time, not easy. I'm a medical doctor. I have to talk to so many different kinds of medical establishments to convince them to start. And it's getting better though than before, but will take time, because you can't take milk and milk products out of an Indian's mind, or heart, no matter wherever is in the world. If everything goes little bit of ghee, 2 drops of ghee, or little bit of 2 spoon of curd, something like that continues. So finally, as I said, we don't need to have a new policy or anything like that. All that before all the white revolution happened, our ancestors did not consume so much of dairy products. They lived in the harmony with nature. The animal was completely like a member of the family, honored, respected, and milk was never sold or no money was ever made, and was just sparingly used for occasion, sometimes nothing much. And most of the population was more plant based. We need to go back and remember. We need to um, remember our own ahimsa as the foundation of this country. See, one simple thing, that India as a country, why is so known for ahimsa? Because this country has never gone and attacked any other country. We do protection, we look after ourselves, but we are never violent to go and attack or destroy anybody else. We believe in living peacefully. So it's still there in our consciousness at the moment, and we need to just go back to it and practice it. um, but the mistake is dairy. So you got to choose whether what you want to do. You want to give up your habits, what the media tells you to take, or the marketing industry tells you take, or your textbooks are showing a glass of milk with calcium. All these things are there. You'll have to re-question, ask again, try, experiment, and then take informed decision. So finally, ahimsa is a daily choice on our plate, from meal to meal. Meal to meal, if you can't do it all at once, I always say that let's do it in stages. First month, give up this, then stabilize, then this, whichever way. But the results are amazing. It's a journey. It does not necessarily happen overnight. There are some beautiful books written. This I just picked up from internet. I haven't seen it myself. There are lots of wonderful books, because we have the largest collection of proper plant-based recipes in the world. Thousands of them. You can't be missing them, because 70% of our platter is still 70 to 80% is plant-based, and only you need to do 20% change. So and very tasty, very properly made, from ayurvedic point of view. Also, we also use spices, and so you don't miss. Actually, after a while you realize this tastes much better than the other one. It's lighter on your stomach, easy to digest. And so last 17 years, so many different kinds of Indian cuisine, South India, North India, everything is now veganized beautifully and tastes so much better. So choices are many, so you're not going to miss anything. Finally, I produced this documentary film. It's called as Rethink Milk. Here we have taken interviews of many doctors, and talking about vegan pregnancies, vegan children. We are talking about infertility issues, and we're also talking about all these various testimonials, and doctors are talking in this film. And we are also giving the research link. So this film has received very good response, and many people have started their journey and are inspiring others. Post this, I also produced another one called as Reversing Diabetes, which is helping people to reverse their diabetes. Lacto-vegetarians give up dairy products, and those who are eating non-veg, they also give up, and then they start their journey of reversing. The most beautiful moment for me every morning is checking my WhatsApp for fasting blood sugars of so many of my patients. They send me every day, and then they send that blood sugar reports every day to me, and the sugars are dropping, and that's where I'm living it every single day. I see the magic happening. It is super, because I have to just tell them, oh, reduce your medicine, reduce your insulin. And uh, when they come to meet me, or they are shocked. 25 years diabetes, nobody told me that I must give up dairy products, and in just like 25 days my medication is gone. And why my doctor never told me this? Why my doctor only prescribed medicine? I said, now we have here, last 3 years I have conducted many events only for doctors. I'm a part of an organization called as Pan India, where we only train medical doctors. We do events for 100, 200, 300 doctors. We train them for a whole day about plant-based diet and its benefit, which is fantastic. They are getting, many of them are joining now because we show them the data. It's the scene is changing. It's getting better. So it's absolutely worth it. Ahimsa on your plate. Simple. You change the mistakes and you are blessed. Your body within no time shows you the result. And that is very satisfying. I did have a problem for 15 years almost. I kept promoting vegan and I did lots of festivals, events, bazaars, potlucks. So much I did. Then I realized, why are people not listening? Then I said, okay, let's catch doctors. They will listen to doctors. Let me get 50, 100 doctors together who are plant-based and they will listen to them. So what happened actually now in last 3 years, we have about 100 plant-based doctors in India now, and many are plant forward, which is very important. And all my films only show Indian doctors. No doctors are Indian origin. They have to be Indian looking so that people understand and connect. And they don't think it's a foreign concept or it has come from somewhere else. And we try to show Indian testimonials, Indian platter, Indian food. How do I get them to give up dairy products, to realize that it's not sattvic anymore? You make a list of sattvic food, all plant-based foods. If they are beautifully made, not too much of spices, not too much of oil or fried, it's already sattvic. That's the one you should be aligned to. Get the dairy products out of that list.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shah. And we only have a little less than 10 minutes for questions. We're going to end up having 2 guest speakers next. So I see Dolly has her hand up, and then Uzi. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Rupa Shah, thank you so much. That was a wonderful presentation. And I met Dr. Rupa Shah in India. She's helped with the Land of Ahimsa. She is in the movie The Land of Ahimsa. She inspires India, inspires so many people. This was a great presentation. And thank you, Dr. Rupa Shah. You're my hero, and I love you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see that we have Sai and Uzi. Is it Utsi? Utsi? Thank you. You're still muted.
It was great to hear all those great presentation and studies, and I'm very grateful to hear all these things. All the spiritual teachers, the great masters came from India, we know. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, we have this time now. Monks would say, like, why would you have opponent ideas on milk? Because, for example, in Mongolia, it's very difficult to persuade people that milk is now have developed in different level. So because of industrialization, because of these technologies, the dairy industry went wrong, right? So we sometimes tell people that the time is changed, and it's the time that turning the wheel, the Dharma wheel. Yeah. So all those our previous spiritual teachings were perfect at that time, but we still have those teachings in our time, but the time is really has changed in our time. Even our milk in Tetra Pak packaging, they are imported from New Zealand or different countries where there's intensive farming but they went by intensive farming. So it's not now even more our nomadic milk right now. For nomads, it's very difficult to persuade them because the milk is not taken. They not separate calves and mothers. They still carry those calves very carefully and lovingly. So it is, sometimes it's difficult, but right now in Mongolia, the health problem went very big problem because of milk. The lactose tolerant children went, the number of lactose intolerant, right?
Intolerant.
Children number went so high that people are starting to be aware of that thing. So I just wanted to reshare your ideas, plus what we raise awareness on milk issue. We say that it's the time is different, the technology is developed, the industrialization went crazy, and now the companies go for profit, and that's why our health and environment is so down now. So it's that time of turning the Dharma wheel time. So we say that. Well, thank you so much.
People will only listen to the health, because health is going to benefit you. They are not worried about cruelty to animals. They don't want to see. They'll put the curtain. But I say your diabetes will get better. Then they listen.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see Sai has his hand up. Are you able to unmute, Sai?
Yeah. Hi, Dr. Rupa. Thank you for
Hello,
the comprehensive.
namaste.
Namaste. Thank you for the comprehensive presentation, both in terms of spirituality and medical issues. So I had this notion that uh, from in the West, since they consume the standard American, the SAD diet, which has animal products in every single meal, when they go vegan, which is having animal heavy food, and then they go vegan, they see a huge health benefit. But I'm wondering, since we consume, in India, lacto-vegetarians, we consume only curd and coffee daily, in the South. So is that the reason why we don't see such a huge health improvement when we go vegan from lacto-vegetarian is one question. Another question is dairy linked to low lung function, like and thyroid?
Yes. So, no. There are households that consume quite a bit of dairy.
Yeah.
It depends on how your body is. If you've taken it for a very long time and you have disease, you have higher cholesterol and all that, you will see a dramatic drop in the numbers also, blood reports. But say youngsters like you may not have anything at the moment seen or disease, but it's building up. Even a heart attack doesn't happen overnight. From the age of 10, 12, 14, the arteries start thickening, the cholesterol. You do not know. Right now, you have no problem. You gave up those products, maybe no change in your health, or maybe lost couple of kilo weight, only that much. So the results will vary from person to person depending on their age and how their bodies reacting to dairy products. And dairy products also have the lung issues, the fibrosis of the lung, which is autoimmune disorder. People find that there's some change in their health. And you also talked about something else, right? Thyroid. Hypothyroid is definitely going to improve when you give up dairy products. Regular hypo and autoimmune also, both. We have already in Mumbai city, some of the patients have completely reversed their hypothyroidism by giving up dairy. I have a lot more data for lacto-vegetarians because we are so many, lacto-vegetarian. Their data is now getting collected and is available. And America, obviously, huge non-veg consumption. So their data is different. Ours is lot of dairy consumption and then very little of meat. Meat, we don't, even those meat eaters who are eating meat are also not eating 3 times a day, right?
Yes.
They just eat once a week or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, and also a lot of processed meat, neatly packed.
Another quick thing, do you know about Junnu? We call it in South, in our language, it's baby calf's milk. you must be having over in your place. They have it baby calf milk. We call it Junu. What do you have to say about that, about the violence behind that and the health impacts, anything in general?
Every damn thing that you take from a cow or buffalo's body is a violence, according to me. You should not look at
Of
any
course,
animal for any product ever.
of
They are
course.
here for their purpose, their function. It's their life. And
True.
how are we looking at them for anything? The function of a cow is grazing. She loves grazing. Whole day she will graze, rest, digest, and she'll poo and she'll make the land fertile. She's one animal who returns wholeheartedly back to the land, and then
Mm.
she returns to that land after a few months. The land is so fertile, there's more grass. Again she will graze. She loves to do that. Her calf should not be separated from her, and we
Yeah.
should not get her for anything, not even milk. She does fertile the land, so we need her for that, because we do organize agriculture. So we want, but even if you don't have her, there are other ways of making the land fertile, which is vegan
Yeah.
agriculture can teach. We don't need to do, because moment you will look at her, even for her cow dung, the commercialization will start. No,
True.
we don't.
True.
Plus,
Yeah.
no animal likes to be tied, or it's they
Yeah.
have
Of
their
course.
life. They have their
Yeah.
own
Yeah.
life.
Yeah.
Let
I'm
them go.
vegan. Just I was just curious to know what is that. So,
Yeah, it will take time. Our country, they are doing
yeah. Yeah.
goshalas and all that. They're talking about ahimsa milk all the time. They're talking about
Yeah.
A2.
Yeah.
I know, but it'll take
Mm.
time to change.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
I wondered if this could be the last question and we could keep it within 2 minutes, because I see that Captain Paul Watson has arrived, so we've squeezed him into Fern's space. So we would like to get wrapped up within about a minute. And Ray and Toby, if you could put your questions in the chat, Dr. Rupa can answer them. Thank you. Go ahead, Nancy.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to hear the doctors are affected. I hosted a Indian doctor, and she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Enough, Nancy, about the dairy." Also, I was fascinated by the fact that infertility is a number one is caused by dairy, because when I nursed my baby, what happens is you no longer menstruate. You won't get pregnant. So it's natural child spacing. So that connection made a lot of sense to me. And also the connection between encouraging women to nurse their babies. This I do all the time. Oh, you're pregnant? Did you know about how wonderful it is to nurse your baby? So that way people can also, mammals, nurse their own babies. So thank you so much for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions, please put in the chat for Dr. Rupa Shah. We'll bring up Fern Levinson. Fern, it's as I said, a documentary producer and a gorgeous person that has been sharing Lucy, the Stolen Life of Elephants. Fern, I see that you're driving right now or in your car.
Yeah, I am. I actually, oh my goodness. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah. No, I've got to be somewhere. We're filming actually this afternoon at 2:00. And I'm close to it. So I figure I'll stop, and then if there's questions, then I'll continue driving while there's questions.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty close to where I'm at.
Would you like us to start with a couple clips of the difference between an elephant born in captivity and one born in the wild? Would you like us to start with those clips and see what kind of Great, and we'll see what conversation that generates. And we will also put the name of your documentary in the chat. So if our team could start with a couple of clips from Fern, that would be great. We had it on the screen and it disappeared. We can bring that back up.
I think there was a technical issue with playing it, so Shankar is clearing that up.
The zoo will say that they're contributing to conservation of elephants, but the breeding programs are more for them than for the wild. They needed to keep that internal supply going, so they have breeding programs to replenish their populations. The populace was not accepting them for having animals for entertainment purposes, so they came up with a rebranding strategy as agents for conservation.
And a couple of our elephants have gone to Denver Zoo. Chuck and Jake, they went to a bachelor herd there.
So you would send them to other zoos to mate with other elephants as well?
Yeah, so we do have a breeding.
Most captive breeding programs are separating these families. These are animals that are so maternal. Their family bonds are incredibly strong. It's wrong on every level.
Animals can breed just fine in the wild. They don't need breeding programs domestically to help them out in any way that way.
Oh my God.
In the wild, an elephant birth is just such a celebration. Trumpeting and rumbling.
And they help the new mom. They help her with nurturing and protecting the baby.
But in captivity, it's the complete opposite. Most zoos have got females who have been taken from the wild at a very young age, females who just don't know what to do when they suddenly produce a baby elephant. And so there's a lot of infanticide.
Get ready over there.
Good, Shawnee. Good girl.
Good girl.
That's why zoos then chain their elephants to the floor and take their babies from them without allowing them to bond.
Good girl, steady, 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 Johnny. Johnny.
You know, this baby is too valuable. We have to make sure she's okay.
Shawnee, no.
She just wanted to hold her baby. She's getting the shit beat out of her.
Get it back, get it back, get it back. Go.
We need to get another rope on that foot.
They have no choice even who their breeding partners are. They put a bull onto a truck, ship this bull to this zoo. Hopefully this bull will breed with these cows. And many cows don't reproduce. Zoos continue to import elephants because their captive populations are not self-sustaining. A lot of these zoos are trying to still source to this very day elephants from their countries of origin. When you have to replenish your stock, your captive stock with animals, that's not conservation, is it? You're mining precious resources from the countries of origin is what it is.
Whoa, that is so incredibly powerful when we're talking about the mothers and babies and how they should be treated amongst that whole herd, that whole community, and the opposite that's happening in the name of conservation. As Dr. Anya Heister, who was here yesterday, who is our spokesperson for the wild, would say, this is lethal conservation, not compassionate conservation. Vern, thank you for this documentary.
Yeah, no, I was very proud to make it. But, you know, again, I have to point out that if others hadn't been fighting to end elephants and end zoos, I wouldn't have had the stories to tell. So my hat goes out to them.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or any comments?
I mean, I'm going to just say something. I made this film because of Lucy. Lucy is this lone elephant in Edmonton, one of the coldest cities in Canada, if not in the world. And female elephants are never alone. They're with their herd throughout their lives. And here she is. She was taken away at 2 years old and sent to Edmonton, and has been there ever since. And she's now 50. And there's been many attempts to send her to sanctuary, where she'd finally be with other elephants in the warmth of southern U.S. And Edmonton has the only ones that have assessed her are so-called experts that work for the zoo and circuses. So the only time they ever got an objective assessment on Lucy was in 2022, who said that she could go and needs to go to sanctuary immediately. And but they ignored that advice, and all the other so-called experts who have their commitment to zoos said that she would never last the 2-day transport to a sanctuary. So that was one of the stories, but basically the film shows the cruelty of keeping elephants in captivity and the lies that zoos tell the public in order to justify keeping these highly intelligent animals where they don't belong. And so that was the point of making this film. And it was I've done some really difficult films before. Been doing this for over 20 years, but this was the hardest film I feel like I've ever done. And you know, to see the suffering of these animals in captivity is absolutely heartbreaking. The good news is that when I speak to today's youth, they know, those that I've talked to, they know that it's wrong to keep these zoos from where they belong. And so I see a shift. And then Canada our Liberal Senate has passed the Jane Goodall Act, and we'll be one of the first countries in the world to end elephants and great apes. It's still waiting to be signed through in Parliament, who's a little busy these days. And that will end the captivity of elephants, and great apes. But the problem is, it's a grandfathered clause. So those elephants that are here, unfortunately, have to remain unless there's some kind of miracle. But I'm hoping that that news will be picked up on the headlines throughout the world, and that other countries will consider to do the same thing, or that the public will refuse to go to zoos. And you know, when you talk about the mother bond with their calves, it's just as intense as a mother-baby bond in humans. And when they take these babies away, or when they separate the mothers from the calves, the suffering is absolutely enormous. It would be the same way as taking a human baby away from its mother. And and they know that. And but it's all about prestige. It's all about money. And so they choose to, the zoos tend to, close their eyes to the truth, and I think, and also many of the public does as well. So that's why you make documentaries to expose truth that's kept hidden. And I hope that this film, it's being shown in Canada on our national network, the CBC, and I'm really hoping we have an international distributor, and I'm hoping that this film will be shown in countries throughout the world, because there's zoos everywhere and they need to end.
Thanks, Vern. And you do feature zoos everywhere in this film, so it's applicable to everywhere around the world. Come on up, Toby, and ask your question.
Hello. It's such a moving video. You know, the difference between what happens in these zoos, wherever these elephants are, and then comparing it to them being free in the wild. But it's like what Paul Watts was saying was, you know, they don't really make any money doing the sort of things they do. You know, surely can't make that much money doing what they do with these elephants and all of that. You know, so it's mainly just like a greed thing, you know, to say like maybe you own the elephant. So I don't want to say it's just humans. It's more of like this this way of being that people have. I've been starting to call it like an insatiable Mao, like something where just you have this hole you just want to keep filling for some reason. It's like a way, kind of a religious kind of thing. It seems. That people just
well, you know, the zoos are very good about their propaganda. They've really, I mean, look at, I went to zoos. I took my kids to zoos. And it was only when I made Sled Dogs that I really had my eyes open. My documentary Sled Dogs is about I went, you know, again, undercover and exposed the cruelty of the sled dog industry and the laws that allow the abuse of our four-legged best friends. And, you know, the propaganda coming from both the sled dog industry and the zoos, the zoo tell the public in a very positive way, we're all about conservation and education. And they're none of that. There's no conservation and there's no education. Because if it was true education they were giving the public would not go to zoos if they learned how these animals are suffering. And even though my focus is on elephants, none of the animals, these are wild animals. They belong in the wild. And each one of them, elephants and all of them, serve a very critical role in keeping our ecosystems in balance. So I think Paul was talking about that too. So when we take them out from where they belong, not only is that dire for the animal, but it's dire for our planet and dire for us. And that's not the message that the public is getting. So yeah, it's very upsetting.
If I could say, like, do like devil's advocate, like people say, well, you know, if they're in the wild, you know, they would like different animals, you know, like pigs or something, like they eat their own babies and stuff like that, or whatever they do, they'll crush them, or you know, like people say such incredible things, like, oh, it'd be better off if we look after them and stuff like that instead, you know, have them in zoos. And what do you say to people who say things like this? I guess just like watch the video. But
we say the same thing, that these zoos are nothing more than prisons, that they are prisons. And again, I repeat, because I think that most people are concerned about our planet. And I tell them about the suffering, that because I talk about it all the time, the suffering that these animals are exposed to, both the physical and psychological suffering. And I also talk about the critical role they play on our planet. And by keeping them in captivity, it's dire for them and dire for us. So I try to educate them the same way I was educated when I made this documentary. And most people, except for today's youth, have no idea about what's really going on behind zoos. Because we all fall, many of us do fall for the propaganda, as I did myself. So I just share the knowledge that I've learned. I mean, when I make a documentary, I spend about a year in research, because if I get anything wrong, then I will, if I get anything wrong at all, then I will lose my credibility as a filmmaker. And also, the research to me is everything. So I really know my material. I really educate myself, and then I impart the education that I've learned to the public.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, like how they celebrate the birth. It's makes you want to cry. Like tears are very precious, and you cry for the beauty you see in nature, and then you cry for the obscene stuff that they're doing, in the zoos and stuff. So it's incredible, and it's very educational. So thank you.
Thank you, Toby. Yeah,
my pleasure.
If it was possible for us to be able to use that, have that clip available for people to share, Fern, we can talk about that later. If there's copyright on that, you wouldn't want us to show that small piece of the birthing. Nancy,
that is possible. I have to ask the producer, because we do have promos that we made of the film, and that could be very possible that that we could just cut that section, and because it's the most powerful. That's actually a great idea. To see if we can just share that one section. I would love to. I will ask the producer if we can do that.
Thank you, Fern. And we would use that also for the campaign for International Calf and Cow Mother's Day, bringing awareness to the protecting the mothers and babies of all species.
Now, I wish I would have thought of that. That's a great idea, to make just that as a promo, because we do have promos where we take sections out of the film and we're able to share that internationally. So like one of the promos we have is in Buenos Aires in Argentina, where they've closed down all their zoos and opened up an eco park, where instead of using animals, they use 3D animation and robotics. And the kids learn, first of all, they love it, no animals being harmed, and they learn a great deal about animals using those techniques. So, and we cut that as a promo. So I'm sure we can do the same thing to you and let you have it, and please share it widely.
Thank you. It will be a game changer. It will be a game changer for people going to zoos. It really will. So thank you for that.
Great idea. It's a great idea. It's a great idea. I don't know why I didn't think of that, but I did.
Thank you, Fern. Go ahead, Shankar.
Yes. Thank you, Fern. I never seen a concept of like the midwife in elephants. Almost in the same concept, and it's a good parallel seeing what happens in the captivity and what happens in the real wild forest and everything. That's amazing, and it's a wonderful thing to see the bond or some sort of a family togetherness or a community togetherness. And so definitely the mother-childhood bond is amazing. Like it's beyond no words. And I still just want to tell from a different context, like in India, the temples, some of them I've seen, they use, now they have replaced the elephants with some sort of a robotic elephant, so that they don't have to go through all the stress and everything. And I'm really and the kids love it, because it just exists there and does it, and rather a robo can do. You don't need a elephant which needs to go around, move around. Yeah. And I want to also add my friend here, Heche. Through him, I learned a story about he personally took care of elephant. So I would yield the thing to him, and Heche, please share from your end.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the opportunity. So first of all, like I did see the video, and from what I've seen in the video, I mean, some of it I've also heard a lot as well, like about that. And I mean, like I personally worked alongside people who are caretakers for elephants. So first of all, I've seen the wild side as well. Like I've gone for wildlife elephant surveys. So I have seen elephant in the wild and the way they behave and the way they act like gardeners of the forest, that part I've seen it as well. Then later I had the opportunity to work with an elephant, a particular elephant, closely with her. And it was such an incredible time which I had with her. And she was rescued from captivity. And the amount of abuse they go through is absolutely horrific. And I'm also working on, based on what I learned, and working with captive elephants, and also from what I have seen and documented. I'm also planning to work on. I'm just kind of working on a book as well. So it's incredible to see that, like what you have done, and yeah, thank you for that. Just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, you're very welcome. I think it's important to note where we filmed. We filmed at a sanctuary in Brazil. And in the sanctuary, there's no, and they've taken these elephants out of zoos and transported them to sanctuaries. And it's incredible to see the life come back into the elephant's eyes again. It was a real privilege to see that. But there is no direct contact between the people that work at the sanctuary and the elephants themselves. I mean, they'll observe them to make sure that they're healthy, that they're eating, but there is no direct contact between, a human being touching them, or everything is just any contact with them is through a fence. There is no direct contact. And to me, I think that's really important that, in the wild, we don't go near them. If we watch them from an automobile or a truck. And I think that's really, because I know some sanctuaries, I think some sanctuaries there is hands-on with these elephants, but I really believe in very strongly in not having hands-on with these elephants, unless of course there's a medical issue, that they need to stay as close to the wild as possible.
Yeah, and absolutely agree with you on this. And then, so the elephant, I'll talk about the elephant which I worked with. And she was captured as a baby. And she, literally grew up in captivity. And so she suffered throughout her life in captivity. And the way she was rescued and she had chronic arthritis. So she had to be given personal care and treatment. But then, as you mentioned, yeah, so that part is, but then as you mentioned rightly, some sanctuaries do allow people to touch elephants, and especially even tourists to touch them. That is something shouldn't be allowed to begin with. They should, be able to stay connected to the wilder self, rather than to be constantly touched and taken, pictures with humans, and that's like more like commodifying the elephants. So that shouldn't be, and I'm not in favor of it either. So I do agree with you.
Yeah, no, I'm actually was surprised when I was filming that, because I thought people knew better than this. We filmed in Sri Lanka, we filmed another place in the States, and they called themselves an elephant sanctuary, and all the tourists could see that these elephants were in chains, and yet they were allowed to lie on them and pat them and have direct contact with them. And, this other place in the States, we're able to wash them. And I thought, oh my God, do we not know better by now? We have to know better by now. But personally speaking, I went swimming with a dolphin in a pool in Mexico, and I knew that was wrong. I knew it was wrong. But I did it anyhow because I wanted to touch the dolphin. And after making sled dogs or rescuing my own dog from a sled dog kennel, that's when I changed, when I realized that my dog had suffered because of what we had done to him. And that's when I knew it's not about me anymore. If I really love animals, then it has to be what's best for them. And people need to realize that if you really love animals, leave them alone. You know, you want to look at them, you can watch a documentary about them, but leave them alone. And in what you're describing to me is different. There was this elephant that you were raising needed human contact. But I am hoping that people realize what I did, that if I truly love them, I don't need to touch them. I don't even need to see them. I just want what's best for them. And that's best for them is to stay in the wild.
Thank you, Fern.
Yeah, I do agree with you on that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
We are a selfish species. We are that. But I do think knowledge is changing. I think we know a lot more about animals than we did even 10 years ago. And I'm hoping that that knowledge is changing people and that zoos might become obsolete. I mean, I hope that will happen in my lifetime. I hope so.
For our sanctuary panel that just entered the room, this is Fern Levitt, who did the documentary, the powerful documentary, Lucy, The Stolen Life of Elephants. If you haven't seen it, please see it. One quick question, Nancy, and then our next panelists are here.
Thank you so much, Fern. And I did a documentary for my YouTube channel. And what you're saying is so true. There's a lot of lies about zoos. And the other thing is we have an elephant named Happy in the yeah, you know about Happy.
Bronx Zoo? Yes, I know all about it.
And we've been
non-human rights project. Yeah.
And protests, a lot of protests too. And the other thing was the stomping that they walk hundreds of miles for their health, and in a zoo not so much. And the question of stomping on the baby by mistake, they used to say that about nursing keeping our babies in bed. When I had my son 48 years ago, it was like, oh no, you can't have him in bed. But all I did was turn over and nurse him, go back to sleep, and you never roll over on the baby. So that's crazy. Two quick questions. What about standing as they stand facing out? Like, is that something they do with the baby? And also, why don't they lick the baby like cows do?
I don't have the knowledge to talk about that. I have no idea. That's not in my knowledge base.
But I did notice they all stood facing out, like to protect the baby.
Oh no, they're very protective of the baby. They all look after the baby, from the grandmother to the aunts, to the cousins. They're all there to look after the baby. And I think we know that when an elephant dies, they all mourn for days over the elephant's body. But no, they're all there to look after the baby and to teach the baby, different, they're there to educate the baby as well. So, when they take them away from where they belong, it's dire. As I said, it's dire for them because they're not learning from the herd.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fern, and thank you everyone for being here. And if you missed the clip that we played at the beginning, it's a very powerful clip about the difference between the babies born in captivity, which is so perverse and wrong on every level, and the baby elephants, like the bovine cow and calves, are taken away immediately in captivity so they don't bond. And the difference of seeing what happens in the wild, where it's a huge celebration amongst the whole herd. So
let me just add one thing. Sorry, I just want to add one thing. Mm-hmm. That clip of the baby being born in a zoo, that was on, I think it was on Nat Geo, and that was supposed to be this really positive thing. They were filming in the Houston Zoo and showing the birth of the baby and they were, that was supposed to be, look at how wonderful this is. They were showing how great the zoo is, and that was one of the scenes that they showed and showed it as this very positive thing. It's amazing how blind they are. Amazing how blind they are. But that's how we were able to get it.
Unbelievable that we can look at this mother tied up, her ankles all tied in chains, and her baby taken away at birth, and think that is compassionate conservation. Yuck. Thank you very much for being here, friend. It's always an honor. And thank you so much for sharing that clip with International Calf and Cow Mother's Day campaign. We really appreciate you being here.
No, it's been my pleasure, and I will try to, I'll ask the producer tomorrow about just making that clip of the baby being born, both in captivity. I think it's a fantastic idea. Anyways, I have to go. And all the best to everybody, and thank you for what you're all doing. Okay, all the best. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Wow. This has been an amazing morning so far. We're sending our blessings out to everyone that needs a little extra love, including our keynote speaker, Captain Paul Watson, who came in not feeling well and still showed up. I would like to introduce our panelists of Sanctuary panelists, Renee King-Sonnen and Patrice Jones and Melissa Martell. Thank you for being here today. I would like to share. We have two new people to our community today. Patrice, I know so many people know of you and never, ever yet had the honor of meeting you, even though it's virtual. And Melissa is in a sanctuary very close to myself. And so I'm going to introduce our panelists here. Thank you. So Renee King-Sonnen was the wife and partner of a former rancher and is the founder and executive director of Rowdy Girl Sanctuary. I know she just finished a book that she's going to be really excited to talk about. A nonprofit company that promotes a sanctuary to farm animals at the risk of being slaughtered, which I think Renee will tell us a bit more about that. Through her rancher advocacy and family choosing compassion program, she inspires ranchers and future farmers to consider alternatives to animal farming. We're really excited also to hear about your upcoming book. I think it might have just been released, Renee. Patrice Jones is an ecofeminist, writer, scholar, and activist who, along with Miriam Jones, co-founder of Vine Sanctuary, has a farmed animal sanctuary. I had just been taught, it was Anita actually from PlantBased Treaty who recommended that we contact for this gathering Patrice. She says, you have to meet Patrice. And she showed me a book, Aftershock, Confronting Trauma in a Violent World. Anita said she uses this daily. It's a guide for activists and their allies. And so many people here are so excited that you're here, Patrice, so thank you. Melissa Martell is the founder of Farm Animal Rescue and Rehoming Movement, Farm Sanctuary, near Wetaskiwin, Alberta. She began this movement in response to the growing number of abused and abandoned potbelly pigs, but farm scope has since expanded to embrace other farm animals. And I know Melissa's moving her sanctuary a little bit closer to my home so I can spend more time there supporting and being part of that. So thank you all. Renee is going to lead this panel, and I will let you take it away, Renee.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tammy. And it's so great to be here amongst all of you. I can't wait to find your book, Patrice. It sounds very intriguing. Yeah, so as the founder of Rowdy Girl Sanctuary, I started this sanctuary just, because I actually went crazy on a cattle ranch. So a lot of people ask me all the time, how to start a sanctuary. Well, nobody told me that one of the requirements was that I would lose my mind before I ever saw the sentience of these cows that we were sending to slaughter. And the way that I finally saw that was through Rowdy Girl, a mother that had babies, eventually at Rowdy Girl Sanctuary. But she was a baby, a little child herself when I first met her. And I never had any children of my own. So whenever I first met Rowdy Girl, it was because my husband was wanting me to get more involved in the cattle ranching world, and I wasn't interested. I was from Texas, you know, meat eating cowboy, cowgirl with loved rodeos and all that. I wasn't interested though in cattle ranching. And I just wanted to do my thing, promote music, write music, do the stuff. And when he came home one day and told me about these babies that needed a mama, something kind of hit my heart. And I wanted to go see those babies. So I went to see the babies, and one of them was Rowdy Girl. And as soon as she came out, b- kicking her little heels with a little white heart on her head, I said to myself, "Oh my God, aren't you a little rowdy girl?" And from that moment on, she became my daughter. And she was a bovine. And I had never nurtured a baby calf to become grown. I'd never done that before. I bought the other one too. Her name was named her Bobo, but she died within just a couple of weeks because she never got her mother's colostrum. But somehow Rowdy Girl thrived, and that began my relationship through the years of finally learning to see the sentience and the motherhood of all those other cows that were in our at our farm. Through her, when I was bottle feeding her, she was feeding me something else spiritually. And she was feeding me something I'd never seen before. I was able to see with real eyes who the rest of the herd was through her. I began to watch the mamas and their babies. I began to watch how the mothers would choose a babysitter to take care of their children. And I began to see things in a whole different way through her. It took me about 5 years to open my eyes completely and go crazy. I didn't even know I was going vegan the day I went vegan. But, it was a culmination of things because when you're oppressed, when you're on a cattle ranch and you're a cattle rancher's wife, you live in a state of oppression every day. You never ever even consider the thought of going vegan on a cattle ranch. It's not something you even ponder in the cattle ranching world. So I had to pretty much lose my mind, and that's what happened. And Rowdy Girl is the catalyst, for all that. But I know that I just wanted to just do that brief introduction, and I would love to, first of all, hear from Patrice because I know Patrice, I think you have a hard stop, and so if you would just tell us a little bit about your work and how you got into it, and I would love to hear from you, and I know the rest of the those listening would too.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Renee. And thanks to the organizers of this event for inviting me. I've been thinking really hard about, well, as Sinead O'Connor once sang, these are dangerous days. And so I've been thinking a lot about what would be helpful for folks attending this convergence to hear in the present context. And I thought, well, okay, I'll share with you some of the things that I've learned from animals at the sanctuary that might be helpful in the current context. But before I do that, I do have to introduce Vine. Vine, which stands for both veganism is the next evolution and veganism is not enough, is an LGBTQ-led farmed animal sanctuary. We celebrated our 25th anniversary last year. We started as a tiny sanctuary for chickens, literally surrounded by factory farms in Maryland back in 2000. We're now in Vermont because we moved up here in order to be able to expand to take in survivors of dairying. So now there are also lots of cows, as well as goats, sheep, the geese, ducks, emus, and many people I'm sure I'm forgetting to mention. We're probably best known as the first sanctuary to figure out how to rehabilitate roosters used in cockfighting. We're also known as a sanctuary that was founded by queer and disabled people who were social justice activists for decades before starting the sanctuary. And so we've always incorporated what might be called an intersectional or multifaceted approach to our work. And we do a lot of things very, 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 very queerly. We think of the sanctuary as a multi-species community that is co-created by our non-human community members, and we do everything that we can to respect the dignity and self-determination of our non-human community members, to see them as peers rather than as youngsters under our care. We always take great care never to use juvenile terms for adult animals. And another thing that we do queerly, before I get into what I've learned from animals, is we run an annual Pride Month vegan challenge, which is sort of like Veganuary, but a whole lot more colorful. The theme is Eat the Rainbow, and anybody can sign up because it's for LGBTQ plus people, but also their friends and family, which is everybody. Especially if you've had a hard time convincing people to go vegan, try and send one person to rainbowvegan.org to sign up to Eat the Rainbow this June and get all sorts of advice, support, inspiration, etc. All right, what have I learned from animals that might be helpful to attendees of this convergence in the current context of escalating climate change, escalating fascism, escalating warfare, and escalating terror? Well, first, that context itself is essential. I mentioned that we were the first sanctuary to rehabilitate fighting roosters. This we were able to do because we realized that the aggressive behavior of roosters in cockfighting rings was not due to any internal aggressiveness, as the cockfighters would have you believe, but in fact because they were terrified by the context of being raised outside of flocks, never able to learn the social cues that roosters use to keep the peace among themselves, raised without their mothers, raised in a constant state of deprivation and fear, and then tossed into a clamoring ring with people shouting and an armed opponent. And so they fight to the death, not because they're aggressive, but because they're terrified. The very same birds, given nurturing care and the opportunity to learn what they missed, live peacefully in our flocks and may even be peacekeepers themselves. It's all a matter of context. And this is true for people too. Humans right now are terrified. Whether they know it or not, humans are terrified. Climate change, whether people believe in it or not, has reshaped our habitat, this planet. And whether or not we are consciously aware of it, our bodies know this. Our bodies know that the weather is different. And we also are exposed to a constant stream of news about disasters, whether they be floods or hurricanes or wildfires that kill 1 billion animals in a couple of weeks. Our bodies are in a constant state of high alert. What do humans do when they are scared? Fight, flight, freeze. And one of the ways so they get either more aggressive or they look for some strong man who will save them. And this is why we see this upsurgence of totalitarianism around the world. And it keeps us from doing anything about climate change, which then gets worse. And the totalitarians make more war. And so all of our bodies are more scared. Take it from me, who has spent a lot of time with terrified animals. Terrified animals don't think very clearly, don't make good decisions. So one of the things I'm here to tell you is that you can create sanctuary too. Sanctuary is one of the antidotes to terror. Yeah, all three of us, we create formal farmed animal sanctuaries for survivors of the millennial-long war against animals. But you can create a sanctuary in your own backyard. You can create a refuge for wild birds. You can create a refuge for the raccoons and other animals who are treated as trash by other people. You can create sanctuary for other humans. However hard it might be for you to feel empathy when you're aware of the things that humans do to animals, the fact is that most humans are themselves terrified animals. And so anything that we can do to turn down the heat, to help people feel safe, is going to help in the long run and in the short run with all of these problems that are vexing us right now. You can be a sanctuary for other people by becoming a safe person, by listening, by extending empathy, by helping. And I'll tell you what, if you do this in your own community, it'll have knock-on effects. I'll just tell you two things in our community, neither of which are formally related to Vine. The organizers of our official town MLK Day celebration decided to make it vegan. We had vegan versions of MLK's favorite desserts. I know because I know the people who decided it, that our work over the years creating safety here at the sanctuary, but also helping to make our town a safer place by volunteering at the library and volunteering with the inclusion committee helped lead to that. Speaking of the library, our small town library its board of trustees just passed what we think is the first in the nation default veg policy for a public library. Which once we've tried it out, the library will share with other libraries. Creating sanctuary is useful in and of itself, but also has knock-on effects. And of course, it's so useful for animals. Since we were talking about mothers, I can't help but mention Rose and Autumn, who were among the first survivors of dairying to come to us. Again, with context, Rose came to us. She was 9-ish. I don't know how many calves had been taken from her. She seemed like a very shy person in comparison to Autumn, who I'll tell you about in a moment. She was very quiet and just sort of followed Autumn around. But then about 6 months later, she started playing practical jokes on us. Turned out she's hilarious. She was depressed by her context. And once her context changed, her real personality was able to come out. And before I move on, I just have to give a shout out to Autumn, who arrived when she was 12 years old, having had 9 calves taken from her. But she was not beat down. She looked us right in the eye. And she was a force. Here at the sanctuary, she lived to be 23. And she twice adopted calves who came to the sanctuary after being discarded by dairies, male calves. And she was also the universally regarded leader of what we call the commons, which is an area that has cows, sheep, goats, and lots of other people, as the leader. And I mean universally, I mean we recognize her as the leader as well. I learned so much from Autumn, and today's talk is dedicated to her. Now, she, as I said, looked us right in the eye. So another thing that I've learned, and she's not the only one, other mothers, Jan, who jumped a beef yard fence to have her cow in the forest, always looked us right in the eye. And what she was looking at us was like, who are you and what are you going to do to me? Or what kind of animal are you? Yeah, because we say humans are animals, but oftentimes our own speciesism makes us think that we're not. Uh, and so one thing I've learned from being looked at by animals is to ask, well, what kind of animal am I? What kind of animals are we? By the way, if you ever come to the sanctuary, we're not going to let you walk around staring at the animals. We're going to put you to work, and the animals will stare at you for at least an hour while you contribute your labor. And then you can have a tour after you've been stared at by animals. Um, and they're asking, who are you? What kind of animal are you? I don't have time to say all the things that humans are, but what I can tell you is that we are not the super smart thinking machines that we pretend to be. Context, material context helps to guide our behaviors, and emotion is put down by, just like animals, just like females. Emotion is considered negative, a weakness, and that can lead us as activists to ignore emotion. We can, as activists, try to argue people into veganism, try to argue people into doing what they need to do about climate. And then we ask, well, why aren't they doing what we say? It's also logical because people aren't thinking machines. People have emotions and people are shaped by their environment. So we have to pay attention to both of those things. And if we do, we can get somewhere. Now, among the just quickly, the two other things I really wanted you to learn. One, last night, 100 hens arrived at the sanctuary. They're currently in quarantine. They came from an egg installation here in Vermont. And that made me remember one of the most important things I ever learned from animals, which is what I learned from the very first hens we took in from a battery farms. They came in, they were almost completely naked, no feathers, scrawny. They didn't even look like birds. They looked like monsters. And they didn't know what to do because they'd been in cages their whole lives. So when we brought them into the barn, they just slumped together in a corner of a barn. They didn't even know how to walk. So we put food and water at some distance from them, leading out the door. They stayed slumped for a while, but the next morning, a few birds took a few steps. They found water. They took a few more steps. They found food. They took a few steps. They found the outdoors. Within a week, they were the wildest birds among us. And I thought to myself, what in the world gave them the hope of what made them walk? Well, it wasn't hope. Nothing in their life had taught them to hope for something better, but their muscles impelled them to take a walk. Their muscles impelled them to take step, and they discovered something new. And so that's when I learned that hope is not a feeling. It's an action. And you can create the feeling of hope by doing things, Don't wait to feel hope. If they had waited to feel hope, they'd still be slumped in that barn.
That's right.
So hope is something we do. Finally, how can you get the energy to do the things? First, among the first ducks to come to the sanctuary were rescued from a foie gras factory. Two of them, Jean-Paul and Jean-Claude. I don't have the time to tell you the whole story, but they were boyfriends. But we didn't realize it, and I kept thinking that their sex was fighting, and so I kept separating them. But one of them, he just kept taking tricks from one yard to another, going over fences and through woods and down the street to get back to his boyfriend until the ape finally figured out that it was sex, not fighting. And then they were together for their whole lives. Not monogamous because ducks, but they slept together every night. They hung out together every day. And when I asked myself, how did this duck have the power, the courage to climb fences and walk through woods and down a road just to get back to his boyfriend? I thought, well, that's, the same thing that allows us queer people to keep on coming together, even when the law disallows it, even when there's the death penalty for it. And what I'm saying is that we all, every one of us, have that same wish, that same power, that wish for relationship is part of being a social animal, and everybody here has it. It's your source of sustainable energy, but everybody whose behavior you hope to change also has it. Everyone is longing for better relationships. And so if you can find a way to call to that, then maybe you'll have some better success. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for listening. Sorry if I went over.
Oh, Patrice, I just could listen to you all, for an hour or so. Loved your enthusiasm and your wisdom, and the way you portrayed the emotion behind what you've learned from animals. It was very touching, and I got it. One of the things I just want to say is, some things I've learned from animals before we bring on Melissa is, you know, there were so many stories. I mean, we have 70 cows out here right now. We have a total of about 140 animals. And, over the last 11 years that Rowdy Girl Sanctuary has been a nonprofit, they have taught me way, way more than any people have ever have. And so, one of the ones that sticks out really vivid in my mind is a cow named Muley. And Muley was a beautiful mother. But, unfortunately, she had her babies taken away from her time and time again when we were a cattle ranch. And, she never got to keep her kids. And when we were here at Rowdy Girl in our new location in Welder, Texas, this little calf found its way in our pasture with an umbilical cord still attached to it. And we know not where this little baby came from. It was a little white calf, little male calf. And we don't know if somebody threw it over the fence. We don't know how it got there. All we know is we had this little baby that needed a mother. And so we started bottle feeding little Jetto. We named him Jetto. And as we would bottle feed Jetto, little Muley got very interested in Jetto. Muley did. And Muley started taking little Jetto under her wing. And Jetto started thinking Muley was her mom or his mom. It was the most beautiful relationship. As we would continue to bottle feed Jetto, Muley was like becoming a surrogate mother to Jetto. It was the most beautiful sight to behold. And
Isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, when Autumn adopted her calves, my heart just burst. My
Yeah.
heart just burst.
And up until the day that happened, for about, I don't know, I guess Muley and Jetto were a bonded pair for about 2 years. And then when Muley passed away, because she was very old, she passed away when she was about 23, 24 years old. Jetto mourned her like nobody's business and would lay on top of her grave for a long, long time. So, that, I mean, what they teach me is, oh my God, you know, um, another one is, of course, gosh, agape. Agape never, ever, ever had any children that she got to keep until the very end. When we became a sanctuary, she got to keep two of her children. But man, she was the defender when we used to send baby calves to the sale barn. And this was before I was a vegan. This was when I was still a cattle rancher's wife. I used to watch her defend the calves going to the sale barn like she was the matriarch of the herd. She would charge you, she would fight you, and she got really, I mean, she had this really furrowed brow because she was so upset all the time that all the mothers were having their babies taken. And she was the one that was the big defender. She would fight to the death.
Yeah.
And do you know when we became a sanctuary, Agape gently started softening. It took a long time. She went blind and she began to need our care, really need us. And so she went into our special needs pasture. And when she was in our special needs pasture, we got to slowly get to know her and get close to her and eventually love her. She let us in her world. She finally softened, her brow softened. We got to love her, and she knew she was loved. And she knew her children were good in the herd.
Yeah.
And on the day that we had to put her down, I wept over her when we had to put her down. And the last chapter of my book is dedicated to Agape and Rowdy Girl, actually. But yeah, I would just briefly say before we bring Melissa on, I would say that my book, Rowdy Girl: Confessions of a Vegan Cattle Rancher, was in the making for the last 5 years. It will publish on June the 25th from Bloomsbury, who published the Harry Potter series. And right now it is available for pre-order on Amazon, Bloomsbury, Barnes and Noble, and also another one, I think Bookstop or Bookshop. So I'm very, very honored that these animals have insisted that I write this book. It was not like something I just decided to do. I was propelled to write this book so that my story and the things, all the trauma that happened to me, the sexual abuse, the domestic violence, all the things that happened to me, I relate it all to the animals and what I've learned from them. I can't do it in 15 minutes. I hope you get the book. And we hope that it really, really changes the way people look at animals. And so without further ado, I'd love to bring on the amazing, Melissa. Melissa, I've not really heard much about your sanctuary, and I'm looking so forward to hearing more from you.
Hey, you know what? That's okay. I have no idea how I landed here with you two amazing humans, but someone somewhere was looking out for us and wanted, our animals and our story to be heard as well. And I'm just incredibly thankful for that. And just all the things, how good it feels when you go to like a vegan restaurant and all of a sudden like you have this menu in front of you and like every single thing you can eat. You don't have to like pick and choose and, land on fries every single time. And that's just like how I feel being a part of this panel right now is I have these people in front of me who are fighting the same fights. They're crying over the same things. They're speaking about the same topics and the struggles and the stories. And as much as we're all so different, we have these commonalities and I've just everything that you're saying between the two of you. It's like, yes, I hear both of you. First off, I have to say, I don't know what it is, but every single person that I've met and all the sanctuaries that I know of and I've interacted with are queer-led sanctuaries. Myself, where is this coming from? This is a phenomenon. Honestly, it has to be studied, and I don't know if it's just we're all special types of people that have been through and know what it feels like to feel different or feel looked over and not be seen in the same way that we find our farm animals are. But somebody needs to study this because it is a legitimate thing that is happening. I could name 4 or 5 sanctuaries, including one very close to me, and we're all queer-led, and it's incredible, and I'm so thankful for that representation. So like Patrice had mentioned early on, just sitting and trying to think, what can I say here that might resonate, that people maybe need to hear? And I want to tell all the stories, and I want to do everybody justice. But last minute, I've kind of just changed my mind. And what I really want to speak on is how I have changed. 13 going on 14 years, I've been running this farm animal sanctuary in the Canadian version of Texas, Alberta cattle country, very similar mindsets. And I think it's really important for me to speak on how much I've changed as a person and how I lead the conversations that I'm having. Patrice, you're exactly right. There's so much trauma in this world. There's so much anger. There's hatred. We're going through this time right now that is so uncertain for so many people. And, I used to be the angry vegan standing on the corner screaming at people to change everything and do better. And I'm not that person anymore. I have all this anger and this frustration inside of me, because we all want these big changes. We see the love, we see the compassion, we see the strength in our animals, and we want everyone to see them that way. And it is so difficult not to scream and yell and be angry. But one thing that has resonated with me so much is my partner and I had been seeing a relationship counselor. We're running a farm sanctuary. It's the most difficult thing in the world. Of course, there's turbulence. And that advice that they gave us, because we were struggling to communicate with one another, is, what if you just assumed that the person that you're speaking with, my partner, the audience that's coming to our tours, don't assume that they're making these conscious choices out of malice, and out of not caring, that they're making conscious efforts that allow animals to suffer. What if you approach the conversations without hostility, and you start from a place of learning, and you don't bring that anger to the table. And so the reality of the struggle as animal advocates is that people need to like me. They need to feel safe with me. I am the one trying to speak for our animals and say words where they're not able, and bring them to a place where they're also being vulnerable, and they're being forced to look at themselves and decide what kind of person they want to be and how they want to receive the information that I'm trying to give. And if people don't feel comfortable with me, they're not going to hear the things that I'm saying. We all have an uphill battle to fight. Like, let's be very honest. People hate vegans. They love to hate vegans. And I think that's just the side of vegans of where we are all so much struggling. And that comes out in ways that maybe isn't representing our best self and our intentions. And really there's just a disconnect there. And my job, for me, and my mindset has changed so much over the years, in that I'm not going to scream and yell at people anymore. I just want to try to make that connection. So when people are visiting our sanctuary, for Mother's Day, we've had to cap it because we have so many people interested in coming and sharing space with us on Mother's Day. My job is going to be, how can I make a connection? How can I talk about the injustices of mothers, of farm animals in general, and make space and bring to the table a place for people to feel empathy and to start to develop that on their own. They don't need me to tell them. The animals need to show them. They need to show up. They need to be compassionate individuals, and all the animals do is they show kindness. And it doesn't matter if they have suffered through the most incredible horrors and evil in this world. They don't carry that with them. There's still, every person that comes up to them, they're going to love, they're going to, accept. And we just need to get people to do the same. And I do find that over the years, if I can connect with people and I can show that parallel between what an animal has gone through, and what a human has gone through, that there is that universal suffering. And those feelings are very real. For our non-human mothers, the miscarriages, the stress, the trauma, the loss of babies, the separation of children, being raised in an unstable environment. These are universal truths for humans. And I think when we're able to just have a space that is accepting of people, non-judgmental, that they're able to receive this information, and that has served me really well over the years. Time and time again, we have people that have come out with absolutely no intent really to change their lifestyle. They just, they see an opportunity to interact with farm animals, and they never have before. And, here we are, opening the door and allowing them to do that. And, they don't show up with that intent to go vegan or vegetarian or make life changes. But then years later, months later, days later, after a tour, after meeting our animals, they're messaging us and saying, hey, you know what? I stopped eating chicken because of this, or I don't eat eggs anymore. And it's just these small little catalysts. And we really do. We have to be the catalyst. People are here. And, again, if we approach the conversations without making assumptions that people don't want to change and they're intentionally doing these behaviors, that maybe we just need to be that catalyst that gets something thinking inside of their mind, and that kindness and that compassion is there, and that ability to relate is there. Everybody loves cats and dogs. No one is going to tolerate the suffering of cats and dogs. It's because they're known to them. Most people don't have the opportunity to meet farm animals, and all they have to go off of is the stories that are being told by animal agriculture, and it's a very different image, and that's all people know. So until they have that other side of the story, that's where they're at, and I just keep finding that as long as I'm meeting people in this place, our animals are going to speak for themselves, and they are going to come full circle. It is very, very dangerous just having a single story. We all know that there's always two sides to every story, and our animals are able to tell theirs, and I think it just speaks leaps and bounds to the power in just creating that gentle space where people can learn on their own accord, and I don't need to be in their face presenting these what we know is hard facts, but we just need to be gentle about it, and that's how I approach it. I know not everybody agrees. We're obviously our own people. We all run our sanctuaries very differently, but I have found over the years that those things work for me. So I do want to share one kind of funny story, because I know that this is just an incredibly heavy topic. We have 4 cows in care right now. 2 of them are Holsteins, born early, obviously taken away from their mothers as a byproduct of the dairy industry, which we all know and love. But we also have a third cow named Everett, and he is, I just call him our big potato. He's a little chunky, he loves to eat, but he has an incredibly funny story. So there is this husband-wife, they run a cattle farm, beef, and every year, routine, they're sending their cattle to auction where they inevitably go for slaughter. And a couple of years ago, the wife reached out to us, and she basically said, hey, I have this cow. I absolutely love this cow. He is just a sweetheart, and I can't bear to send him to slaughter. And she's like, would you guys take him? And I said, yep, absolutely. Let's make it happen. So she calls me the next day when her husband was taking all the cows to auction. And she said, I have to go to work. I've told my husband I don't want him going. She goes to work, basically finds out that her husband loaded up Everett and sent him to auction. So what did she do? From work, she contacted us. She said, how quickly can you get to the auction house? She ended up calling the auction house, finding out the company that had pre-bought this lot of cows, essentially. And she bought Everett back using her husband's checkbook and paid just an astronomical amount of money for this cow. And I always joke in my tours, like, these people are like, there's no way they're still together. They have to be divorced at this point in time. But, now we have this incredibly mild-mannered, gentle, loving soul, and, who currently is raising a calf named Dottie, who was septic. She had an infection that she developed when she was born, probably uptook it, through her navel, and then it got spread throughout her body. And, she had multiple septic joints. Her shoulders are just a mess. And she's, she really struggles with mobility issues. And Everett's just taken her on completely. My 2 Holstein boys were raised by me, so they just have the absolute worst manners. And they're so brutish and so, like, tough boys, and everything is a play toy with them. And I just thought, oh my goodness, like, I don't want to put Dottie in with these boys. Like, they're so rough. Everett has just taken on becoming her protector, and it's just the most beautiful thing. Like, if those 2 boys get headbutting or playing or even look sideways at Dottie, Everett's in there just mooing at them, and he creates a barrier between himself and Dottie. And that we have incredibly cold days and nights here. I mean, it is still a foot of snow on the ground, and we are almost in May. We're talking 40, sometimes 50 below when throughout our winters, and Everett just takes her on, and just creates this warmth and this love for her, and it's just the most beautiful thing. And that's all people need to see. And I am so hopeful that if we can just keep on with what we're doing at these sanctuaries. And half the time, you know, we don't feel seen and our animals don't feel seen and we just want to scream and be frustrated. I have to keep believing that these animal stories will be heard and they're just making the smallest of differences wherever we possibly can. So I don't want to say much more. I don't know what time it is. I hope I didn't ramble too much, but yeah, I'm honored to be here with you guys.
Melissa, how inspiring. Thank you so much for your inspiration and your courage just to do the work that you're doing. It's very, very, very endearing to my heart. I want to say one thing before we bring up our Q&A because I have to talk about one other little story, and that is Veronica and Samson. Well, Betty and Veronica. Betty and Veronica were in Kansas City, Missouri, and they were on their way to a sale barn to be sold for slaughter. They were a bonded pair, a mother and a daughter. Veronica was the mother, and Betty was her daughter. And Betty and Veronica both jumped off the truck somehow onto the highway. And an animal rights activist, you know, got wind of it, and the news got wind of it. Helicopters started chasing Betty and Veronica. We're going to get them back, get them on that truck, take them to the sale barn. Well, you know, Betty and Veronica, when they jumped off the sale barn truck, were not Betty and Veronica. They were cattle. They were just considered, you know, chattel. But they got on the news. And when they got on the news, they got the names Betty and Veronica. So now everybody that saw them knew them. And by God, they were cheering for Betty and Veronica, whether they were a vegan or not. And so Betty and Veronica got apprehended and they got taken to the sale barn. And this animal rights activist contacted me because he had tried all over to get somebody to take Betty and Veronica. He was going to go buy them himself from the sale barn and get them to safety. Well, when he called us, because of our story, you know, I bought my husband's cattle from him. You know, I didn't know that there was even a thing like that 11 years ago, you know, when he was going to send them all to the sale barn. I said, by God, you take those cows up the road one more time, I'm going to go up there and I'm going to buy every one of them back with your credit card and bring them all back home. I said, so you just try me and you watch. I'm going to do that. Well, I didn't end up having to do that because I did a fundraiser and bought them all anyway. But anyway, the fact of the matter is, there's a gray line. You know, a lot of activists think, no, you shouldn't buy animals. You know, but once they become someone, you know, there's a little gray area. And so this animal rights activist contacted us and wanted to know if we would take Betty and Veronica. And I told him we can't purchase them. But if you can figure out a way to get them animals to safety and get them out of that sale barn, you can consult with my husband. And if you can figure out a way, we will take Betty and Veronica. Well, he did. He consulted with my husband on how to go to a sale barn and buy an animal. And he bought Betty and Veronica. We got them transported, or he did, got them transported to Rowdy Girl. And do you know Veronica was pregnant? Veronica had a baby. His name is Samson. And they would have been sold to slaughter, and Samson would have been slaughtered in utero. And that happens every moment of the day in this industry. So I just wanted to share that brief story. And thank you both panelists so much. You just shared an amazing, amazing journey. And now we've got some folks I know that want to ask some questions. So should I just call them up? Is that what you want me to do? We've got...
That would be great. Shankar, did you want to come up for a question? And we will just let our tech team bring them up one at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy.
Sure. Here I have another person who has joined from India. It is 12 a.m. She's a newbie vegan, but she's running a sanctuary. She's kind of exploring everything. Her name is Narayani. I'm asking her to come on video and ask to unmute. And if she's not joined it, probably I'll ask Nancy to go ahead. Nancy, in the meantime, you can go ahead. Yeah, I'm waiting for Narayani to... I think she's here.
Yes, she's here. She's here.
She's here. Yeah, I'm trying to pin her.
I just want to apologize in advance that at some point soon I will just disappear because I have another event starting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So welcome, Narayani. Like she she has a I want to say she runs a sanctuary and she has a cow which she showed a few weeks back, 30 years old. Unfortunately, it passed away, but she was telling it's like the grandma cow in the sanctuary. It takes care of the cow, even knows when Narayani is sad. So I will let her to explain. Welcome, Narayani. Go ahead, Narayani. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Narayani from India. We're rescue babies. கேக்குதா சொல்றேன்?
You're audible. Go ahead. Go ahead.
50 more dogs, feeding 200 more stray dogs in our village. We have 13 cows, rescue cows. 10 days before we lost our twin mother of our sanctuary.
Okay. So she has 13 plus cows and they take care of 20 plus stray dogs. She has a farm, also a house. And that's her full time. She takes a nap only like 3 or 4 hours a day. And she's always in the farm to make sure they're all okay. And she's working, she goes rescues, and people come and hand over the cows to her. And she can't take everything, but she does assess the situation. And she's in South India. And veganism is all a little bit new to her. So, but she's trying to understand. Vegan people are coming forward and supporting her. She likes that. And she's keeping in her circle. She's implementing all the veganism, everything. And she knows personally. Yeah. And I just want, if you guys could give a words of encouragement to Narayani, it would be amazing. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Narayani. Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Quick question.
Hi. Yes. First of all, thank you all. Your stories are just so riveting. And I went vegan around the same time Renee did, and I have a very distinct memory of coming across her profile on Facebook, and I was just, what? A rancher's wife went vegan? What? It was so exciting. I was a newbie. And so anyway, and I just love everything you're all doing. It's incredible. I have a question for Patrice, or maybe Melissa too, but in conversations when we refer to animals we don't know, which is quite often, we don't know their gender, and we want to avoid calling them it because we know that makes them into objects. Now, conventional vegan wisdom would be saying, he or she, but what terms do you recommend to avoid limiting our pronouns to just he or she, or because that perpetuates the ignorance of acknowledging only she or he? And I also want to know, have you seen animals that would be LGBTQT in what you've observed? I know you mentioned the 2 ducks or chickens that were boyfriends, and I would imagine the same kind of things happen in the animal world that happen with us. So that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, there are hundreds of species of animals in which same-sex partnerships, parenting, courtship, pair bonding, and sex occur. Hundreds and hundreds. There are quite a few books about that. We've been working on that angle, we call it queering animal liberation, for literally decades now. And you can find a lot about it on our website. As for referring to animals whose sex we don't know, we just say they, which I, as a non-binary person, very much appreciate.
That is also similar to the terminology we use. We say they, or I'll try to use very gentle language that is endearing as well. Like, you know, who is this little sweetheart, or just terms of endearment when I'm referring to an animal that, you know, I don't know the sex of. It just, for me, again, just views them. Sometimes I even just say, who's this person? Just trying again to find those parallels for us.
Your question, Dolly?
Yes, thank you all for everything that you do. And I'll never forget, you know, meditation led me to veganism. And I used to meditate at a tree, and I asked the tree that send a sanctuary, you know, close by. And soon then I met Renee, and I called Renee. This was like 14 years ago. And Renee talked to me for, you know, 45 minutes. And I got to see Rowdy Girl Sanctuary. And, you know, a lot of us see cows, they're sad and they have anxiety and fear. But at Rowdy Girl, you see them run. And I've never seen cows run so beautifully. And, you know, all the animals are taken such good care of. And, you know, my eyes live in Renee. She's my hero. She means everything to me. Congratulations on your book.
Thank you, darling.
And all of you doing sanctuary work is God's work. And I just want to say I love you and I appreciate you all.
Thank you, darling.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dakota.
Oh, hi guys. Hey everybody. So great to be here. I love this segment, as I've loved all of them, but Patrice just had to go, but I just enjoy connecting with other people in the LGBT community. It's great to I'm one of the T's in that community, kind of non-binary, but viewed in the straight world because I have a girlfriend. And anyway, it's interesting, the intersections of human life and our life with other creatures. I just love how you guys are all connecting, and I love learning about other sanctuaries. And I wanted to thank Nayana too, if I got her name right, in India. I'm so glad you're here and doing what you're doing and connecting with all of us. And I don't know what I could say to encourage you, but I'm just really grateful for what you're doing. And I love what Patrice said too about you could have a sanctuary in your own backyard, because I've had a dream of either working on a sanctuary or having one someday. And maybe I was thinking too big, you know, like I don't know how to care for large animals, or I don't have land myself, or, you know, money or whatever. And I just love what she said, because I was like, yeah, I can make a little habitat, you know, just quit mowing the grass and let the prairie grass come back, you know, create habitat for the small animals, you know, have the agroforestry and the butterfly garden and all these things. So I'm going to work on that in my own little space, and just glad to be here, and want to say thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Dakota.
Thanks, Dakota. And I would like to just respond to you really quickly. I think just that recognition that you can do something to help the creatures around you. In fact, I am a huge advocate often how not to start a farm animal sanctuary, because I do find that people just want to dive right in, and they want cows and they want chickens and they want everything. And what happens a year down the road, they don't exist anymore. And then we get all their animals. So I think the most responsible, conscious thing that you can do as an advocate who wants to make change, who wants to have a sanctuary one day, is just really know where you're at and what your resources and your capacity is. And the most responsible thing you can do is start by helping your pollinators and your insects and the wild birds and get a feeling of what all is involved. And then maybe one day you're in a place where you can have a couple animals. So you start with a flock of chickens, and then you add and you grow. That is how sanctuaries like ours are born. We started with a couple potbelly pigs. That is it. That was over 13 years ago on 4.5 acres of land. Now, 13 years ago, we just purchased 80 acres. We have over 200 animals in our care, and every day we're growing. But it's about creating something for yourself that is sustainable and that's responsible, for yourself and for the animals that you are going to be caring for. So start small. It is the way.
I couldn't have said that any better. I tell you what, I spent a lot of time doing the exact same thing, Melissa.
Yeah.
Because so many sanctuaries that were here, 10, 11 years ago, 5 years ago, they're not here anymore.
They're gone.
They're gone. And guess who gets the animals, like Melissa said?
Yeah. And you're not helping anybody. No one.
No. It's really, really a hard, it's a burden. It's a hardship.
Yes.
Yeah. So thank you, Dakota.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Dakota.
Thank you. This has been an amazing panel. Oh my gosh, I could feel the energy and the emotion and the truth and the gift of sharing other beings with people, so that it's like Ashley Capps says about poetry, it does its own work. Well, the animals do their own work by realizing that they're sentient beings that have this love and connection and innate desire and ability to protect and to nurture and to heal. Thank you for bringing that forth. And Renee, you're always such an amazing host. And we just really appreciate the work you're doing. Keep an eye out for Renee's book that's going to be published soon.
This is the cover.
Howdy, girl.
This is
so
the advanced. This is the advanced
Nice.
reader copy. It's not the actual, but yeah, that's what's to come.
In June. I know, Renee, we've been talking for a year, and you've been saying it's almost done for about a year. I get that with in the book industry, and you found a publisher. I remember that stage when you were looking for a publisher. Melissa, I am so excited to meet you in person on Mother's Day. We're going to be part of Melissa's Mother's Day gathering there. And if you haven't yet, please go to calfandcow.org and register your events so that we can submit your event, so we can share that. And that's what we're going to be talking about next when the Million Vegan Grandmothers come up. And if you identify as a Million Vegan Grandmother, which means that you do not have to be a grandmother, you just are part of the grandmother movement, we would invite you to come up for our next panel as we share story and talk about Mother's Day and expanding that circle of compassion to include the mothers and babies of all species and their homes. So thank you, our guests, and we will bring up our grandmothers. So if you could raise your hand if you're a grandmother. Renee, I think you're one of our grandmothers. I think you're supposed to stay.
I can't though. I've got somebody here.
Thank you, Renee. We will see you
so
soon.
much. Thank you.
So let me look at our participants, and please stay, Melissa. There's some really great conversations coming up. Sailesh, are you going to come up? Sailesh is one of our grandmothers. And Dakota, I see. And Dinshaw's here. I think that's actually Freya, but maybe Freya and Anne are here. So if Freya can come up.
If they will raise their hands, I can and turn on their.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And Deborah Elliott. And I know, Jane, you're one of our grandmothers, and Louise. And I don't see Judy Carmen here. She was going to try to come in, but maybe she couldn't make it. And Wendy, would you like to come up? And Nancy, and I know Paige. Anyone that would like to come up and share on the Grandmothers panel, please do. I see that Deborah's raised her hand. No pressure.
Okay, I can't bring them up unless they turn on their video. There she is.
We'll bring Louise up. Wendy, would you like to come up? And
I
Freya?
don't see how I raise my hand.
Okay, under reactions.
Oh, I
Okay.
see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Freya, if you could turn on, if you could turn on your camera, then we can bring you up or raise your hand if you see how to do that.
I've been disabled, so I can't turn the camera on.
Okay, we can fix that.
Is there anything you can do to change that?
We sure can.
Hello.
Great.
I could tell you one story, which actually is many stories because it's happened to a number of people. But a lady was taking a walk down a lane, and on one side of the road was a cow, and on the other side was a calf. And each of them, the cow was mooing and crying, and the calf was mooing and crying because they had been separated. Well, she was dismayed when she saw this. She walked until she saw the farmer and asked why, since they were so unhappy, they couldn't be put together. And the farmer said to her, "So you can have your milk, lady." And then she said, "Not anymore." And I've heard this story from more than one person. One person was Dr. Catherine Nimmo, and she became vegan before there was a word vegan back in 1931 because she met the situation. Another person was Eva Batt, who became secretary of the Vegan Society in England. And when this happened to her and she said, "Not anymore," she really didn't know how she was going to survive because there weren't alternative milks in the marketplace then. She was determined she wouldn't drink milk anymore, even if she might die. She was really so upset. But of course, she found a way through.
Thank you, Freya. Can you share a little bit about the origins of veganism for you and the American Vegan Society?
Well, I grew up in a vegetarian household. And why did I become vegan? Well, it's not a question of why, or it's really a question of who. Because when I was a teenager, I had a pen friend. I was in England and he was in America. And my pen friend was Jay Dinshaw, and he had become vegan in 1957 after going to a slaughterhouse in Philadelphia where they were killing the cows that could no longer produce milk sufficiently. And when he saw this, he and his brother decided that they had to go vegan and stop drinking milk. So it was from getting to know Jay that I became vegan. I came to this country in 1960 in August, or July actually, but in February of 1960, Jay formed the American Vegan Society. And the first paid member of the American Vegan Society was Catherine Nimmo. And I just told you her story of how she became vegan. So we started out with a mimeographed one-page magazine, and things and opportunities grew from there. We did a lot of arranging of conventions over the years in various places of different sizes. And many people have been influenced. And we should all know that we are an example to other people. We can help people. And it can go like ripples spreading. So we all do our part. And thank you.
That is 66 years ago. Has that been like a blink of an eye in some ways?
In some
Freya?
ways, yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much for being a leader in this movement and a grandmother and such an amazing mentor for many people, including myself. Before we move on and share a little bit more, Freya, I wonder if you could just mention what the American Vegan Society is going to be doing for Mother's Day this year.
Well, we have a center in Philadelphia. It's in the Old City section, opposite the Old Christ Church. And we will be giving out samples of vegan milks, alternatives to cow's milk, or as you could term it, milk of human kindness.
Mm-hmm.
We'll do that on the first Friday of the month, because that's when they have a walk around in Old City, when people stop in and see different places, and hospitality is active throughout the city.
Thank you, Freya. I would just like to, usually Judy's here to read this, so I was waiting to see if she was going to be able to enter. But I would like to read you the original When the Grandmothers Came Together, the Homo Ahimsa Pledge. As the million vegan grandmothers and wisdom carriers, we gather to express our fierce love for our children and grandchildren and invite everyone to take our Homo Ahimsa Pledge. I pledge to honor and protect all the animals, peoples, and Mother Earth herself by joyfully embodying and promoting an infinitely sustainable, cruelty-free vegan lifestyle that heals the climate, restores right relationship in its true spirit of Homo Ahimsa for generations to come. And I'm just going to read just a tiny bit more of the original statements of the grandmothers. We, the million vegan grandmothers and wisdom carriers, join together using the power of love for the children and grandchildren of all beings and for Mother Earth. Welcome are all people, regardless of gender, age, and official grandmother status, who align with the values of veganism and this declaration. We affirm the right of all beings to live in a natural, toxic-free environment which allows all to thrive and to lead sacred, liberated, sovereign, and joyful lives. The power of love is unstoppable. We do not allow this planet and all who live here to be destroyed. We are creating a vegan world of peace, freedom, and loving kindness for all. We believe that the true nature of human beings and our highest calling is to be kind, compassionate, nonviolent, and partners with, not dominators of all life. We believe this is the time of the great awakening of humanity, to leave behind the destructive nature of Homo sapiens and become who we have always been destined to be, Homo Ahimsa. As vegan grandmothers, we are here to midwife the birth of a new, compassionate human and to bring in the new era of vegan Ahimsa world so that our children and grandchildren and those of all species can thrive and be free. That was our original pledge and declaration, and thanks to the grandmothers who put that together. Thank you. Sailesh, would you like to share, and then we will go through the rest of us here?
Yeah, thanks, Tammy. Yeah, for Mother's Day weekend this year, I will be attending the Global Earth Repair Convergence in Port Townsend in Washington. So lots of us are getting together, about 500 of us are getting together to talk about how do we go about repairing the destruction that has happened and what's the best way to do that. So I'll just share a little bit about the Global Earth Repair Convergence. So this is the website. It's both in person and online. So you can register online or join in person. And it's from May 7th through 11th. So it includes the Mother's Day weekend. It'll be in Fort Worden State Park and Conference Center in Port Townsend, Washington. So basically, we're going to figure out all the repairs we need to do and the solutions that are already in hand. And obviously, set out a roadmap on how we are going to accomplish that over time. And I'm really glad to have heard the Sanctuary panel before us and Patrice specifically talking about how humans are also scared, frightened, and that's why we do what we do. And one of the things we have been promoting is the idea that we need to make healthy food freely available to every human being on the planet as a community, and healthy vegan food freely available. So when you feed someone, suddenly they don't see you as an enemy, or they're not scared of you anymore. So the reason, vegans are considered to be the most hated people on the planet, is because we are showing up and we are making people see their own disconnection. And I noticed that when we go and feed people, then they suddenly see us as non-threatening, and they like us, because we are giving them free food. So that's one of the things we have been promoting. So is that's how you create a world that works for everybody. We have to first feed ourselves and become healthy, and then we can help the whole world become healthy again. So anyway, these are all the speakers. And I don't think there are too many vegan representatives there, but so we are going there and we are offering them free food as well. So we'll see what happens. So I'm looking forward to this. And this is partly sponsored by the Buckminster Fuller Institute. So it comes back to the 60s again.
Beautiful. And are you going to be able to bring some of the calf and cow resources?
Yeah, we'll be taking the calf and cow standee with us, as well as the Planet B standee, and I'm taking some of the books with us. So we'll set up a table, and we're going to be talking to everyone who's there.
Great. And do you still have some stickers left? And
absolutely, I have some stickers left. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. We can talk about resources during this time, but one of the things Sailesh is talking about is this. I don't know if I'll be able to show it if I get close enough. Oh, no, my screen doesn't pick it up because I have but these stickers that we have, that we designed for, there we go. Let me just come back here. For Calf and Cow Mother's Day that we both have on our water bottle. So all of the resources on the website are downloadable, and these stickers are one of them that we've gotten done. And if we do have a little bit of funding, so if there's some people that live not too far away, or you need to connect with Vistaprint, maybe getting them sent right to you. All of the cards on our website, the Mother's Day cards, are all downloadable. They're Mama and Baby of Other Species on calfandcow.org. So thank you, Sailesh. Did you want to share next, Deborah? Oh, you're still muted.
Hello. Hi. It's great to be here. What should I share?
You can share whatever you like, and if you're going to do anything on Mother's Day weekend for the mothers and babies of other species, you can share that as well.
Now that I'm back here after 6 weeks of traveling, I'm going to go to the vegan Cuban restaurant in South Miami and ask if they would consider doing anything. I'm not giving them much lead time, but anything special for Mother's Day, any creamy kinds of desserts or special offers. And maybe I can hand out some literature or downloadable stuff. Also this week, I'm going to get back to dance class and talk to a brilliant young teacher, dancer, choreographer, about doing a piece. She had agreed to do it before, a movement piece, which will require 3 dancer movers, and about the calf and cow separation. Hopefully we're going to be able to get someone to represent slaughterhouse workers in the tableau, and in a relatively short period of time. And it will be an in-process thing because it won't be stage ready with lights and special, but about what happens to calf and cow, about what happens to the people who work in slaughterhouses where their own true natures are violently discarded. And what an escape from this might look like, very simply. And it's interesting because it could be a kind of pantomime thing, but what we'll be looking for is kind of getting to the heart of what the cow's maternal behavior is, and the connection between the calf and cow, and try to take it into somewhat broader movement terms so that it is like a fusion of pantomime and dance, trying to get to the true nature of the violence of the separation and the potential for making all actors whole again, the calf, the cow, the slaughterhouse worker. So I hope we can do that in less than 2 weeks.
Grandmother Deborah is a dancer, has been a dancer her whole life. And so we don't have too much of that, the movement, the dance for calf and cow. And just to bring this awareness to everyone, this is only the beginning. It was really put together very quickly, the final pieces. We've been writing about it for a year. And the website is just the beginning. So there's just a few things loaded on there, but we have lots of resources on there. This is just the beginning of a huge community website with tons of resources. And because every day is Mother's Day, we're going to have campaigns and try to bring other campaigns into it. For example, Anita was talking about a really large campaign. I think it started in Australia, that is Meatless May. Well, we would like to have May for Mothers, like Veganuary. We can see that happening, can't we? And we want to add to their campaign and ask them if they would change that to Milkless and Meatless May. So these are all the things that we're going to continue to grow on. And so if the dance doesn't happen this year, or if it's not fully choreographed, then, there's next year, but all through the year. And it'll be a build-up this time. We'll have more time to do a bit of a build-up. So thank you. So let's keep that flowing, because after Mother's Day this year isn't the end. It's only just the beginning of bringing awareness to the mothers and babies of all species forever and ever until everyone's aware and here to protect. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Louise?
Hi, everybody, and thanks for having me, Tammy. I really, really appreciate it. And I absolutely love the cow and calf campaign. As a mother myself, and now, a grandmother to one, I just, I know how strong that maternal bond is. And I can't even imagine the despair that, these cow mothers go through when their babies are taken away from them. So it's just heartbreaking, and I just really want to do something about it. And honestly, like the whole animal agriculture thrives on the domination and exploitation of the mother, because without doing that, they couldn't force these animals into existence for us to eat and use and, and purchase and all that. So so I've been I'm a co-founder of Toronto Cow Save, and I've been organizing vigils there for over a decade, and Salisha has been out to one, so that was really nice when he came out. But my story kind of is interesting, how I ended up back there, because I've always sort of been an animal rights activist all my life. I've had a deep connection with animals, and there were several, incidences in my life that really made me kind of look at what we're doing to animals and why are we doing this. But I could never really get an explanation, and nobody really seemed to really care that much. So, but when I was in high school, I formed a group, and I think there were like 3 or 4 of us. And we did a few investigations, but one of them we did was we went to a Toronto slaughterhouse, the cow slaughterhouse. I wasn't vegetarian or vegan then, so I didn't know what to expect. And honestly, when we asked to go there, we really didn't expect them to allow us to go in. So we were pretty shocked and maybe a bit horrified when they said, yes, come. So three of us went there, and they took us on a tour of the slaughterhouse, and they actually killed a cow right in front of us. And that moment, it seared, just a sadness in my heart and my soul that I've never forgotten. But I didn't know what to do with this information. And, back then we didn't have social media and, the internet. So there was nothing we could really do with this information. We did write up a report and hand it out at high school, but most people weren't interested back then. And especially mainstream media, they really didn't want anything to do with it. So everything just kind of dissolved and it was long forgotten. I've got my 16-year-old ducky here on my lap. She's panting. But so anyways, years later, I was a mother, became a mother, and I moved out of the city to a more rural area just outside of Toronto. And I started witnessing, the animals with my own eyes. I could hear the cows calling for their babies. There was a small slaughterhouse near where I lived, and my son and I would go there sometimes on Sundays and just visit with the animals and just do what we can to comfort them. But I didn't really have a plan of what I could do to help these animals. But I went to a protest with PETA. My son and I went to a protest with PETA at a slaughterhouse in Toronto. It was a pig slaughterhouse. And I met Anita Crines there, who hadn't started vigils yet, but was considering doing that. So, of course, I was quite excited to meet somebody who was interested in doing what I wanted to do. So I went to the first Toronto Pig Save vigil for the pigs at that slaughterhouse. And then I started the cow vigils from there on, and I've been doing it ever since. And it's been amazing. It's never easy, even after all these years. It's very, very difficult to be there. But what makes it possible to go back are the people that come, because a lot of people come that are not vegetarian or vegan, and they make the commitment from there on that they never want to be a part of this system ever again. And then people that are already vegan come back sometimes. Like, we don't expect them to come all the time because it is quite traumatic. But they do, it's good for people that are already vegan just to sometimes just come back and remember who we're fighting for, because it's really easy to get caught back up in, society's brainwashing and, and get complicit with it. So it's really important that people that are already vegan come back sometimes and just look into the eyes of these animals. And something else I did was, I've always been a hobby photographer. So I really mastered my photography skills and started taking photos of these individuals at the slaughterhouse, at livestock auctions, and so on, just to bring them to the public eye, because most people won't come to a slaughterhouse and look at the animals, or they won't go to a livestock auction. So by bringing these photos and of really focusing on the individual animal, it really makes people think, that these are not cattle, they're individual sentient beings with feelings just like we have. So I've taken thousands of photos over the years, and some of them have been put into books and magazines, and I've won some photo contests. And I think it's important because it's bringing these photos out of the vegan bubble and into more mainstream eyes, so that other people will also see them and consider, their choices that they're making. Yeah, that's it for me. Oh, you're muted, Tammy.
I said, thanks, Louise. And I said, hopefully in the very near future, we will have a section with your incredible photography on the
Photographs,
website as
right?
part of our arts.
Jorgensen.
That would be awesome, Tammy. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. Wendy, would you like to share?
I'll share a few words. I'm very happy to be a part of. I've met so many people like Tammy through the vegan community and the Healthy World Vitality and American Vegan. I've volunteered for all three, and I'm become very involved. I'm the professional partner liaison now for the vegan community, and they have the Freedom from Dairy Passion Pod, which is a similar topic to this, that will have programs. And Tammy will be on that next Friday at 2:00 with that. But I became vegetarian in 1988 after reading a book about factory farming because I was an animal lover. And then it took me a while to figure out how to be vegan, but I eventually did in 2010 doing the PCRM 21-day challenge. And I'm so happy to find all these people that love animals because I've been to the animal rights conference and other thing, and that doesn't exist anymore. So it's been hard to find people that feel the same as I do and understand the mother-baby bonds. And it's just so good to meet all these wonderful people.
Tammy. Oh, Tammy, you're muted.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you, Deborah. Do you have something that you're planning to do with with any of your extended community on Mother's Day weekend?
Well, I'm still thinking, but I did just order an ice cream maker. And I do have a Yonana machine, but I've never figured out how to make that perfect enough to do that for company. So I'm thinking maybe I'll just invite people over. I used to lead a vegan outreach group, but that has stopped. So I'm connected with some of the people. So maybe I will have an ice cream party. Maybe I'll just buy some if I can't make it and invite people over.
Lewis says that by using the windows.
Thanks, Wendy.
Mm-hmm.
Allison. Hi, Allison.
Hey, Tammy. Yeah, so I have an interesting challenge here for International Calf and Cow Mother's Day here in Peru. There is an animal sanctuary that's associated with the vegan community that we've held many fundraisers for. About a month ago, I talked with Gopi, the founder, about International Calf and Cow Mother's Day, doing an event at the sanctuary, and she responded right away. Typically, she does a 2-day activity. So we're talking about doing a weekend, May 9th and 10th, where families would be invited to go to the sanctuary and eat vegan meals and participate in the activities. Now that the website is up, I sent her the link to the website. The last couple of days, I've been really busy. I tried to get her to the sanctuary panel this morning, just to listen, but she wasn't able. So my task between now and Mother's Day weekend is to help her to make use of the tools on the International Calf and Cow Mother's Day website and to help her to feel like she's supported to promote this event. So the timeline is short because she typically by this time is already promoting. And so I'm hoping that I'll be able to support her in the next couple of days to pull that off. So that's one of the things that I plan to be doing. But the other thing I'll be doing together with Dakota, and that is the campaign to plant trees on 4 continents for the mothers and babies of wild animals threatened with extinction by planting trees. And yesterday I shared for a few minutes about that campaign and how to participate. But we do have a landing page for the International Calf and Cow Mother's Day at at greener.gifts. And I can put that link in the chat again. where people can participate in that campaign. Many times we want to buy a gift for a mother or anyone associated with Mother's Day. And, the same old whatever, chocolates and roses, whatever, maybe don't have the same impact that planting trees might have. Not only is it environmentally friendly, but it gives people a way to feel a part of something bigger than themselves. And in this particular case, it's to associate with mothers of all species. So when people order trees, they will have the opportunity to design a certificate that gets delivered to the mother in this instance. They'll be able to put their photo on the certificate and send a message about the mothers of all species. Anyway, you can personalize your message on the certificate. So that's what I'll be doing the next several weeks, but anticipating International Calf and Cow Mother's Day. So I don't know if Dakota wants to add something to that. Dakota's my partner in crime on this campaign.
And one of the things before you speak, Dakota, that I wanted to just mention is that sometimes donating to a cause can be a little tricky. We don't know if it's going to actually go there. And so that's what I think a lot of people hesitate. We know these people directly. The person that started it is Silash's niece. And we know it's actually the trees are actually going to all these communities, reforesting communities, but also in areas that they're rebuilding the entire area to be able to be food forests as well, planting fruit trees and food where food is really sparse. So the webs, again, if you want to share with some of your loved ones, even as mothers or grandmothers, if they want to give you a little gift, they can plant some trees for you wherever you choose those trees, and as part of our campaign, and see how that grows over the next year. Thanks. Come on up, Dakota.
Thank you, Tammy. Thank you, Allison, and everybody here today. It's great to hear what everybody's working on. Gets me so excited. Yeah, so regarding the tree campaign, I just love how it ties in with the Mother's Day and the calf and cow initiatives and everything, because by reforesting and creating the habitats for mothers of all species, we're helping all the mothers and babies in that way. So I love this, and the fact that we do have a company that is vetted and we know is actually doing the work, and it's such a reasonable cost. I just can't even believe how cheap the trees are. I love it. And all these people and the partners, Sod in the Forest and others, they're just so committed like we are and pure in heart. We know that they're helping other underserved people who need work that are actually doing the planting. They're helping poor communities. They're helping they're helping with food for us and just all these things that it's just helping so many people and animals. It's great. So your money's going to a good cause. And I just want to say I still love the whole mangroves thing. Just because maybe I grew up on the water, but besides the trees, there's trees anywhere from $3 to $5, but you can choose where you want them to be planted amongst, I think there's at least 10 different places right now. They're doing food for us. And you can choose that, or there's the mangroves and the kelp. They're also working on planting in for water areas to help the environment in the sea. And the fact that these kelp and mangrove trees sequester so much carbon, I didn't know that before, that they really are great carbon sinks. And so that's got me, kind of fired up too. And it's only $2 for a mangrove tree. So when I'm low on cash, I'm like, okay, I just want to do like 5 mangroves. There's $10, but I feel like I'm doing a little something. So anytime I can, I just hit that. And it gets so easy once you do it once. The website just takes you right through the process. It's less than 5 minutes and makes me feel so good. And then I've gotten great feedback from various friends. I'm just like, oh, who can I plant for today? Oh, let me plant for this friend or that friend. So for Mother's Day, I got a whole list of mamas I know, and I can't wait to gift them, because something about getting that certificate, even in your email, it just makes you feel good. And I know it did me. Somebody the other day uh, planted trees for Earth Day, but they gifted them to the vegan rewilding team of climate healers. And that just made me feel so happy. I was like, so I think just getting that certificate too, knowing that other people are thinking about you and the earth and all those connections, it just feels good all around. And I'm loving this project and just loving all of you and this day. Thank you all.
I should make a note that today I received a certificate from Dakota. He planted 10 trees in my name. Thank you, Dakota.
It's beautiful. Denise, would you like to share? And I'm hoping that maybe Dr. Anya Heister, who says that she's officially a grandmother now, might come up and join us as well. Thank you for being here, Denise. Denise is my new friend. A mutual friend. Denise was doing a retreat close. A friend of mine was doing a retreat close by my home, and Denise was catering it. And she said, sorry if you're not vegans, but there will only be vegan food in this house. And so my girlfriend's like, do you know Denise? And she lived a couple of range roads away. And I'm like, no. She says, you have to meet Denise. So Denise came for some body work, some massage. And she said, how come I never knew you were here? So Denise and her husband are both carpenters, and they're building an off-the-grid home in a forest. And maybe you can share a little bit about what that place is going to be called. I think it was going to be called something like Ahimsa Homestead. And that's where we're going to have a huge event next year, as well as wherever else we're going to do it, at Ahimsa Homestead in the camping forest. So take it away, Denise.
Yeah, it's going to be our own little sadna forest where we're planting food forests as well, and we're building a huge structure, 60 by 60 structure with a small living space and a great big greenhouse and a shop, all in one building. And yeah, we hope to really spread the word here more than I have been. We've been total veg for 30 years, but I found when I went vegan, there wasn't a lot of folks that were really receptive to it, or really receptive to even knowing what was going on with the animals that are giving their sustenance and their lives for folks to eat their animal products. And so Tammy's really started a fire under my butt, and now I've shared McAdood with the Sci Center, who I have been involved with since 2007, but have received crickets from them, absolutely nothing. So I'm still sending stuff, but I'm not getting anything back. So I think I might be, I don't know, ostracized from that community, and I'm totally okay with that, because Ahimsa is one of their 5 values, and they can't really, they can't really claim that if they're still eating and drinking dairy products. So I'm still hoping though, but I'm really happy to be here and really happy to have found Tammy as a friend, even though before we were living about 15 minutes away, and now we're about an hour away since we've moved from that area and are now building our own sadhana forest. And I want to call it a Ahimsa Homestead, but maybe a homestead with the Om with the OM. So we'll see. We'll see how I can make that work. But yeah, it's lovely to be here and meet you all. And it really inspires me, all of the actions that you all, been doing for so many years. So I really love it. Thank you so much for having me.
And Denise and I won't be apart for that much longer. I'm going to build a tiny home. They are the carpenters. I'm just a really, really good grunt person because I built my own tiny home on my property. But again, I was just really good at following orders because I'm definitely not a carpenter. And
Tammy,
my life.
1 second. I'm going to go off screen so we can bring up Anya Heister. We can't bring any more people up, okay? So I'll go off screen and bring her up.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, so my life might incredibly simplify in the near future when I'm living in what will be a conscious community food forest in the cold Canada. And that is why Denise and her husband designed a home that is completely off the grid, that is predominantly a greenhouse and mostly solar, natural solar, the way it's built and the way it's south facing in this boreal forest near a river in Canada that has a really nice clean well. So it will be a lovely
Indeed.
place to
We're
live.
going to implement wind turbines as well,
Right.
like just
Thank you.
small wind turbines on the top of the building.
Right. Not the great big ones that often kill birds, but if they're closer to the structure, it's safer for
Right.
birds.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Dr. Anya Heister has said in one of our conversations as it was leading up to the convergence, I said, "You're a grandmother now. Are you going to be one of our million vegan grandmothers?" And she said, "Yes." And I'm like, "Yay." So the keynote closing talk yesterday, presentation, we really want to be able to use that on our main page. It was so powerful, Anya, and you are just such a heart-centered, incredible, passionate soul. So thank you for being here as part of our community and our spokesperson for the mama and babies of the wild.
Thank you so much, Tammy. And I'm really looking forward to that event. And again, I think this weekend's event has been so amazing and so fabulous. And I just feel very inspired by everyone and by the activism and determination and the connections globally among us. And, I was thinking we often talk, or I often hear the word community, you know, but I don't really see it necessarily, here, especially here in Montana. And I think I've mentioned it before as an animal rights activist, as a vegan. It is very difficult living in Montana, and I'm sure it's not easier for any of you, but for me, it is just such a stark contrast, coming from Frankfurt, coming from Germany, coming from Europe, and then being here in Montana, with Montana being such an agricultural state, and so in a way there's still this wild Western attitude present, eye for an eye and individualism, everybody for him or herself and things like that. So it's very difficult. And like I've mentioned before yesterday, the culture is such very utilitarian towards animals. And but I have been really feeling inspired by this convergence this weekend, to make a better and maybe a stronger push here in Montana to also promote veganism. So not only wildlife preservation, not conservation, because the word conservation entails use, but preserving the wild animals. And I was just thinking this morning when I was listening to you, I'm going to start making like a diagram or like a table, and to compare what's going on in the meat and dairy industry with what's going on in lethal wildlife management. And it's quite shocking to see the parallels, not surprising, but in terms of the cruelty and the treatment of the animals, it's very similar, in a different context, but still very, very similar. So thank you for this convergence, and thank you for being yet an inspiration again. I felt the same way last time I attended, and I feel the same way, and I'm very grateful to you all. As a new grandmother, I think what I'm going to do over um, at Mother's Day, um, I have a very modest goal, and that is to make myself more accessible to my, I guess, daughter-in-law, and who is the new mother of the little baby boy, Vincent. And she is originally from Brazil, and I've met her parents as well. Wonderful people, but strong meat eaters, right? They're coming from a culture with predominant meat consumption. And we had a little bit of a problem with a language barrier, but we immediately started talking about us, my husband and I, being vegans, and and Winnie's parents not being vegan, and they actually had no idea about veganism, so the usual questions came up. So what do you eat? And oh my God, and things like that. So I think we planted a seed in them too, which is wonderful. But yeah, and Winnie is really trying to be a vegan, and I decided to be more of a help to her, and help her to make that switch completely, you know. So that's my very modest personal goal.
Anya, veganism is really big in Brazil, and I can put you in touch with some really great vegans in Brazil that are actually
Really?
they're bilingual too. Yeah. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
So who just I'm sorry, who
That's
just
me.
spoke?
That's me again, Allison.
Oh, Allison. Okay. All right. Yes, please, Allison. I will definitely get in touch with you, Allison. I think we
Okay.
have a lot to share,
I
a
think
lot
so.
to talk about. The vegan
Uh-huh.
rewilding, and yeah, just one of them, one of the
Okay.
topics. Yeah. So
Okay.
thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. And sorry, I missed this session because I had to step out. I got a work-related phone call, and I just had to take it. So sorry to miss the beginning.
Thank you so much, Anya. Dakota?
Yes, if we had just another minute, I just wanted to tag on to what Denise started talking about with her and her husband's building their own place on the land, and and the whole sod in a forest thing. I'm so excited about things like that too, and I've had this dream, for a while, could I ever do that or someday? Anyway, I'm just excited because where my girlfriend lives, she's got like 5 acres. And so we're starting to talk about, I'm like stopping mowing and letting the natural prairie grass come back or whatever, and stop being kind of suburban, even though we're in the country. You know what I mean? Plant more flowers. We've got some fruit trees, so we're going to try to take this little 5 acres and do that. But right beside her, a neighbor's got 17 acres up for sale. And right across the street, a dear friend who's elderly there and his wife, they're getting ready to go into a nursing home, but they're getting ready to put their property up for sale, which is 3 acres. But then right beside them, there's 3 more acres, and then there's another 80 that's got an apple orchard. And those are gonna go up for sale in the near future. And so my mind is just like, we could make our own sod in a forest and have like 105 acres, if we could find enough people that might have some seed money or be interested in the same kind of idea. So I'm just putting it out there right now. We got about 20 acres going up right beside us. That'd be 25. Anyway, I have myself and another friend I work with who is pre-vegan and on the journey. She's really asking a lot of questions and interested, and I'm going to share a lot of these topics this weekend with her on the recordings. But anyway, I know of a few people who are willing to take care of the property and live there and pay part of a mortgage, say, but we don't have that seed money to buy right now. So anyway, my mind's just there, and I wanted to put it out there if anybody is interested or knows others who are interested.
Oh God, Dakota, remind us again, where do you live?
Oh, I'm just north of Kansas City, Missouri.
Oh, okay. All
Platte
right.
City. Yeah, Platte
Okay.
City, Missouri. So middle of the
Okay.
USA.
Beautiful. Danny, do you have a question for us?
I do. I just wanted to ask Denise, do you have any contact info or a website I could put in the chat?
Just my email.
Okay.
It's Denise Nadeau,
Are you gonna?
Nadeise,
Yes.
Nadeau, Nadeau, nine,
Nadeau,
the number 9
right?
at protonmail.com.
Gotcha. Thank you.
No problem. And Dakota, like, really feel free to reach out. We have, like, we made our own plans. So if you want any of that, we're happy to share.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah. Thank you for your email. That'd be awesome.
They've designed all their own homes, and this is the first, like, as eco as you can get, especially in cold climates. And so, are those plans available if somebody in a cooler climate was looking to build, Denise? Okay, amazing.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
We'll work out the bugs first, and then we'll share.
Great.
So exciting. Thank you.
So I don't see any other hands up, so I would just, this is an update time and we're going into open mic. So again, I just wanted to share just a couple other things. There were quite a few activists that shared what they're going to do on Mother's Day, but there were a few people that, other than who shared during this conference, had submitted that they were going to do as far as Mother's Day events go. So again, just to remember that we really didn't get the ball rolling until mid to the third week of January, and this much ground was covered in 3 months. So we can do this. Next year, we will see a huge movement around the world, and between now and then there's so many campaigns we can jump on. So as the grandmothers, as climate healers, as this community, as other, whether it's NARD that it happens in June, whether it's there's a big animal rights movement that happens the end of May, see if we can get calf and cow into that. So like I said, meatless May could turn into milkless and meatless May. We could support them on that transition to widen that from that. As the few other submissions that we had on our old website was who I talked about, Lena Ella from the Animal Save movement, who spoke from Austria. She's actually going to do 2 events. And she's going to do it as a pregnant mother and invite as many pregnant mothers as she can and new mothers. And she's doing an event in both Austria and in Germany over that weekend. And she's going to set up almost like a history of what happens in the dairy industry with big signs, and then really bringing awareness. She's pregnant for twins, actually. So she was one of our presenters yesterday, and she's going to be really bringing the mothers forward to look at the connection. So that'll be really incredibly beautiful. That's one of the things. I'm just trying to read. So George, yesterday at the first Lebanese hospital, he said that he's not only doing something at the Lebanese hospitals for the families and all the patients to try different cheeses and milks, but he also said that he's developing a huge outreach with Lebanese vegans. It's a very large organization, and again, a big shout out to George, because our communication for 2 weeks before the Convergence was, I hope I can make it because the bombs are closer than they've ever been. So, there's no excuses for why we can't step up and step out and do what we're here to do when people are in that type of situation and they're still going strong. And what was really interesting is when Ann and I had meetings with George, he said, this is so what I want to join, because I feel if we can every community can join together and have one thing we're hyper focusing on. And he says, I really think that needs to be dismantling the dairy industry and talking about mothers, not dairy anymore, that this is what we need to focus on. So he was really, really on board. And then direct action everywhere. There's a beautiful activist in Victoria who works with Direct Action Everywhere. I met her through Melissa, who was on the Sanctuary panel, and she is actually a retired firefighter captain, one of the only firefighters that ever were in that era 70 years ago, or I guess it would have been 50 years ago. And she found out about veganism 14 years ago, and she is unstoppable. She's the representative on Vancouver Island. There's no other activist that's being active on Vancouver Island, so she's covering the whole gamut. And she's their plant-based treaty, I think, representative. She's DXE, Direct Action Everywhere representative. She's working for 2 other organizations that she's volunteering for. So she goes nonstop. She was I was hoping that she would be on. She might come to story time and tell a story, but her name is Karen Nielsen, and she has joined this movement and the grandmothers. And so she often is in Vancouver Island, has so many dairies, and they're really known for pure island dairy. So she often, when she's in between all of her other activism, will go and grab a group of vegans and go stand in front of the dairies and talk about milk is mama's milk, and it's not humane. And she's got a beautiful story to tell. And if she doesn't show up for the story time, I will tell it. So she's covering Vancouver Island. And then the last one that I had submitted there was Farm Sanctuary. And that was Melissa who came in, and she's going to have a great big, like she said, she drew so many people in, she had to cap it. And so I've already donated a bunch of stickers and Mother's Day cards to her, and Paul and I are going to show up on Saturday, and then we're going to do a couple other events on Sunday. We only have one vegan restaurant in my community, and we're going to go there and share a whole bunch of resources. She's also let us put up paintings on the wall, and so we'll be at that restaurant, and then we're thinking of one other event we want to do, but we don't know. We're going to get a hold of the vegan community in our neighborhood, in our community, because there's quite a large vegan community in Edmonton, but I haven't had the opportunity yet. It's been pretty full on to reach out to see what they're doing. So that's just a little bit of update. Remember, go on to the toolkit on our website. We have downloadable stickers, downloadable cards. We have a standee. Amit's just finishing the second sign. So there's one going to be showing whales in the wild, and then 2 whales strung up, a mother and baby that were killed together, just like mothers are mothers. Mothers are mothers. Yeah. And then there will be a cow and calf in the yeah. And maybe we'll do a wildlife sign too. Moose are very close to me. I grew up with lots of moose. I grew up eating moose meat actually as my main meat, and I remember feeling really traumatized as it was hanging in the garage before my father could clean it. We didn't grow up with very much money, and moose was one of our only foods, other than the other things that we could afford. But once you know better, you must do better. So I feel very almost indebted. Sorry, I'm going to cry, to the moose. I love them. They're beautiful, 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 majestic. Moose have always been my power animal. Yeah. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Million Vegan Grandmothers. We are going to go into open mic now, and let's grow this movement for the mothers and babies of all species in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if I have one of the beautiful team that would like to come on to moderate the open mic, I will be here. But I wondered if who would like to come up and moderate that while I just kind of stretch a little bit. Daniel, did you want to start? And I will let one of our other community members come up and moderate open mic.
Okay. So I actually put up my hand when I heard the other speaker talk about moose, because at my last job as a roof truss designer, one of the jobs I got was a slaughterhouse. And I think it was specifically supposed to be for moose, because you were supposed to have a 200-pound dead load just in case they were having to hang up a moose, I guess. So I can't say I didn't even sort of try to make that work, but when all was said and done, I said to Jason, who would give me the job, I don't have it in me to do this. And he was kind of like, well, I mean, we have to do it. We're busy. So there was kind of pressure. And then I just asked Evan if he could take care of it, and he said he would. So I'm not even completely happy with that. I would love to work for a company where the company just says, we don't do those. But I was thankful that I was not designing a slaughterhouse, because I wasn't okay doing that. They laid me off eventually. I don't know if that was a factor in my being laid off, but I'm about to start another job, whole and willing, I now say, as a roof truss designer at a different place here in Winnipeg, truss fab. So I don't know if that'll come up again. I hope it doesn't. But if it does, I'm not comfortable designing a slaughterhouse. I don't want to do that. Even if it's factory farm, I'm like, you know what? If I know that's what it's going to be, then I just really pray for wisdom. And I also pray that I won't be feeding the wrong system. So even at Cersei, also known as church this morning, I was telling them, just as Dr. Silas Rao explains in his book, which I choose to call there the flat plane B, if we want less selfishness, then we need to create a new system, because the current system rewards selfishness. So if we don't like all this selfishness, we need to change the system. So when I'm at this job, I look forward to earning some money, because I owe a bunch of money. And I want to be at a bunch of stuff, maybe even Woodstock Fruit Festival in California, because Will Tuttle has sort of summoned me to be there. I try to talk him into being at a different one. Anyway, so I'm saying I look forward to creating the vegan world by the end of this next year. I do encourage that we be as open-minded as possible. I know a topic can come up and a wall can go up where you say, oh, I don't want to talk about that. I want to run away from that. That's controversial. I'm not into this. Sometimes people say, I'm not into conspiracy theories. And I'm saying, look, I get it, and I'll be as understanding as possible, but the more open-minded we are, the faster we can bring about this vegan world. So I wasn't always a vegan. Before I was a vegan, I went flat earth, and I discovered Eric Dubay, and then he had a great flat earth video, and that got me thinking about veganism. And before you knew it, I said, wow, I guess I'm a vegan. Thanks, Eric. So Eric Dubay is a flat earther who's also a vegan. He had a great vegan video, and that's how I got into veganism. So if I hadn't gone flat earth, I hope I would have eventually gone vegan, but it would have taken me longer, because Eric Dubay played a key role. And he's got a great video called Stop Eating Your Friends, which you can find, I think, on YouTube. I watched it on BitChute, but it's a good video. He highlights Annette Larkins in Miami, who's a raw vegan, who's, in her 70s, I think, and looks like she's in her 40s or something like that. But thanks for letting me share. There is a freedom flotilla about to sail to Gaza too. Speaking of topics that we may or may not want to think about, but let's pray for them. They are going in non-violently, and they have been met with violence but haven't been killed, at least not yet. Let's make sure they don't get killed. And again, thanks for letting me share. Much love, and may all be fed, may all be healed, may all be loved, as John Robbins so rarely prayed.
Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate definitely more. What we would done with your plans, or we want to definitely touch base around May 9th and 10th to see what's there, and then even further. I know it sometimes it goes beyond, but as an interim, we will touch base there, and appreciate for being the first person to guide others too. So everyone, this is the open mic. So do come back or join and then share a thing, but raise your hand so that we can go in the flow. It'll be easier for others to add. So the main thing is we just posted in the chat. So what we're gonna ask is what you will be doing as an activist on the International Calf and Cow Mother's Day, which is May 9th and 10th, 2026. So whatever on those lines you have a topic to present, you can mention, and if you need ideas or anything, whoever, I can ask. Probably I'll ask Dr. Rao. Dr. Rao, do you have anything to comment? Okay, we have Rebecca. So go ahead, Rebecca.
Thank you, Shankar. I will let people know that about a year ago, I was at our church's women's group in the morning, and someone had an an egg dish, and we had talked. I said, "What it is what is it?" And yes, there's eggs in it. And I said, "Oh, baby chicks." And so that caused a ruckus in our church. Not one that the church knows about, but I knew about it because the board talked to me. But anyway, I'm feeling the reverberations now because some of the women's group people are saying we're not going to have a women's group for a few months. And I was thinking, oh, okay, well, I thought, well, I kind of want to do a Mother's Day thing. I have asked them twice now, can we do a Mother's Day thing about animals and bring up animals? This is, something I had thought about too also. Well, I talked to another member yesterday and said, hey, did you know they've put it on hold? And if we have 2 or 3 people that would like to do one, can't we just do one? Just get the space and do one. So it seems like we ought to be able to show a video there on that day at 9 a.m. in the morning. Now, it's a kind of a new space, so we don't have the audio equipment. It might be a small screen, but at least it would be something that's announced, and who knows who might show up. And I see, when I saw there's a lot of them, but when I saw the mother calf of the elephants, it's very easy to feel like, oh, my mother must have felt that way too. Other mothers feel that way. So it's very easy to think about humans. And I think a couple of my friends at the church are thinking that, oh, we're just going to talk about animals. But no, it's very easy to move from one species to another. So that is in the works. I've just done one thing about it, and besides tell you, so it may not happen. But I'm telling you that because some others of you may be thinking the same sort of thing. I could show one video that day. I could do something. And so I wanted to tell you that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk to Willow, who's here, or may still be here today, and our friend Lynn, and we have Danny. So, we'll pick one and see if we can do that. Okay, that's what I have to share about that. Any comments or questions?
Thank you, PJ. So yes, so sharing a video is as simple as this thing. But then probably kind of, if it is for each one of us, we do a little bit of research. What is according to your event or your community or your neighborhood or whoever you pick, you can actually do that.
Well, the free food would be good. I mean, what a time to have some free vegan food also. But you're right. We could do some other actions after that too.
Yeah. So the key point is to make that connection between not just the human mother.
Right.
Hey, this is like every animal, or could be anything, just relate.
Right.
But then see what we exploit as a human, like who we can stay with. Can we make that connection? Yeah.
And in the advertising of it, that does its work also, because if we send an email out, even if they don't come, they see the link to the International Calf and Cow Mother's Day. And if they're curious, they might explore. So even just announcing it, if we can get it in the newsletter, of course, the newsletter doesn't come out till Thursday or Friday. So, but anyway, we'll see. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So who wants to go next? Anybody have any interesting ideas to showcase to your
And
neighborhood?
there's I'm
Okay.
sorry.
I see Freya has her hand up.
Yes,
Yes,
there you go. Thank you.
I'm actually spotlighting. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Freya.
Well, I'd like to tell you that change is taking place, and we see it around where we live. We're in South Jersey, and New Jersey is known as the Garden State, which you would think is a misnomer if you're up near New York City. But down in South Jersey, it is very much a truck farming area where they grow vegetables and fruits and so on and ship them up and down the East Coast. Now, there's a dairy called Cumberland Dairy, and when the white wave soy milk was started, it was in Boulder, Colorado, and they couldn't supply enough to cover the East Coast of the United States. So they worked with Cumberland Dairy, who made a line and subsequently a dedicated facility for the production of soy milk, which is in Bridgeton. And I believe there's also an oat milk making factory nearby too. So Vineland used to be the egg basket of the nation, but they're not producing eggs and keeping chickens anymore. I can't say that it's completely gone away. I think the egg production industry went down to Delaware. But anyway, it's not in Vineland anymore. And we have lots of family-owned truck farms producing vegetables and berries and peaches and nuts and apples and chestnuts and so on. So it is a sign of how things are going and should go. And I think you can look forward to that happily.
Thank you, Shreya. Amazing. So here I know in terms of being a long-time vegan, you've seen in all aspects, especially so how does is there any other different communities that you would invite or make appeal? Can you add like a list of communities or anything? Just to give an idea.
We do have one girl who's producing mushrooms on a pretty good scale.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for also giving a glimpse around the New Jersey. Now you tempted me to make me to travel. I'm in the DC area, so
Well, the mushrooms are marketed as far as New York City. I'm not sure what other big cities, but she has quite an enterprise going, so that's good.
Okay, good. Okay, so I'm still going to go and refer the website website which Tammy shared, and the website actually gives me the area where I can submit. So that is also some of the things which I'm looking. So we will share it in the chat. So after this also, if you're still not sure or telling in to general audience and everyone, if you want to know what areas you want to look, you can actually look at them. So we will share the link chat. Thank you, Priya. And Dr. Rao, do you want to add anything or
Yeah, I wanted to speak a bit about how the academic institutions are all coming around to acknowledging what is going on, because as part of the Guide to Planet B, I have listed like 7 foundational myths in the current system. A myth is a lie wrapped in a truth, right? So there are 7 foundational myths. So, including the protein myth, the calcium myth, the myth of human supremacy, and all that, right? So there are 7 of them. And I mean, there are others, of course, that are not foundational, that are derivative myths, so to speak. But any myth in a system has to be stable. Otherwise, it'll disappear. So to keep it stable, the education system should be propagating the myth somehow. Okay, so that's so academics have to be involved in propagating the myths somehow, right? Because we are, we are producing students who come out of these educational institutions who are steeped in the myths, right? So if we are steeped in the myths, that means that somehow the myths are being propagated. So anyway, I was talking about this to a member of the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. She's from Ukraine and she is a fairly high up in the IPCC. And she told me that she was arguing with the scientists within IPCC about, about the animal agriculture issue, right? So she was right in the beginning, she was arguing about it. And she's one of those who's well regarded in the community. And so she heard my presentation and my listing of the myths and how the myths have to be converted to axioms if you really want to solve problems and so on. So I was laying out my systems engineering approach to how would you solve the problem. And so she invited me to submit a paper, to an academic paper, to a special issue of the European Geosciences. Was it the Geosciences Union? So EGU. So they have geosciences communication as a special issue on education. So, and I asked Pooja if she would co-author with me because she draws all these system diagrams, and I need, a lot of system diagrams drawn for this paper anyway. And so, anyway, let me just show you the abstract of the paper that we are submitting. And I sent it to the editor, and the editor has basically said, send us the full paper. So anyway, this is the abstract. So I had to send the title, The Impact of Institutional Miseducation on Climate Stability and Ocean Health. It's a special issue on education for climate stability and ocean health. So I included climate stability and ocean health. It's really about life support systems of the planet. So this paper examines how formal educational institutions transmit and reproduce the value systems, myths, and behavioral defaults underpinning unsustainable civilizational patterns. Drawing on systems engineering, ecological science, critical pedagogy, and the PlantBased systems engineering framework, it argues that the current global education system functions not merely as a neutral conveyor of knowledge, but as an active instrument for encoding what we term Planet A operating protocols. So these protocols include the primacy of economic growth, the separation of human beings from nature, the normalization of animal exploitation, and the systematic suppression of ecological literacy. The paper traces the mechanisms by which institutional miseducation operates through curriculum design, institutional food culture, like the cafeterias and institutions and so on, the hidden curriculum of values and assumptions, industry capture of educational research, and the structural rewarding of compliance over critical inquiry. It assesses the downstream consequences for biodiversity, climate stability, ocean health, and social equity. Finally, it outlines the components of a Planet B educational paradigm grounded in interdependence, sufficiency, ecological design, and systems thinking. It argues that educational transformation is a necessary precondition for civilizational transformation, encoding climate stability and ocean health. So I'm basically calling for a complete transformation of the educational system in the paper. Okay, and so here's the section outline of the paper. So I go into details on what the sections are going to be: introduction, theoretical framework, mechanisms of miseducation, and we're going to use the $20 trillion food, pharma, healthcare system, which results in chronic malnutrition and managed diseases, as an illustrative consequence of institutional miseducation. So it's through miseducation you are sustaining a food, pharma, healthcare system that really doesn't even, feed everybody properly. And it doesn't even keep people healthy, right? And then we are going to show how you could nourish everybody and keep everyone healthy for around $6 trillion. So that's with the Planet B educational paradigm. If that's your objective function, you can do that. If the objective function is to make money, you can spend $20 trillion and not accomplish anything. So that's what we want to show systematically how this happens and why it is so becomes so inefficient in the current system. Now, I would think that this is kind of radical for people in academia to hear that they're miseducating people. But I was surprised when the editor said, please send us the paper. We really need this. And to me, that's a huge, huge door that opened.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Definitely, the impact is what do you call it in a multilinear, you can say, because it goes through the research,
Yeah.
educational institution, then further into the other mainstream, and then guides the industry, companies, corporates. Just a good cycle. So definitely, the impact is very wide, and plus this will also get refined. But when you go through this, a lot of it gets refined, and they will be able to. But the key is like the Planet B, how you're not totally blindly accepting the conventional system. Then, like right now,
Planet B is like is showing that there is an alternative. Because normally people say, we are stuck with the system because there is no alternative. And that's the reason why we are maintaining the system and continuing the system and so on. And by showing that there is an alternative, there is a Planet B. And I actually shared the paper with this researcher from the IPCC, and she agreed. So she agreed that this is showing a viable alternative. Okay, and she said it's a very important paper. We need to submit. We need to propagate it. So at least now there is recognition in the academic community that they are part of the problem and they need to step up and fix it.
Isn't the Geophysical Union one of the largest gatherings?
Yeah. The American Geophysical Union is the largest gathering. This is the European Geosciences community. Is the European version of AGU.
I see.
And so they have asked for the paper in for their special issue on education. And so it's a good sign. I mean that mainstream community is now asking for this.
Well, I have a question. What would be the next thing that they read? Do they need to read There Is a Planet B or go straight to the guide? And then the next question is when can we start getting the Planet B guide? But yeah, what is the next thing that those people would read, do you think?
Oh, they'll be reading the full paper. So we are working on the full paper. He said, I've said that we can submit the full paper by end of May. Okay, so we're writing it up now.
Okay, so they don't need to read There Is a Planet B.
No, actually, she took a copy of There Is a Planet B.
Okay.
She took a copy for herself and for one of her colleagues that she's going to meet in a couple of weeks.
Okay.
So she took 2 copies and she got me to sign both copies also. So
yeah, that book just flows with information, and I'm looking forward to the Planet B guide.
Yeah, the Planet B guide is now up on Amazon, but I'll have to put. I haven't put it on our website yet, but you can download the PDF for free from the website shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think Ray has a question. Thank you, Dr. Rao.
I had an open mic thing that I wanted to bring up, so I don't want to interrupt the flow of what's going on here.
Sure.
Well, then let's keep Salish up here just a teeny bit longer then with questions.
Yeah, you could answer because.
Right. Well, we've got him, folks out in the audience. You've got him right here. He's on the verge of a new paper. It's going to be monumental. I mean,
well, I don't know about that. Yeah, but it explains why. See, I'm a systems engineer, so I analyze systems and I explain why they behave the way they do. How come? Why is the protein myth sustained? How is the protein myth sustained? How is the calcium myth sustained? Okay. And how are all the myths sustained, not just protein and calcium? There are so many myths, right?
Right. Have you read some of the books from Joseph Campbell about the myths, the story of myths and that?
Right. Right.
I remember reading, and I looked it up because I think it was in Will Tuttle's book, World Peace Diet, where he mentioned it. So I looked it up. I don't remember if it's on the web or whatever. But sure enough, Joseph Campbell said after studying all these myths, he thinks very possibly the first myth was created when humans killed an animal and had to come up with something to explain why they did that, because before they honored them, they respected them like other beings.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's very interesting. And so it makes you wonder, when you bring up these other myths, how did they come about? How did we decide, hey, you remember those images? Who in a business suit would get down on their knees and go under a cow to get some milk? I mean, who comes up with that wild stuff?
Right. No, the myths are sustained. How are they sustained, right? So I'm claiming that when an educational institution, serves meat and dairy as default in their cafeteria, they're actually propagating the protein myth and the calcium myth, right? They're basically subtly telling their students, you need to eat meat to get protein, you need to drink milk to get calcium. So they're reinforcing the myths when they do that. But if they had plant-based as default, they're working against the myth. They're saying that that myth is a lie. You really can get protein from plants, and you can get calcium from plants. So that's what they would be doing if they switched it to plant-based as default. So that's how myths are propagated through the education system.
And that's what we need to know about. And that's what we need to know about, not just where they came from, but they're happening now, so let's change them.
Correct, yeah. Correct. Okay. So we have to show them that this is how they are propagating the myths. How are they propagating the myth of infinite growth? They're basically saying that, in their management and their economic textbooks, they're basically saying growth is necessary for maintaining well-being. So this is how you propagate myths. And so we have to identify, we create system diagrams to show how myths remain propagated, so that you see a positive feedback loop, that keeps going and going, so that it maintains the myth, right? And then you have to figure out, how do you break that? How do you create like a negative feedback loop? So basically eliminates the myth and adds the truth, tells the truth, as opposed to, you don't want to send kids out into the world with false narratives in their heads so that they go around destroying the planet, right? Which is what we are doing now through the educational institutions. Okay, so I'm actually, I'm going to use examples, and unfortunately I have to use my alma mater as examples, because that's where I've studied the most, so I know how they're propagating the myths.
Great.
Looks like there are lots of people with raised hands now. Good.
I think maybe they have questions on the same topic, possibly. I don't know.
Yeah.
You'll have to ask them, Shankar, if they have the questions on the same topic or a new one, because then Ray has the new topic.
Okay. Is it okay if I go by the sequence, or what do you think?
Yeah.
Or
go for it.
Yeah. If there is any,
take myself off. Yeah.
No problem. Like, if there is any questions on Dr. We can ask, or else we will go in the sequence.
Yeah, sure.
And Dr. is there. We can always. So Ray, thank you. Yeah, so just a minute. Before you raise in the line, and he's completing his question, then you'll be unmuted. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Actually, I had something to say about what BJ was just talking about, because, and I believe I've shared this video with her. Margaret Robinson is a professor who's an indigenous woman and a vegan, who explains how she sees the mythologies of and stories of her culture explain exactly what BJ was describing, that they needed to reconcile this idea of killing animals that they consider their brothers and sisters. They consider them family. So that there's a series of myths that are dedicated to this point. I'm a bit uncomfortable calling them myths because this is, cultural learnings, things. It's all under the umbrella of things that we've decided to do together and working through the reasons why we do. But I'll let other people speak on this topic before I bring mine up.
Okay, sure.
I put a link to the video in the chat, and I put a bunch of notes in the comments that link directly to the part that I'm talking about.
Okay,
if it's of
and
interest
if you
to
want to
anybody.
explain also, fine, right? Like, if you can more, because more you show it, it'll be easy to ask, or everybody we will understand. Yeah. You want to share it? And
No, it's a lecture. So anybody that's interested in the topic of indigenous veganism, because a lot of, especially environmentalists, will see an alignment with First Nations people and feel that because they have a hunter-gathering culture, by being vegan, you're offending them. But this is a vegan environmentalist, indigenous person who's helping to reconcile an identity.
oh, okay, the new topic. And
No, that's in it for, or this topic for it was just something in that referencing BJ.
Okay. So, Ray, shall I move to Sudha?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Ray. Hello, Sudha. Per your request, we have just only kept the audio, not video. So, and now you can ask your question. Just to remind you that this entire session is open mic. The topic is, what will you be doing as an activist on International Calf and Cow Mother's Day, which is May 9th and 10th, 2026. So the initial question, your question can be aligned to that, but you can explain who you are and why, what you're doing, all your background, no problem.
Okay, to the host, everyone, hello. I'm from India. So I'm being attending this from yesterday. It's lovely. So yeah, I'm one of the entrepreneurs who has come up with the inspiration of veganism also. So I wanted to be someone who is very healthy because of my certain conditions, like with my visual impairedness, which suddenly happened in the life. But I know that there would be some way where I get out. So in looking that for my own self, I landed up in research of many things, including the subjects that just explained, like myths. Even I wondered while listening, I was very keen, and I'm listening these were the same things when I went through my own research, and I really found this. And I'm from a very good educated family where while I was explaining that what is the veganism, I was struck with most of the questions. Why should be you the vegan? Then I came with a few explanations, just like the host just before the some time, how he has explained. I was wondering this. These were the same points I was also looking and trying to explain, and I discovered I couldn't really convince everyone, but I could really come to some conclusions where yes, these are the things, and what should I do? So I just understood that behind everything, the money is of course the main point. Where publishing the papers, doing some work should be done. Then I have to come to the society and speak. So I got inspired again to see this. So I just came to tell you this. And I have small question somewhere in India, if you guys seen, we heard of eggs being considered as vegetarian. Do you guys remember? Hello? From anyone from India?
Yes, I'm able to relate what you're saying. So,
Yeah. So like I was like looking, how did this myth has come? Because like, it's very evident that it came like it's from animal, but still how this myth was still continuing, because even government has this like proposed to go for this one, and people are around this, and this is somewhat like I couldn't really answer for few, though it is very evident. Can anyone help me for this?
Sure, anybody wants to answer, go ahead.
Yeah, my explanation for how eggs became considered as vegetarian is that the narrative is that eggs can be extracted from an animal without killing the animal. And same with milk. Milk can be extracted from the animal without killing the animal. And therefore it is not really, it's sort of a gray area. It's between eating animals versus eating plants. And so that's how I think it got pushed into the vegetarian agenda. In reality, what happens is that the egg industry is actually a source of tremendous suffering for the animals, and a lot of
Definitely.
animals get killed as a result of the egg industry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even like today, when I have to look forward, like I just able to be connecting to the cosmic energy, and like started my journey back in a 1 decade. So like in that journey, when I just saw that I just need few resources to be even healthy. So when I'm being looking into that, I was like connecting the dots between the ancient technology that we had, and also like to the modern usage. In that model also, I saw that just because going very easy with every products, like even the cosmetics, or the way we can just perform the things, I really saw that animals are the one of the ones who are like really victims, because we use so much of fat from their skin into many products and all, and we are unaware. One of the reason, but the second one is like also not knowing from our sides. That is also one of the responsibilities. I really thought this should be really a coin one for everyone in the education. Not knowing is one thing, and not asking is also one thing.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rao. And we have
Hello.
yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. This was just a response to what Salish is releasing, really. I don't know if we would talk about respond later, but yeah, I was thinking about the axioms, if they're relating to the IPCC's conventions as well, and if that would ever be talked about, because that really hits a nerve on their conventions, so they'd have to change, wouldn't they? And then the IPCC will be backing animal agriculture as leading cause of climate change. Yeah, so I think that'd be quite interesting if that does actually get used and looked at.
Yeah, she she listened to my presentation and then she said, "Oh, we really don't look at um, the what is that called? It's the summary for policymakers, which is where the summary for policymakers is where they use the guidelines to say, okay, here is how we distill the data and tell you what is going on. And fossil fuels are responsible for so much and so on." And she says, well, all the data is there in the IPCC. Yes, that's correct. And I'm saying, yes, that's correct too. It's there in the IPCC and the IPCC report, and we are actually taking that data and showing that animal agriculture is the leading cause based on your own. Yeah. So, there was no argument. There was no argument. So I think it is, they are ready to start accepting it now.
And that would mean we have to go vegan by 2026 if it gets accepted. super
Yes,
quick, you know.
as quickly as possible, right? Basically, you have to implement it as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And so this is why, looking at, okay, which community do we do it in first, and which community can get to lead this? How would you lead this? And I'm really excited about Mongolia. I have to be honest with you, because if we can get Mongolia, which is only 3 million people, right, to largely go vegan, then we can tell the whole world, if Mongolia can do it, what's your problem? And I find that to be so poetic. We can get Mongolia to do it.
Yeah, that's amazing. It would be amazing. I don't know how you do so much work. You've just finished your book and now you've got this paper already.
Yeah. No. That's a lot of work. Yeah.
It's impressive. Every time I was following the VCOPs, and you've always got something new that you've worked on. Oh wow, this is so interesting, you know. And these axioms, when you were first talking about them last in the last VCOP, and it's like, oh, I wanted to learn more about it. And now you're producing a paper talking about it more, so I'm really excited. And it's framing things in a positive way, you know.
Right, yeah.
So
It's
that's really
basically saying,
important.
look, it's just the system is driving us towards this, right? And so now you have to figure out how to make the system drive us towards sustainability, right? And now that puts the onus on institutions and feedback loops and things like that, not individuals. See, it's not individuals who are causing problems. It's the fact that we are actors in a system.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rob.
Sure.
We have Dr. Anya, please go.
Unmute. Okay. Yeah, thank you. This is a question for Salish. Salish, first of all, congratulations for your paper getting accepted. I know from my own experience how huge of an accomplishment that is. So this is great. I was just wondering, in terms of systems thinking, how my experience is here in Montana anyway, that a lot of professorships are funded by, let's say, the lethal wildlife management system, since we're talking about systems. So hunters are paying the salaries for professors.
Right.
And so how do you have any suggestions as to how to break that force? Because institutions, academia, universities, they also rely on funding, right? So how do you suppose we could break that force of, the exploiters of animals funding, professorships and programs and outreach and events? I mean, this is just really, it's quite overwhelming here in Montana, actually, what hunters and trappers are doing. So do you have any suggestions?
Well, it's everywhere. It's not just Montana.
Yeah.
You see, if you look at every university,
Right.
especially the top universities are most ensnared in the system because they are the top universities in Planet A. And I say the best way to combat this is to shine a light on it, is to show that that's how it's happening. So let me just show, I didn't go through the details of this paper. Let me just share with you. So this is in the third section. So I have this, this is the outline I had to submit for the paper. So I say this is not a knowledge deficit, but a values transmission problem. It introduces institutional miseducation as a concept, okay, in the introduction. The theoretical framework, we talk about hidden curriculum theory, plus systems engineering, plus planetary boundaries, plus two loops theory of change. And then the mechanisms of miseducation. How does miseducation happen? So when you frame it as a miseducation, then educational institutions are on the, they don't want to be known for miseducating people, right? But that's how. But that's how it's happening. It is happening. Miseducation is happening. Why? Because the planet is dying. And so we say there are 5 channels for miseducation. Curriculum omissions. So we don't talk about certain things in omissions. The food environment is silent curriculum. So the food environment, the cafeteria and so on, is basically teaching the protein myth and the calcium myth and those myths. The reward structures, industry capture. I have to point out how
Right.
industry
Oh,
capture
yeah.
keeps it going, and anthropocentric epistemology. So these are the 5 mechanisms that I've identified as for miseducation. And it uses the $20 trillion food, pharma, and healthcare system, which results in chronic malnutrition and managed diseases. As an illustrative consequence of this.
Salish, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but is there any way that lethal wildlife management could be added to that? Because I mean, the trophy hunting industry, the trapping, and the gun industry really are really such a strong force in reinforcing these myths. So sorry, very sorry for interrupting
No,
you.
that's awesome. In fact, would you like to be a co-author on this? I would love some.
I
can
would love to.
add you as a
Oh
co-author.
God, I would love to, Salish.
Okay.
Yes.
Done. Done. So we can include that, you know.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. And then downstream consequences. Links each mechanism to measurable planetary outcomes. Biodiversity, climate, public health, inequality, and the polycrisis as a whole. And then I talk about the Planet B educational paradigm. 7 components of the transformative alternative, from ecological literacy to indigenous epistemologies, to the Oakland model. The Oakland model is basically the food system model. We show how an efficient Planet B food system that nourishes everyone could be implemented for around $6 trillion. Okay. And then case studies for Oakland food defaults, engineering education, and planetary boundary blindness. How engineering education with planetary boundary blindness causes engineers to go out there and design systems that break the planetary boundaries, right? And the nutrition animal agriculture nexus. And then discussions, on limits of incremental reform, the two-loop position of institutions, agency versus determinism, and methodological limits. And finally, conclusions. Those are the 8 sections that I'm proposing in the paper. It isn't, I'm not saying it's accepted, but the outline has been accepted. Okay. And they're asking for the full thing that will go through a review process, of course.
Sure. Yeah. So if there's any way of including lethal wildlife management, there is this movement within wildlife management, lethal wildlife management, to basically I think it's called the wild protein theory. Yeah, right. Where it's all about hunting and killing the wild animals to get the protein. So the animal herself or himself doesn't even show up anymore. It's all about the protein, and it's couched into this wildness and return to our origins and the wildness and how beautiful and wonderful. So it's nauseating. And it's starting, I'm seeing this, I'm starting to show up in curricula at universities, not only in Montana, but all over the West. And I feel like this is very, very dangerous, obviously, so I would love to be included in your paper if possible at all. That topic really needs to be addressed as well. So
absolutely. I'll send you my current draft. Within the next week or so, and then we can work out how we can include all of this in the paper.
Fantastic. I am so happy. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ed. Thank you, Dr. Hello, Dakota. Come.
Oops.
Let me spotlight you. Okay.
Hi, guys. Oh, great conversation. I just had a comment, and I just love how you think, Dr. Rao and Anja, everyone. But I love what you said, Dr. Rao, about holding these systems accountable, but in such a way that they're on board with you, like pointing out the inconsistencies and the miseducation. But then when you said, like, feeding animal products in universities would be supporting the miseducation versus, when you do plant-based and you're actively working against the miseducation. However you said it was really awesome. Anyway, I think that's great. It's huge. It's like you see dominoes falling, universities going plant-based all over the world, all over the country. And Anja, I'm so glad you're joining in with the other angle about the trapping. And I just love you guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dakota. Yeah.
Hello, Daniel.
So so you were saying that Mongolia is largely vegan, right?
No.
No. No.
But at
Okay,
this
you're saying
point,
it can go?
Sorry?
Are you saying that it has the potential of going that way? Or
Yeah, I was just imagining if
yeah,
Mongolia,
imagining it.
right?
Yeah.
If Mongolia could be largely vegan, then the
Yeah.
whole world has no choice but to do it.
Yeah. And there was somebody that did that same lady present on here that presented maybe at the last VCOP or something like that? Because there was somebody from Mongolia that was basically
yes,
just saying,
Yeah, she
she
was
did
here earlier today.
okay,
today,
good.
and she was
Yeah.
in the last week of presenting about how she does goes to the other, like outside the city or the capital, Ulaanbaatar of Mongolia, and then there is a good they prepare the vegan food and everything, and it's almost like reminding them their own culture, what
Yeah.
modernization people do forget. And Dr. Roy, you put the important point of like how we can bring this, because I know people throw that as an example. Hey, what about people in Mongolia? I think Rebecca mentioned, I guess. So definitely we can take that point and see, like, and it's really vast. It's really wilderness. We go there, and still people were able to do only during the winter. They were reliant heavily on the meat-based products, but then they go back. So, and if you could say, hey, you don't need that. You don't need that. See, you get all the nutrients, or this is the way you could do. Maybe if you store the food this way or preserve the food this way, you could run your winter with this, so that you don't need this.
And I love what Will Tuttle said in his book, The World Peace Diet. I think he had a massive point when he said, we're in a very fortuitous time in the world. Like some people say, oh, I have to make sure I eat local. I'm like, that is overrated. Who in the world cares if it's local? We can get it to everybody way up in the Arctic. We can get them vegan food, no problem. And it's killing them to eat all those animals. People say, look at the Arctic, they eat animals. Yeah, they're the ones that die the youngest. They have heart disease and everything. So I think Sharon Gannon really makes a mega point on that, saying, oh yeah, you want to talk about the people in the Arctic? There's your case study for what happens to you when you eat the animals. And ASAP, let's get away from that. And I even want to believe that once we create that vegan world, maybe this world won't have such brutally cold regions. And some people might say, but that's impossible. I like to add the apostrophe. So then impossible becomes I'm possible.
Possible.
And I do know there are tropical fossils in the Arctic region. So it's not as though that hasn't already happened.
Okay. Awesome, Daniel. Thank you. So we have 5 minutes left, and I had two more people raise their hands, so we try to manage the time. So go ahead, Nancy. It's your turn.
Hi. I feel like we are watching history in the making. But
Well, just ask your question. Go ahead.
I feel like we're watching history making. The question I was just thinking, we were talking about, people eating animals, and I always have the impression that it started two ways. One, because people migrated north and we didn't have agriculture like we have now, and animals were here long before people, and the early humans probably saw animals eating other animals and go, oh, that looks like a good thing to do. And then it just, cultures, and then you get cultures and societies with all their habits. And then now we have these industrial complexes making an enormous amount of money. And in particular, the drug industry, I think, is largely behind a lot of the lies, because they would just lose a lot, in that end. So that's all. Thank you.
Good point, Nancy. Just want to add, and like the people refer to the Arctic. So there is also like the Chukchi tribes or something, Bering Strait and all the way stretch. So they used to eat the reindeers or the animals there, but they are very good in having some sort of a UV like sense, so they can see the minute grass still fresh below the snow, and they eat that. And most of them who eat as a fresh kill, they get the greens from there, but they don't eat something like preserved in the fridge. So they eat and they really go for the guts, because that's where all the greens are there and everything, not the body. So that's one thing also I heard, like they don't eat. Okay. Hello, Deborah. Go ahead, please.
You're muted.
Yeah, let me ask you. Can you try unmuting? Okay.
Hello, Silas. What's the path from being legitimized by a journal article to becoming a bit of a popularizer at some kind of high-level magazine article, so like The Atlantic or something like that, so that this stuff would be disseminated quickly across a certain segment of the population? Is there a path?
I have no idea, Deborah. I'm just
Okay.
going along with the flow.
The flow, okay.
I just see all these opportunities and I say yes.
Oh, say yes. Okay.
By the way, that Global Earth Repair Convergence that I'm going to attend May 7th through 11th is organized by the guy who organized Live Aid, who's one of the organizers of Live Aid. Okay, it's not that he was the main, but he's the guy who went to India and got Doordarshan to promote it, to have it on for the whole time. He went to China and got their national television to host it for the whole time. So anyway, he's the one who got 1.5 billion people to watch it.
Okay, so maybe he's one of the keys
I don't know.
to a broadly flowing mainstream acceptance of
Who
these
knows?
ideas. That would be wonderful.
Yeah.
Great,
Yeah.
good luck. And thank you.
We're going to keep at it. Okay. So I'm never going to give up. That's one thing,
Right.
because my granddaughter has told me to do my job, and I'm going to do my job. Whether people
And she's
like it
going
or
to be
not.
on your case forever. That's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I'm never going to give up, and I'll no one can put me down. I'll always get up and keep doing it.
Great. Thanks to your granddaughter.
Yeah. Thanks to my granddaughter.
Okay.
Also, thank you, Dr. Rao. You created a system where it will take care of itself from what ideas you mentioned.
Yeah.
Definitely all.
And
Thank you,
the
Deborah.
whole idea behind writing There Is a Planet B and a Guide to Planet B is to say, don't you dare tell me there is no alternative. There is an
Oh,
alternative.
and
Yeah.
we can download the guide to Planet B from the website. Yes.
Shortly, okay? I haven't
Shortly.
uploaded it
Not
yet.
this instant. Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
not
Okay,
this instant,
thanks.
but it will be done very soon.
Thank you.
Hopefully by the end of next week. Yeah. It's already on Amazon. You can get it on Amazon.
Okay, great.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, so I think that concludes this session, and we are moving into the next session, and I'm handing over it to Tammy. Welcome, Tammy.
Thank you. I don't think we're concluding it. I think we're just extending it, because what we're moving into is the power of story. And what this has really brought up for me again, or clarified more and more, is that everything is story. Everything's story. When we tell a story that we need dairy to live, to be healthy for strong bones, when we need to partake because there's no choice, that's a story. And it made me remember a time when I went to the doctor very, very sick. I was dying of Crohn's. And she said, you must be on medication for the rest of your life, or else you'll die. And I went on medication for a very short time, and it made me really sick. And I never really believed in pharmaceuticals as my main path. I think that they're like anything. They can be used as emergency in an emergency situation. But I thought about all the people that believed that story that were sick. And they thought their doctor was God, and that they were the ones And they forgot somehow that they were their own inner physician, because most of us aren't taught that. That's not the story we're given as children, that that your body makes over 200,000 chemicals every few seconds. You have your own inner pharmacy. And in cranial sacral, the doctor that taught cranial sacral to me calls it our inner physician, that we all have this inner physician that knows more than anything on our external. So what stories are we going to tell ourselves going forward? What stories about health, how much energy we have, our joy level, what can be healed, what can't be healed, what's impossible, what's not impossible? I've asked a few people to come up and tell their story and tell a story. And it can be a story that maybe made you feel a little disempowered and you believed it for a while, and what happened when you didn't believe it, kind of like Byron Katie's work. Is it true? And how do you know it's true? And if it wasn't true, how would you feel? And what if something else was true? What could the possibilities be there? So I'm going to ask Judy Carmen to come up and tell a couple stories, a more recent story of a little deer and her fawn, and then another story that she shares in Homo Ahimsa. And thank you, Judy, fellow grandmother.
Yes, I am a grandmother, happy grandmother. My grandkids are, my oldest is graduating from college in a few weeks. So I've been a grandmother for a while. I'm seeing the little deer in the picture behind you, and that looks very much like the little deer in my story. So I'll tell that story first. Since you asked, I was, there's where we live, it's 10 acres and in Kansas. And when we moved here, people let their dogs loose. That not so much now. I'm not sure why, but at any rate, these 3 dogs came to visit me every day, and I adored them. They're so precious, and so I'd spend time with them outside. Anyway, I was out there, and they rustled up this little baby deer who was sleeping in the grasses. That's where his mother had left him for the day. And so they started, who knows, maybe thinking, oh, let's just play with him. But it got too rowdy. They chased him all the way to the creek and had him down in there and had bitten him. And I don't think I've ever run that fast chasing them and the baby deer. And luckily they cornered him so that I could grab him. And they knew me. They knew I did not like what they were doing. They did not attack me or resist or anything. I picked this baby up and I went back to the house because I knew I had to get him to rehab. And I saw the mom over there at the edge of the forest. And I just yelled at her, "I'll bring your baby back." So there she is. And so we've got grass and then we've got forest, maybe, 200 feet away from the house. And there she is. And just like, she must have been horrified. You know, these dogs have got her baby, and then now a person has her baby. That's maybe even worse. But I told her, don't worry, I'll bring your baby back. So I called the rehab place. It's about a half-hour away. Got a dog crate, got her in there with him in there with blankets and stuff. And but first I was able to hold him in my arms, and oh my gosh, I can't even come close to explaining the preciousness of being that close to a little baby from another species. It's just kind of unimaginable. It's so wonderful. But at the same time, he was bleeding and he needed help. So we get to the rehab place. It's almost 5 o'clock. They're wanting to go home, but they know me because I bring them other animals too. And they had waited, and they'd also called one person who was trained to take care of baby deers. And so that person was there waiting. So they get him on the table, anesthetize him a little bit, suture him up. And they're saying, I think we need to keep him overnight. So I said, okay, whatever you think. And I started to leave, and they said, on second thought, he's better off with his mom. There's no, it looks like this could heal up pretty easily. So back in the dog crate and back home we go, which is this really good news for the mother deer. All right. So, because, if she'd had to wait a few days, that could have been excruciating and terrifying. So I get home, I get the little baby out of the dog crate, and he's waking up now. And I've got him in my arms, and she's waiting. She's right there where she was before. Same place. And what's she thinking? She's thinking, I believed her. I believed she was going to bring my baby back. And she was right. And so I've got him in my arms, and his little legs start going like this, and I set him down, and he just ran right to her. And it was just the neatest thing. And I did go looking the next day thinking, I hope he made it, that he's not lying somewhere, and, then we'd have to take him back. But I didn't find him anywhere. So I took that as good news. So that's my deer story. And I wanted to make a note that I always say deers. I never say deer unless I'm talking about one deer. And I think it's a good thing to think about, that they're individuals. And when we see a group of deers, it's not a group of deer, which a lot of people will automatically say we've always done that. But it depersonalizes them, I think, when we do that. Elk. There's other animals, bear, we just say that instead of bears and elks and deer. So I just wanted to mention that. Do you want me to tell the other story?
I would. And just so our people here know that that was very recent, Judy. That was just a few weeks ago, right? A couple weeks ago.
No, this was several years ago.
Oh, the deer story?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, okay. So, all right, so this is actually in the Homo Ahimsa book, and it's on page 15, and this is actually from Suma Qinghai, which y'all may know her. She's got a newsletter and a TV station and everything, and she relays this story that must have come from China, somewhere where they were rationing water. So this was an army unit that transported strictly rationed water to residents of an arid area. 3 kilos, which is almost a gallon, of water a day were all that was allowed for each person. It's hard to imagine. Farmed animals in this area, as you can imagine, got very little. As its army unit traveled down the dirt road in their water trucks, a mother cow stepped out onto the road and forced the first truck to stop. She stood there staring at the truck. Drivers cursed at her and tried to scare her with fire. The man, who lived under the illusion that he owned her, he whipped her and literally cut through her skin. He was so angry at her, but she wouldn't move. The heartrending whines of the old cow sounded so tragic that the soldiers and some of the drivers were moved to tears. At last, a soldier said, "Let me break the rule for once. I'm ready to accept a penalty for this." He took half a basin of water from the truck, 1.5 kilos, and placed it in front of the cow. But she didn't drink it. So guess what happened next? Instead, she called to her baby, and soon her little one came running and drank the water. With tears in their eyes, the mother cow and her calf licked each other's eyes, silently expressing their love for each other. Then, before anyone had to drive them away, they left on their own. So as this story illustrates, spirit exists, animates us, impels us to action, and lets us know when we are in tune with our true nature as loving, compassionate souls. So that the driver, the people on the truck, some of them anyway, were so moved that they were transformed, at least for that day. And we hope maybe forever. So thank you. That's that story.
Such a beautiful story about the
Yeah,
sunshine.
it really is. Yeah, about a mother and her baby. Yeah, and my goodness, I mean, this occurs in every species. And it's so wonderful what you're doing, Tammy, to bring that to everybody's attention with the Calf and Cow Mother's Day. I think it's brilliant, and I think it is divinely inspired. I really do.
And it's all of us now. We were just gathering together to share the news that this is where we're all going forward. And
Mhm.
it makes it a very easy story to tell, doesn't it, Judy? Because we're just
Yeah.
talking about mothers and babies and people that aren't willing to hear about veganism. We're just talking about mothers and babies.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judy, for being such a amazing mentor for me for the last many, many years and bringing the grandmothers into fruition. Thank you, and
Oh,
helping write
that.
the original pledge and declaration.
Oh, same back to you, Tammy. Absolutely.
So, Reverend Carol Sanders, would you like to come up and share a story or a poem or anything you wish? You're just muted still, Carol.
Unmute.
Oh, still muted. We'll get this figured out. There we go.
Okay. All right. So, gosh, I didn't really expect this, but can I tell a human story?
You can tell whatever story you like.
Okay, because I'm in the middle of really a human mother-daughter bond, and my youngest daughter recently gave birth on March the 7th, and it was a natural home birth, and I was there, and I was like right there. And I've never seen anything, experienced anything in my life that was more amazing. I've given birth to 3 girls. I did it all naturally, but I've never seen anything like watching this child come through the birth canal and right there in front of me, because I was holding her right leg up. It was the most sacred and amazing experience I've ever had. And I started to think about the cows and the calves and how every animal is bearing witness to the birth of their own child. I was watching my child give birth, which is kind of, I don't know, it's just really, I keep saying it, but it was the most amazing experience I've had in my life. Recently, I spent 4 days with them because their father was out of town. And I was just telling my church community about this earlier today, that just being with that baby, and holding her and taking care of her, even though she's a little fussy and all of that, I lost complete track of all of the things that were important to do in my life. I lost track of all of none of my priorities mattered. That's how intense this mother-daughter, and again, I'm the grandmother, but that's how intense it was for me personally, that I had things to do. I brought my computer, I had my podcast to edit, I had phone calls to make, but it was like suddenly like none of that really mattered, just the focus on this child. And it's probably very similar to Silas's experience with his granddaughter when he realized that, she belonged here too. So I feel that's my story to tell about the human mother-daughter bond, how strong it is. I'll tell another story about geese on my property, and this is actually a parenting bond. It's kind of hard to discern if the mom or the dad are doing it, but we have geese that come every year on our property because we have a pond. And so we have 8 or so couples that come, a few stragglers, a few millennials that don't know how to make babies or aren't as interested in making babies as the older ones. At least that's what we project onto them. But we see these babies, and there was one time we named them. We name all of the goslings Ryan because they're goslings, so Ryan Gosling. But there was this one little one that was that had a little limp. He was gimpy. He was disabled, and we named him Jeffrey, and amongst all the other Ryans. And so we watched Jeffrey grow, and we thought, well, they're going to ditch Jeffrey. This is just kind of what nature does. There were like 8 goslings, and Jeffrey was always the little last one. So, obviously open more to predators, but we noticed over the time that, oh gosh, there were only 7 goslings one day. And Jeffrey must have gotten eaten up by somebody. But no, Jeffrey was still there. And I just thought that was so sweet that this was a goose couple, but I assume a lot of it was maternal love, that they protected their little disabled gosling. And I think that's not what we think about when it comes to nature. We think that, that's not going to happen. But we see this happen, every year on our property. So those are my 2 mother-baby bond stories. There's something to it, man. There's something that is so strong. And again, I'm just completely enamored by this experience with my grandchild and just holding her, and how it can really just take you out of all the stuff that doesn't really matter, really. What really matters is that love.
Beautiful. Carol, maybe this is an opportunity for you to tell the story of the retreat that you do every October, and maybe just one transformation story out of that, or one story that your participants said, let everybody know about your retreat.
Yeah, well, my retreat is really the intersection of people who care about the earth and animals, and people who are spiritually connected, spiritually on a spiritual path of some way. It's at Unity Village, and this year it is over the Halloween weekend, October the 29th through November the 1st. And it really is magical. You'd have to really talk to people who've been there. People keep coming back. We probably have about 45, 50 people who attend, and there's usually about 25 or so that keep coming back year after year because it's very transformative. We're really about supporting people on their life journey and their advocacy, their activism, just who they are and how they communicate and who they are in the world from a consciousness level. So we're really about raising consciousness. This year's theme is Above All, Love All. So we're going to be really facing the challenges we have in loving everyone. So that means loving all beings, all species. It means loving the difficult people in our lives. It means loving the hunter, the factory farmer, all of that, because I really fundamentally believe that our movement we're going to move the dial as we raise our consciousness and really express ourselves fully as love and peace. And that's going to just make more room in consciousness for people to change So that's kind of the level that we're working at. Tammy's going to be presenting, so is Silas. Judy's always there presenting and helping with creating the prayerful space. It's this year's featured speaker is Cameron Waters, and every year we have a different featured speaker. And for me, it doesn't even matter if we have a featured speaker, but people like to have a featured speaker. But what comes out of this whole thing is just a really real connection and helping people do the inner work, like the inner shadow work, the inner work that it takes to kind of flush out what keeps us from being love and peace on the planet. And not everybody there is vegan. We invite everybody. Usually there's 20% or so that are, I call them curious omnivores or vegetarians, maybe even 30%. And we have such great results with those people because they're around friendly vegans, spiritual vegans, they're around non-judgmental vegans, and they're around fabulous, amazing food. And so all of that together, we really have a good record of helping people get on their vegan journey when they hadn't been on it before.
Oh, thank you, Carol. It's beautiful. And you know, one of the things I was thinking about when you were speaking is the like to love above all, love all. And then I heard you talk about shadow, and that's a hard one for most of us, is to love our own shadow home. It actually makes me quite teary because we're very condescending towards ourselves when we don't behave in a way that we think is not aligned. So I know that there's a lot of that goes on at your retreats. And the other thing I hear you say is that this vegan transformation will be a transformation of consciousness. And that's what I hear from Silas very frequently. And many of us, it will be a conscious awakening. But we all know that we come at it from many different directions. So thank you, Carol, so much.
Yeah, I just want to add that it's hosted by my ministry. So if you want to learn anything about it, thespiritualforum.org /retreat. You can learn all about it there. And lots of good people who are attending today will be there.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to meeting you in person. Yeah.
Me too.
Thank you. Thank you. Ashley Capps was not able to make it. She is doing something in regards to her brand new co-op poetry book, which is The New Sentience. So Louise Jorgensen has agreed to come up. She's part of the Mothers Against Dairy writer. She's one of the writers for Mothers Against Dairy. She submitted her story, and she was going to come up and share her story. And I also know my friend Denise said her son-in-law wanted to also tell his story of going vegan. And so if they're in the room, can you raise your hand? And so our tech team can bring you up. Hi, Louise.
Hi, Tammy. Oh, yeah, it's on. Hi, Tammy. Thank you for having me again. That's really nice. I'm sorry Ashley couldn't make it, but I thought maybe I would just share my story about how I went vegan with my son and how he sort of influenced me, how a cow and a calf influenced me to do this. And so we lived in Toronto, and we moved to a house just outside of the city in a more rural area. My son's been veg pretty much all of his life. Yeah, he never wanted to partake in eating animals, and I certainly never forced him to do that. But we both still had dairy and really didn't think that much about it. So there's across my backyard, there's a field, and on the other side, there's a farm. And sometimes at night, we could hear this long, low mooing. It was just the saddest, most haunting sound you could hear. And it just echoed across the cornfield behind my house. And it went on all night long and often for days. So I checked around with neighbors, and what I found out was it wasn't a dairy farm, but it was a I don't want to say the word, but a beef farm. So what they did was they have females that they use to create babies for beef farms. And so the babies are born in the spring. And then in the fall, when they're about 6 months old, they're taken away from their mothers and they're sold to fattening farms and livestock auctions and that sort of thing. So I know, like, we talk about dairy quite a bit because dairy is absolutely horrific. But sometimes we forget about these mother cows as well, and they're very bonded with their babies, and they stay together often for 6 months before the baby is taken away, and they experience the same gut-wrenching pain of having their baby taken away. So yeah, that haunting sound that we heard were actually mother cows from the meat industry having their babies taken away. So it also happens within the meat industry as well. So it was right at that time that my son and I decided to go vegan. We looked into this, and then we found out about dairy, and we decided to go vegan at that time. And there's just something about the sound of a mother in despair, when her baby is taken from her, that should touch every single mother, every single grandmother. And I really think that, if we reached out, like as you're doing, to mothers and grandmothers, and show them and let them see and hear this pain from these mothers that have their babies taken away for something that we don't even need. I really, really think that we could bring this industry to its knees. I think mothers can do this. So yeah, so thank you for doing that and let me share this story.
Thank you, Louise. Yeah, that concrete connection, whether it's at a sanctuary with these beautiful sentient beings, or whether it's seeing the separation and hearing the cries that are just as real as if we would be crying for our baby, the intense emotion. And that cows cry.
Yes.
Calves cry. They cry. Mm-hmm.
They do. I have lots of photos of cows at a slaughterhouse and calves, with tears in their eyes. And people often argue with me when I share my photos online that, oh, they've just got something in their eye that's irritation, this and that, right? But really, we could say the same thing about us too, right? Like, our eyes tear when we get dust in our eye too. So we could make the same argument about ourselves. But years ago, I did a short interview with Renee from Rowdy Girl, and she told a story about how her cows would cry when the truck would come and they would get on the trailer and start going away. And she said the tears were just coming from their eyes, and she knew the cows, So yeah, they absolutely do cry.
Yeah, tragic. And we're changing all that. Thank you.
We're changing that. Yes. People just need to know, and that's what we're doing.
That's what we're doing. Thank you. Denise, I wondered if your son-in-law is here, or whether you're going to be coming up and telling his story at all, Denise. And I also see Bernadette's in the room. She's one of the grandmothers. And if it's the Bernadette, I think it is. And wondering if you would have a story, Bernadette. I don't know if I missed you when the grandmothers were coming up, or whether you just joined. But Denise, if you could raise your hand if you do have your son-in-law's story, or if you're going to come up and tell it, or whether he's here and he would like to share it. Okay.
Denise may have stepped away. She's not responding.
Okay, and how about Bernadette? Is she available by the screen? See if she would like to come up and tell a story. Yeah. So in the meantime, before we go into open story mic, and you can please raise your hand, I would like to play just a very short video that's 1 minute long that was given to us by Animal Justice Project to use for this campaign. It does have content warning, and it's only 1 minute and 10 seconds. And then Ann Casperson, who's been working very closely with me on this project, she's unable to be here this late because it's quite late in Sweden. And she pre-recorded some stories that are about 12 minutes long because she's done a lot of work in storytelling as a journalist and a journalist in war-torn countries, and where her and a colleague of hers had children tell their story as well, and what it was like to be living in amongst war. So we will, so think about the story you would like to share, and we'll play Betty's story, which is just the short story from the Animal Justice Project, and then we will just, I think we'll just have 5 minutes of Anne's stories, and so we have enough time for open mic. So if we could play those, that would be great. And thanks, Shankar. Shankar's our video person. Oh, you're muted, Shankar.
So the one is there is a 2 ones, and which one can you help me on the?
Do you have a Vimo link?
Yeah, I think
so we'll play
the Betty one or the Anne.
Let's play the Betty one first.
Okay.
And then right after that, we'll just play 5 minutes of Anne's.
Gotcha. Yes,
Thank
I'm
you.
sharing.
The first one, I'm doing a content warning, but it's an incredibly beautiful story to share for Mother's Day. Not beautiful in a good way, but powerful is what I mean to say.
A dairy cow at Lowfields Farm. From the moment we saw her, we knew something was terribly wrong. She was emaciated, exhausted, and each step she took was agony. As a dairy cow, every baby she'd ever given birth to had been taken from her. She had never had the chance to fulfill her maternal instincts. And now, the heavy toll of successive pregnancies had left her body damaged and depleted. For 5 days, she grew weaker until she was barely able to stand or eat. On the 5th and final day, struggling to walk and in obvious pain, she was violently loaded onto a lorry. She was hit on her back and face and shocked with an electric goad more than 40 times. This Mother's Day, we celebrate the love and sacrifice of mothers. But for Betty, motherhood only meant loss and suffering. Her baby stolen, her body pushed to the limit, and her life discarded once she was no longer profitable. This Mother's Day, please stand up for mothers like Betty.
This Mother's Day, we're bringing deep vigils and celebrations to the mothers that get to live out their lives in protection and care, both in the wild, and the ones that aren't, we're bringing awareness to, so that we can see if we can bring this abuse down. And we'll just play 5 minutes of Anne's, and so if you have a story, you can think about what you would like to share, and also to talk a little bit about how story can be used against us quite frequently, especially if we believe things that aren't true. I remember reading the 4 Agreements when I was a social worker, and I shared it with all of my other counselor friends. And I remember reading a story in there that a mother came home really tired and told her daughter to stop singing, that she had a terrible voice, and it took her almost 20 years before she would start singing again. And I remember my family always telling me I was tone deaf, so I didn't sing for probably about 10 years, and I love to sing. So it's the stories that we are told and the power that words can have, both for the benefit of life and love and against it as well. Okay, Shankar, we're ready for 5 minutes of Anne's story.
Hello, my name is Anne Kaspersson, and I will talk a little bit about storytelling and how interviews can be very powerful forms of storytelling. And that is something I have experienced myself. Several years ago, for instance, together with a friend, I wrote a book about children living under occupation. And we choose to document children because we felt that their stories was not heard enough in mainstream media. And it was an extremely strong experience to follow these children and hear their stories. It was 18 children between 12 and 18 that we met with. Hear about their fears, their joy, their longings, their experiences. And we could use these stories to many different stakeholders in Sweden when we came back. Even politicians, and it was very beautiful actually to be able to have their testimonies and tell the stories of the children. And for the last years, I have been interviewing different people working with animal rights and the liberation of animals, and especially the dairy industry, but also other forms of animal agriculture and so on. And it has also been very powerful, and I believe the stories can really open people's hearts and minds in different ways, and also to highlight all the amazing work that is going on in the world at the moment. And I will start in Switzerland with an example of the work that Sarah Heiligtag is doing. She, together with her husband, started the transformation movement in 2019. And today they have helped several hundreds of farmers to transition away from animal agriculture and do other things instead. And also farmers from other countries are contacting them on a regular basis. And one of these farmers is Lucas, and I will read a little bit about him. Lucas has been a dairy farmer together with his brother for many years. Even for him, the deep joy is profound when he can follow his conscience. In 2020, they stepped out of dairy, thanks to the help through Sarah and her husband, and started to grow food instead. The hardest part for us was always separating the calves from their mothers, Lucas says. As soon as they were born, we had to take them away. It was heartbreaking every single time. The calves searching for the udder, the cows calling for days, restlessly pacing in the barn or out on the pasture. Watching this suffering tore us apart inside. The ethical question was always there, even when they ran the dairy farm. Just because something has always been done that way, does that make it right? Can you really justify breaking a mother's strongest instinct just to be able to sell milk? These thoughts weighed heavily on us until we finally found the courage to step out of that cycle, he says. As they began to transition away from animal agriculture and the dairy industry, they felt liberated. And Lucas describes how now seeing the cows being able to stay with their calves fills them both with deep joy. We can feel how much calmer and more balanced the animals are, and we ourselves feel more at peace, because we are no longer forced to act against our own values. Another example I would like to share is from New Zealand and the animal activist Summer Jane, and what she said in an interview I did with her. It was on a visit to a friend's parents' dairy farm in 2013 when Summer Jane learned that the new mother cows were referred to as colostrum cows. I watched as they were marched into the milking shed, trudging along with their heads hanging and a deep sadness in their eyes. They were some of the most depressed animals I ever seen. Over at the calf shed, when I started asking questions about the tiny calves, I learned that some of them were destined for the truck, which meant that they would be killed. That was the beginning of opening my eyes to the cruelty of dairy production, Summer says. Today she is a very active activist, and they are bearing witness to the millions of bobby calves that are killed every year in New Zealand. And she says this quote, "No matter how many truckloads of babies we witness entering slaughterhouse gates, it's always a heart-shattering experience. They are so fragile and so vulnerable. They cry out for their mothers and try to self-soothe by suckling our fingers. But even though it's difficult, we also see it is a blessing to be able to give the few moments of love and kindness to some of the babies in their final moments, and to memorize their little faces and tell their stories in the hopes that people will turn away from this industry and it will end." This is a story from the US and an
I
undercover
think we're going to stop
investigator
the video here, if that's
who
okay.
started that.
Thank you, beautiful friends. And just because we want to have time for to open it up, but I want to end with one of the things that I've been doing as thank you to our guests that come and speak at the podcast is I quite frequently will write them a poem, kind of to summarize their story. And if you were on yesterday, you would have heard Dana from the Animal Save Movement from Manitoba. And I'm going to talk just a little bit about poem as a story. And that's what I do. I take the conversation and I turn it into a poem, because poems speak in different ways to us. Sorry, my phone's going off. Just put it on the other. Thank you. It was never just a moment, was it? It was a remembering. Your body knew before language could catch up. Milk rising in you, your daughter in your arms, and somewhere at the same time, a mother crying out for her calf, taken before the bond could even breathe. And something in you said no. Not as anger first, but as a sacred refusal to participate in the forgetting. Because you felt it in your own body. This is not separate. This is not different. This is the same thread of life running through all of us. And once you felt that, once it landed in the soma, in the cells, in the deep ancient knowing, you didn't get to go back. So you stepped forward into the cold, the freezing Canadian cold, into the witnessing, into those places where truth is moving on wheels and no one wants to look. Calves pressed together, breathing, turning to frost, eyes still soft enough to trust the world. And you stood there, heart opened, not armored, not numbed, because your path is not to harden, your path is to stay awake. This is sacred activism. This is what it means to live in alignment with what you know in your bones. You didn't choose comfort. You chose coherence. And now your life speaks to other mothers, to children watching, to a culture slowly cracking open until the weight of its own under the weight of its own dissonance. You are not just raising awareness. You are restoring memory. The memory that motherhood is not human-owned. The memory that nourishment is not meant to be stolen. The memory that love, when left unbroken, moves in circles, not systems. And yes, there's the grief right here, but you are not drowning in it. You are alchemizing it. turning it into presence, into community, into action that ripples outwards far beyond what you can see. This is how the world shifts, not all at once, but through women like you who feel deep enough to change their lives. Dana, you are walking the path, as many of us, the path of the remembering earth. And every step you take says to the calves, to the cows, to the horses, to the children coming after us, we see you now. We are coming home. Thank you. And I'm opening it up for story. If you would like to tell a story, you can raise your hand and our amazing tech people will bring you up. Our climate healing crew. Allison.
Can you say a few words, Tammy, about the type of story that you're looking for?
Any story is great.
Okay, Danielle has her hand up.
You can hear me now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell a quick story. Hopefully it helps. And the story that comes to my mind is, I still remember. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to say the first thing that happened is I read Whitewash by Joseph Keon. And that basically obliterated my appetite for dairy. And I'm really glad for that, because I know sometimes people fall into the pit of lacto-ovo vegetarianism. But no, milk was the first thing to go, then eggs, then animal flesh, meat, so-called meat. I like vegan meat. But I went to this one church. They were having a celebration. As usual, they have this big roast. It's totally disgusting, bringing this huge live pig that's been roasted. But at that point, I had already just figured out, okay, I've dropped the milk, I've dropped the eggs, I don't eat animal flesh. So of course I didn't take any of that pig flesh. Well, somebody looked at my plate, and as soon as they looked at it, they looked at me and said, "Are you vegetarian?" And I said, "Yeah." And I love thinking of myself as vegetarian. I want to say, vegans, let's not give up that word. Why do we do that? Why do we give the word vegetarian to the lacto-ovo vegetarians? In fact, Sharon Gannon, in her book, Yoga and Veganism, she says, like, vegetarian used to be vegan. Somehow it just became this lacto-ovo vegetarian. But I always like to say I'm pure vegetarian, also known as vegan. But just that encouragement that we might think, okay, is it doing any good? As soon as somebody looks at your plate and sees none of that pig flesh on there, immediately in their mind, are you vegetarian? Yes. I mean, pure vegetarian, also known as vegan. So the bottom line is, that's my story of saying it's not in vain, even if all you do is don't have any of that animal flesh on your plate. And I've seen that happen more than once.
I said, thank you, Daniel. That's pure vegetarianism. That's where it originally started.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Judy. Judy, and then Rebecca.
Let Rebecca go first, because I've already spoken.
Okay.
Thank you, Judy. Last week, I went to the gym, and it's in a strip center. And I've been doing that regularly for a few months now. And above the strip center, this is outdoor strip center, there are big signs, each little store has their own sign. And the gym guy, he doesn't clean up that much. And it's kind of a cool thing, because the birds' nests are all in the sign all around. So you're kind of watching when you step, in. The other stores are all clean. Well, the other day I went and I was on the phone, and I didn't want to go into the gym. So I was just walking a little bit, and I saw a little baby bird, and it was so young. It had a few little feathers on the side. Its whole body was see-through skin and a little yellow mouth and little yellow mouth. So I thought, okay, I have to do something. So I put him in my hand and I felt that little tiny heartbeat. And I just had to drive, first I think I drove home. Somebody from the Wild Center called me. I looked online. I tried to figure out what to do. Finally, I got a rehab center. But they were closing and they said, to feed it. So I fed it terrible cat food and water with tweezers. But to see that little mouth, I felt like we were connected, like he needed me to feed him. So I wanted to name him almost. I didn't do that, but that's the kind of feeling that you have when you have some precious being in your hand. You want to know that he's okay. So I got him to the rehab center and she said, "Oh yes, we have others that size. He'll be fine. He'll be fine." And I said, "Is there any way you can let me know how he's doing?" And she said, "No, we can't do that. They're so busy that when they take them in, we have to just trust that what's going to happen is going to happen." But I so want to know that he made it. But on the other hand, there are all those other birds that are there. I hope they make it. And so now there's a kind of an interesting thing. When I go to the gym, I look around. I'm like, okay, am I going to find another one? I have little boxes with tissue paper ready to go in case I do find one. But the depth of feeling that happens when you have someone so innocent needing the sustenance of life and the very breath is palpable. And I'm grateful for that experience that I got to be there in time for that one. That's my whole story.
Thank you, Rebecca. Beautiful. Yeah. Beautiful. Judy, did you want to unmute?
Okay.
Oh, you're muted again, Judy. You must have unmuted it and then muted it. There we go.
Okay. I love that story about the little bird. That's so sweet. And you're so right. Yeah. When you save a little innocent, totally innocent little child like that, it's so meaningful. Well, speaking of poems, this is a poem called The Hunter's Poem. It was written by Lemuel T. Ward, who's passed on a long time ago. And I just wanted to read it partly because we've been also talking about what wings are for, talking about mother chickens, mother geese, and all the wonderful feathered beings who have babies. And this one, hopefully I can actually get through it. It's very hard to read, but it's so incredibly profound. I've shared it quite a bit. Okay, this is basically a story about a transformation of a hunter into a non-hunter because of what wings are for. Okay, a hunter shot at a flock of geese that flew within his reach. 2 were stopped in their rapid flight and fell on the sandy beach. The male bird lay at the water's edge. And just before he died, he faintly called to his wounded mate, and she dragged herself, to his side. I always have trouble with this. She bent her head and crooned to him in a way distressed and wild, caressing her mate, her one and only mate, as a mother would a child. Then covering him with her broken wing. And gasping with failing breath, she laid her head against his breast, a feeble honk, then death. This story is true, though crudely told. I was the man in this case. I stood knee-deep in snow and cold, and the hot tears burned my face. I buried the birds in the sand where they lay, wrapped in my hunting coat. And I threw my gun and belt in the bay when I crossed in the open boat. Hunters will call me a right poor sport and scoff at the thing I did, but that day, something broke in my heart. And shoot again, God forbid. So I've always loved that poem. So sorry I didn't get through it very well, but it is so transformational. And I think it's gives us hope. There are people out there that we don't even know about. They don't all write poems when they make that change. But he did. Lemuel did. Thank heavens. And what a gift that is. But like I was saying, I think it gives us hope that there are many, many people out there that animals are teaching them, even through their death, that they love, that they care, and that they are individuals with feelings. And these people are picking up on that and changing. So,
yeah, so
thanks.
powerful. The story of the calf and cow, and that, how people changed because the animals, they were taught of the love that goes on between these beings.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Judy.
Thanks for letting me tell it.
Nancy?
Persisting with me.
No, we heard it with our hearts deeply. Nancy, would you like to come share?
Wow, that was so moving. Lemuel, I guess it's Lemuhl. I'd like
Uel, Lemuel. And his last name is Ward.
Ward.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay. Thank you. That's beautiful. I have 3 short, quick stories. One is of Isaac Bashevis Singer, who was a Nobel author, Nobel Prize winning author. And he was sitting at a dinner table of a lot of people, and everybody was eating as usual, the fare, what they was serving. And people looked over at his plate, and this woman said, Isaac, I noticed you're not eating the chicken. Is that for health reasons? And he said, yes, the health of the chicken. So that was one. And then there's another one about a chicken. This rabbi gave his son a chicken, and he said, go somewhere where nobody sees and kill him. So the rabbi is standing there and waiting, talking with friends, and finally the son comes back with the chicken. And the father says, I told you to go somewhere where no one sees and kill the chicken. Now go and do that. So he goes off again and comes back a few moments later and says, the father says, I told you to do that. Now what's going on? What's the matter? And the son says, Father, wherever I go, the chicken sees. So I love that story. And the last one is of my dear friend Michael Berensweg, who Berensweg, I think, means bird on a twig. And he started to love animals at a young age and went vegan at a young age. And he would walk around New York City by chance, wherever, and he'd see these little starlings or other kinds of little birds. And they had fallen from the trees or just were lying on the sidewalk, sick and dying. And he would take them in. And starlings are supposed to live maybe 2.5, like 3-4 years, the most. He would take them in and give them names, Myrtle and Aria, and he would feed them and treat them homeopathically. And they would live till they were 11, 12, 13, 14 years old. And I thought that story was kind of moving. And he'd call me up, Nancy, Myrtle died. Oh my God, I was holding her in my hands. And I would comfort him, but I just love his way of living. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nancy. It's beautiful when we're so sensitive that we know that the life that's, yeah, so beautiful. I see that Azul Cordoza is here. Cordoza. Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting a little bit of an echo here.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Thank you, Tami. Thank you. Hello. It's a pleasure to be here in this panel, and I'm very glad to share with you. So yes.
So Azul, I'm just going to introduce you quickly. So Azul works for the Animal Save movement, and she's a very, very active activist, and also Plant-Based Treaty. So she has a duo job in this. Do you have 2 devices on, Azul? No.
I just have one, but I have an issue with my No, why? Oh, sorry.
Okay, I'm just getting a lot of echoing, but that's okay. Oh, it's gone when I talk.
I think it's from you,
It's
Tammy.
better now?
From me? Okay. Well, there we go. It seems to have resolved whatever it was. So
Okay,
Azul,
perfect.
yeah, Azul is coming up and representing the Animal Save movement and Plant-Based Treaty, who did a 17-minute video for us, and we were wondering, so would you like us to share the video first, or would you like to share first? Because I know you want to share screen and talk a little bit about what you've been up to, maybe what you're going to be doing on Mother's Day weekend.
Yes, thank you so much, Tammy. Yeah, I will start by saying first, thank you so much for having me here today. It's really meaningful for us to come together around this moment, especially as we approach Mother's Day. And Mother's Day is not just a date for us; it's a unique opportunity because it's one of these few moments where society is already emotionally connected to the idea of motherhood, the idea of care, and also the bond between mothers and their babies that you highlight so good with the project, Tammy. And that gives us something very powerful, which is a chance to expand that circle of compassion. So at Animal Save Movement, we see this moment as a window of action, but not just awareness, but also action. So in that action can take many different forms, as you know, because of that, we are organizing a global event where right now more than 30 cities around the world are going to participate in. So some groups, some chapters are going to organize safe squares, creating powerful visual spaces that brings people face to face with the realities that animals experience in these industries. It's a powerful way to show through the screens in the street and having conversation with the people what is really happening behind this industry. And also we are going to do some performances, especially around the dairy industry and highlighting the separation between mothers and their babies in a way to connect deeply with the people. And of course, we do outreach, this kind of one-on-one conversations that can truly shift perspectives. And all these actions matters because they are not isolated, but they are part of a broader cultural shift that we are moving. So I want to also empathize something very important. You don't need to do something big or complex or, to take part. Sometimes we think activism has to be large scale or highly organized, but in reality, simple actions that are done with intention can be incredibly powerful. So what matters is to show up, to create that moment, and to start a conversation. So for this Mother's Day, in collaboration with you, our invitation is simply to take action in a way that feels that is possible for you and for your community, and make it visible and be part of this global movement. So I'm going to share screen a little bit. So to support that, we are also organizing a workshop focused on storytelling and action. And in this workshop, we're going to explore how to shape your message, how to connect emotionally with the actions, and how to design actions that resonate and inspire people. So that being said, I want to share a little bit of the performance that some of our chapters organize regarding the dairy industry. Let me check. I can share here. So you can have a better idea. Okay, share it here. Okay. I don't know if you can see. Everyone can see the.
Yes.
The screen. Okay, perfect. This is some presentation for the workshop that we're gonna have next week on Thursday is at 1 p.m. EST. We're gonna share the link also if anyone is interested in joining. So this is a kind of the performance that we do. Like, this is from Napoli Animal Safe, and these kind of performances are very powerful. So we want also highlight how you can organize these kind of things. We noticed that, for example, compared to other kind of actions, performances are with art and all the things that you can see here are something that people really connect to, and people really question themselves when they are like walking. You see these kind of scenes in the street, you are walking and you see this. It makes you reflect, it makes you question it, it makes you like at least have some curiosity on what is happening. So this is I'm showing like some of the images, because this is like slides that are related to the workshop, but these are some of the images of these events that happens in sorry. That we used to organize in some places, and these ones are particularly from Napoli's Animal Safe in Italy. So yeah, so that being said, I think I appreciate, I think I'm done. I appreciate very much the space and the collaboration that we have today with you. And to close, I want to say that this Mother's Day is not only about celebration, but it's an opportunity to reflect and to expand the compassion and to act, because each of us has a role to play, and together is when we make that impact visible. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Azul, for this. Oh, you're really, it's very hard to see you. You must have a lot of light behind you maybe, but that's okay. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. Are you going to stay for the short video that the Animal Save movement did and then answer a couple questions? Or I know you said you had a hard stop. And you had said there's you're going to have over 300 places globally that are going to do some activism for Mother's Day?
Yeah, right now it's 30 cities around the world. that are listed to have events. So, but we are, there are some other cities and chapters joining. So I think we're going to be around 50 or maybe more. And also with this workshop that we're organizing, it's open. It's not only for organizers, it's open for everyone, because we can do like something very little from something very complex, as I showed, like the performance, for example, which is not so complex, by the way. But so the idea is to get everyone involved in this in different meaningful ways. And this workshop is going to be open, so if you want to attend, if you want to invite someone, that's another way also to connect with how you can take action in an easy way this day.
Azul, it's difficult to see you, but I can hear you, so that's what matters, and we can hear you clearly. No, so if we are to provide a map and the information of who to contact in different cities, can that be sent to me so we can put it on the website? So
yeah,
that
sorry, I
people
turned
know...
off the light because
Oh no,
it was
that's
too
fine.
much. Yeah.
So people can see where, I know it's late there, so people can see where Animal Save, is it Animal Save Movement and Plant-Based Treaty are doing events around the world for Mother's Day, and join in if they live in that area. So would we be able to have access to that so people can join in?
Absolutely. Yeah, we can, like, we usually create a map and also a list of cities, and then we post it in our social media, so people can, as you say, they can see which cities are listed, and also they can, jump in if they want to organize something in their cities, if there's nothing there, but also they can join the cities that they already have some events. So we're definitely going to share that with you. Yeah, absolutely.
That's great. Does anyone have any questions for Azul? We have about a 20-minute video to show that the Animal Save Movement did for us, just a few interviews. But I'm wondering, we would have about 15 minutes for questions, just in case Azul can't stay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wanted to say hello to Azul. Azul, this is Allison in Lima.
Yes.
Mhm.
Hi, Alison.
Yeah, hi. Are you in charge of this program for Mother's Day?
Yes, I'm in charge of the campaigns and also for this global event. So, but we are also organizing with all the teams, and there are some, like, for example, Francesco from Napoli Animal Save is going to present in the workshop, and also Sebastian, which is expertise in storytelling, is going to be also joining us for the workshop.
Okay, amazing. Congratulations. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm organizing to work with Gopi at the Animal Sanctuary here in Lima for Mother's Day.
Right.
But it's something quite different than what you're organizing.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter, because any action counts, as I say. Like, it's very open to all the actions that are aligned with our values, of course, and that resonates you and adapts your community. Like, for example, we also have actions like we also have people doing screenings. We have also people going to sanctuaries.
Yeah.
So, or in partnership with the restaurants. There's multiple actions.
Yes, on the International Calf and Cow Mother's Day website, there are a number of tools, Mother's Day cards with mother bears and cubs, Mother's Day cards with mothers of many different species. There are coloring books in English and in Spanish with mothers and babies. So yeah, I'm planning to do something at the sanctuary here using those tools and doing a 2-day
That's
event
amazing.
for mothers and families.
Yeah, I think that's amazing. And we're gonna also keep sharing the resources that you that you made are amazing, by the way, because they are very helpful for the all kind of actions. So thanks for bringing that up, Alison.
Thank you. And while we're seeing if there's any more questions before we play the video, how long have you been an activist, Asua?
For 10 years now, yeah.
And what got you into activism?
Well, I became vegan 10 years ago, a little bit more of 10 years. And then when I became vegan at the same moment I started with activism. Because there was no, at the time I used to live in Colombia and there was no vegan activism. So I saw that there was very needed to, have the message in the streets and like doing something there in the city where I used to live. So yeah, that makes me wanted to start.
Thank you so much. Are you in Ecuador right now?
And I used to live in Colombia, but now I'm based in Uruguay.
Oh, Uruguay. Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any more questions. Oh, Nancy just raised her hand. And thank you, Nancy. Go ahead.
Hi. Whoops, I guess. Thank you so much. That's lovely. We do some of that in New York City, a lot of those kind of props, and it's very powerful. I'm wondering if I could introduce just the idea of how wonderful it is to choose Mother's Day and spread awareness to other species, and connecting to that, the idea of intersectionality. May Day is coming up, and that's, some people have prepared to go on a general strike or to organize general strikes as showing the power of the people. And I use all of these to hand out leaflets about going plant-based, going vegan, having compassion for animals, and uniting the struggles, because the slaughterhouse workers are Black, female, and immigrant labor. And they're the most oppressed, most exploited, and most injured and killed on the job. So just offering that people can make connections through all these different ways, and then understand with the compassion of to animals. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. Thank you. And part of this Mother's Day campaign is to bring awareness to the mothers and babies of all species and their homes. And so thank you for being such an incredible activist, Asul, and for being here today. And thank you to Animal Save Movement, who did a video for us, and we will play that now. Thank you.
Thank Mother's Day started as a call to honor the sacred bond between a mother and her child. Julia Ward Howe believed mothers had a moral responsibility to protect the future. In 1870, she called for a Mother's Day for peace and asked mothers to rise together and say no to violence, no to the taking of life in war. International Calf and Cow Mother's Day is about fully realizing that spirit only partially manifested a century and a half ago. For if we are to truly honor motherhood, we cannot stop at our own species. We are therefore relaunching Mother's Day and widening our circle of compassion to include the protection of all mothers and their babies.
And this happened in February 2016, and I had a dream. And in the dream, I'm flying through the sky, and I look down, I see this really beautiful, bright green pasture. And there was this cow, and she was absolutely gorgeous. And when we looked at each other, something froze. and our eyes locked. I merged consciousness with the cow, and I was the cow. I experienced an entire lifetime as a cow. I gave birth, I had children, I mated, I had community, and most importantly, my capacity for love was stronger than the human version of me. And when I came out of the dream, I was crying uncontrollably because I'm like, oh my God, cows love their children and we eat them. I was just completely stunned by what I had experienced. And while I'm fully awake as Gwenna, laying in my bed, but sitting up, this really warm sensation appeared right over my heart. It was almost tangible, but it had a tingle and a beauty to the warmth. Like it was alive, and it felt like a heater, but it was loving, and something telepathically said, put your hands on it. And so when I put my hand in that space, I was enveloped in basically what I consider to be paralyzed with complete peace. It was quiet. It was unconditional. It was loving. There were no adverse thoughts. There was no negativity. It was just pure existence. And it was peaceful, and it felt so good. I could have died. So after I came out of it, I was still slightly enveloped in what felt like this tingly, warm love, like all over my body. And I felt like the cow gave me a piece of her to let me know, yeah, this is real. So I'm sitting there contemplating. I'm like, okay, so if cows love, that means chickens love, and pigs love, and ducks love. And oh my God, this is a horror movie. We're eating bodies of our friends, of our family members. It was literally an awakening. And so I'm just like contemplating all this information. I'm just like, oh my God, because even though I wasn't eating the flesh of animals, I didn't care if anyone else did. For me, it was just a dietary choice because sometime that week, I'm scrolling on Facebook and I see this video by Erin Janis called Dairy is Effing Scary. And it's a 5-minute video. She shows you how we actually get our factory farm milk from animals. And I'm watching this and I'm horrified because I had no idea as a 40-something-year-old woman, thinking that you still sit on the, stoop and milk the cow and milk her udders. And she says, ooh, because that's what she's programmed to do. And I'm seeing her have these metal machines hooked up to her body. I didn't know that they're pregnant for, nearly 9 months, just like human mothers. And I see the man carrying her child away in a cart and her chasing after her child. And I'm like, oh my God, the awareness. And I'm seeing all this now, knowing that they have the same consciousness and capacity of love for us. And I'm watching this. I'm like, wait a minute. This is the exact same blueprint that was used for slavery. You can do what you want with their children, do what you want with their bodies. They were put here for you. They don't feel pain the same. Doing what you want with their reproductive systems, their bodies, taking advantage of them is the same exact blueprint. It's just being done on animals.
One day I was breastfeeding my second daughter, and while breastfeeding her, some milk came on my hand. I wasn't pumping the milk that time, so I had never seen human milk before. So as soon as I just saw that drop of milk on my hand, something just struck me, and I was like, oh my God, this looks like the milk sitting in my kitchen. And I just happened to look up, and I thought there was a big cow in front of me. And as if that cow was telling me, like, how will you feel now if your child is taken away from your hands? And I was holding my daughter, right, while feeding. And I literally felt as if this conversation started between that other mother and me. And how will you feel if, your child is forcefully taken away from you and your milk is used to for some other species? And this entire dialogue just started in my head. And that moment hit me so hard that became my trigger point to decide that, I am going to be vegan for life now, instantly created that connection as a mother with another mother. What the connection was about motherhood. And motherhood is the same in every species. Making that connection with the mother is very important. Many times in India, and I was one of them who believed that this entire dairy industry, what is happening is in the West, it's not happening in India. But the process over the years have changed. It's not like how it used to be in olden days where the cows were kept in the backyard. They were kept like family members. It's entirely changed. There's artificial insemination. There are multiple other things which are completely cruel, right? And when a cow is milked in that state of trauma, when she's emotionally disturbed, because every time her child is separated from her, I'll use the word like child and mother and father and son, because there's no difference between them and us. Like if you leave them alone, they will live like a family like us. But we don't. We dominate their life. We dictate their lives. We decide when they'll be born, how they'll live, how long they'll live, will they be together, not be together. So every time you're separating the child from the mother, they undergo the same emotional trauma that we undergo. So imagine here the mother is seeing the child pulled away from her. And she's intelligent. She knows what's going to happen to the child. And the child never comes back to her. Because if it's a son, it's sent for slaughter. And she knows the child is sent for slaughter. And she cries for the child for months and for months. And during these months while she's crying for the child, she's being milked. Imagine what kind of emotions are going through in that milk. There's so much emotional trauma. There's so much mental torture. There's so much tension and stress. That milk is not coming with love. The fact that we are told, marketing tells us that this is coming through. This is mother's love. It's the cows giving this milk with a lot of love to us. That's not true.
It was a baby orca that had died, and the mother carried the calf for I think 18 days, and then finally let it go. But it was 18 days that she'd carried that calf with her, and it was like recorded every single day. People were watching this, and so it was there was an incredible bond between that mother and that calf.
How old was the calf when it passed?
It died at birth, actually. Whales, of course, have a longer gestation period than humans, and they only give birth to one at a time, and so there's very slow reproduction. The babies are actually very much cherished by and cared for the entire pod, not just the mother. So at that time, the pod was also following the mother and with her. Orca is a very matriarchal society, so it's a female-dominated society too. The strongest bond I've ever seen in the animal world was with harp seals, the mother harp seals, because the sealers say that they flee and leave their baby behind, but no, what they were actually doing was trying to get the hunter to chase them and not go after the baby, because the babies are snow white and they depend upon their camouflage to protect them, so that's why the mothers would flee. But then they would attack the baby, and then the mother would come back and then attack the sealers. And I've seen female seals that would stay with the dead body of the pup, already skinned and bleeding on the ice, would stay with that body for days before leaving. Every year we kill 100 billion animals on factory farms, 100 billion. And also, it's one of the biggest problems of destruction of life in the ocean, because 40% of all of the fish that's caught in the ocean is rendered into fish meal to be fed to pigs and chickens. Chickens are eating more fish than all the seabirds in the ocean. 100 billion animals were being killed every single year all across the planet. It's an unbelievable number, and for the most part, it's out of sight and it's out of mind. And that number doesn't include the fishes. And people don't really understand it. It's a world out of balance. To the animal world, every human being is a Nazi. From their point of view, that's exactly what we are. We're a monstrous species. Our big challenge is to end all of that. It's the understanding that you're part of everything, and you don't really have to see the differences between yourself and this other species or this species. They're just part of everything. And that means you have to have affection for and concern for and compassion for all other living things, no matter what.
You can think of the mother-child bond as being much, much older than humanity, right? So it certainly does not begin with humans. It's far older than that. We have inherited that bond from other mammals, right? Mammals emerged about 200 million years ago. The defining feature of mammals, lactation, is in and of itself a maternal innovation. When we think about the importance of mother milk, containing nutrients, immune protection for the new baby, hormonal signals, and microbiome seeding bacteria, it becomes so clear how essential mother's milk is. And through lactation, the mother actually also regulates her baby's development, the immune system, and literally survival. So this is just to say the mother's milk is not simply nutrition. You can think of milk as a promise to take care, to trust, to learn, to be protected, and just to get a good start in life. I mean, we always like to think of wild animals as free, but in the end, they are never free. There is spring bear hunt that starts in April, which is exactly the time when bears come out of their dens. The mother bears come out of the dens with their little ones, who by then are maybe a couple of months old. And the cubs are incapable of defending for themselves. In general, chances for survival for these cubs depends on the age and the health of the cubs, and also of the time of the year that they might become orphans. So, for example, bear cubs orphaned in the spring, summer, during the spring bear hunt, for example, when the mother gets shot, these orphans may have a better chance of survival since there's more food available than cubs who become orphaned in the fall, when we have the fall bear hunt. With wolves and coyotes, the situation is a little bit different because unlike bears, we just talked about, these animals are social animals, right? So they live in groups and families called packs. I'm talking about wolves. And that social structure can sometimes buffer the loss of the mother, but only under certain conditions, right? So in general, orphaned wolf pups and also coyote pups often die when their mother is killed, especially when they're newborn or very young. If you think about how vulnerable, again, the newborns are, in wolves, the pups are blind for the first 2 weeks, 10 to 14 days. They are, again, unable to keep themselves warm, so they depend on the mother. They are unable to travel yet or feed independently. She nurses the pups for about 5 to 8 weeks. She protects the pups from predators, right? So during that stage, when the mother dies, the pups cannot survive. Even if the father survives, obviously he cannot nurse the pups. Or if other family members cannot compensate for the loss of the mother, then they die within days or weeks. After 3 to 4 months only, survival is possible, but only if the family stays alive and intact. Only when the pups are about 7 months or older can survive. This here also shows not only the importance of the mother for the newborn, for the pups, shows the importance of that mother-child bond, but we also know that mothers are essential for the stability of the family, right? So that means when mothers are killed, often the entire family collapses and they dissolve, which in turn increases mortality for the pups. It's always a total disaster when the mother wolf or mother coyote or any animal mother is killed. There are other models out there, right, to model our relationship with other animals, whether with domestic animals or wild animals. In my field, there is a new or different model that's called compassionate conservation, which is an international movement with a goal to bring compassion for individual animals into conservation decision making and to shift conservation from that lethal model to compassionate practices that honor the intrinsic value and the rights of animal species and individual animals.
Get involved in Mother's Day by joining International Calf and Cow Mother's Day each year.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Animal Save Movement and Plant-Based Treaty. And Anita offering to bring this forward. I think it's the beginning of a video for a documentary that will be done by next year. Thank you. Any questions or comments? I noticed that some of the voices didn't sync, but it does all sync. It's just that I think that Agnes asked us to download it first so that everything would sync. And so just to let everyone know, this resource will be available. We'll put it on YouTube, so there will be a YouTube link. So we'll download it first. And it'll be another resource on our website, Calf and Cow, for you to use for International Calf and Cow Mother's Day. And if there's no comments or questions, there's one short 6-minute video that's another resource, the very first video that Ray did for International Calf and Cow Mother's Day we would like to share. Which Azul might be a good tool also for the Animal Save movement, because it's short and people say it's actually had a nice, like a powerful impact for a lot of different people. Do we have that on hand, Shankar? I think we do, don't we? Here we go. Good job.
Yeah.
Thanks. Great.
In the early morning quiet, when the fields are breathing slow, there's a mother calling softly for the child she came to know. We took her milk, we took her baby, called it custom, called it need. But the earth remembers every bond we break to feed our greed. Bring the cows back to their mothers, bring the milk back to the young. Let no baby be taken before their life's begun. Bring them home to their homes, let their bodies tell the truth. What was made for loving was never ours to use. She knows him by his breathing, by the sound beneath his cry, by the way the dawn is shining in his dark and liquid eyes. This is more than instinct speaking, more than nature's simple way. This is a love that crosses species, older than the word away. Bring the cows back to their mothers. Let the circle still be whole. What is taken breaks the planet. What is love restores the soul. Bring them home to their mothers. Let compassion be our guide. Every child beside their mother. Every mother with her child. I have walked where moose give birth, where the cows lay down to calf. Placenta on the forest floor, a boundary sacred, roar and vast. I did not belong inside that circle, and she let me know it true. She ushered me back from the forest, from her home, where she belonged. Back to their mothers, honor where the birth blood lies. There are laws older than markets written in the mother's eyes.
This last year, the krill fishery took 650,000 metric tons out of the Southern Ocean. And this is literally taking the food out of the mouths of whales and penguins, seabirds and seals. These species are being severely impacted by the greed of the krill fishery.
Where the great blue mothers roam, there are calves beneath the surface, learning oceans as their home. We reach deep for tiny bodies, scoop the krill from living seas. But that food was made for mothers and the young they hold and feed. Leave the krill for ocean mothers, leave the seas to feed their young. Let the whales and gentle giants raise their babies strong and sound. Bring them home to their mothers, land and ocean, hoof and fin. When we stop what's not ours to take, the healing can begin. We are waking from a long divided dream, where we fed on domination and called violence routine. Now a wider love is moving through our hands and what we choose. Every meal a sacred promise that no mother has to lose. Beloved, stand beside me with your feet upon the ground. Let our lives be living answers. Let protection make it sound. This is how the world turns gentle. This is how the old ways end. When we choose the mother-child bond again and again and again. Bring the cows back to their mothers. Let the mothers keep their.
It's a tiny bit less than 80 acres. I have Jersey cows, Holstein cows, a yak.
She estimates she's rescued about 158 cows.
And most cows don't get to live like this. It makes me happy.
TAC writer says she got to know cows working at a dairy farm in 1976.
The cows were just wonderful, and when they stopped making milk, they got slaughtered.
She decided to create the sanctuary after tragedy struck.
Huge storm, and I found all these dead cows in the field. The first cows I had were the 6 babies that survived the lightning storm.
She wrote a children's book about that experience, with proceeds benefiting the nonprofit, which she runs herself.
We feel entitled to artificially inseminate a cow, and when she gives birth, we steal her baby, even though her cries of anguish are unmistakable.
Thank you. Come on up, Paige.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Azul.
Hi, Paige. So good to see you.
You too. I just wanted to talk about what we're doing here in Los Angeles. And we have a beautiful action planned on May 9th, Saturday. LA Animal Save, Animal Alliance Network, and In Defense of Animals. We are going to be doing a beautiful event called Save the Babies. We're going to be focusing on the calves, the boys and girls that get stolen from their mother, the girls that get put into the system to become the nursing maids for ice cream and milk and so forth. So we're going to be doing that. If anybody's listening from Los Angeles who'd like to get involved, you can reach out on LA Animal Save on Instagram, or you can reach out through the International Calf and Cow Mother's Days, because we're going to be putting our event there as well as through Animal Save Movement. So you can catch us. It'll be in Hollywood. Hollywood Boulevard is a very busy, active, and very progressive space. And because this is going to be a very visual event with lots of eyeballs watching, we've done multiple events there already. It's been very, very powerful. A lot of people take pictures and we never see where they go, but we know it becomes an international sensation when we do an action there in Hollywood, on Hollywood Boulevard, the iconic Hollywood Boulevard. So I just want to say, I invite anyone out there to have any sort of event during that weekend, and to register your event, because we're showing what a global movement we have created here with Animal Safe Movement, climate healers, and so forth. It could be as simple as meeting people for coffee and everybody, vegan, non-vegan, are choosing oat milk. And then you can talk about why that's so important to doing a massive action in your city, like in Los Angeles, what we're doing in Hollywood. So thanks, everyone. Nice to see you. What a beautiful, beautiful weekend that we've had here. And thank you to all the organizers. And it's not over. We still have more to come. Thank you, Azul. Oh, this is what I did want to ask you, Azul. So because we have several aspects, it looks like, of ways people can register their events, and I think this is for you, Tammy, as well. If we register our event through International Calf and Cow, will that also automatically be included in Animal Save? Or do we sign up for both and have both registered? That's the question.
Yeah, I think we're just going to have... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Azul.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
Well, I would like to connect them both. I don't know if we have that capability before Mother's Day this year, and that might be something in the future. But I would do both, just so that we have on our website everything that Animal Saves is doing and Plant-Based Treaty, that people can join, and that maybe some contact numbers, Azul, for those, or like contact emails, or is there a group database? We can talk about that later. But also to host an event on Calf and Cow too, so we can have that also on our website. Yeah. So we might have one window that's showing Animal Save Movement, and when they go on there, there will be a list of all the different things that Animal Save has sent us. I'm not a website designer, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Terrific. Thanks so much. Love you all.
Go ahead, Azul, you're going to say something?
No, I just want to say that, yeah, of course, we have to be in coordination with that. So you can show it in your website, and also we are highlighting it in our social media and website too. So we for now we have a spreadsheet. That's a method that we usually use with the chapters, and so everyone register and other contacts and so. And we can share that with you, and you can add it to the website, and also we can if you can send us the ones that are registered, we can add it there if you want.
Great. Anything else? Do we have any questions or comments for Azul before she leaves us in 5 minutes, or stays to watch the last two presentations, whatever she needs?
I would like to ask Azul where the 30 cities are.
Thank you, Alison. Let me check. I have a spreadsheet here. So we have a good presence from Latin America, as you know. We are based here, YouTube. So we have like in Latin America, we have several cities like we have Colombia, Mexico, different cities in Mexico and Colombia and Argentina, in Uruguay, in Peru, and then we have also in Europe, we have in Italy, in Spain, Portugal, we have in MENA, in Turkey, in Europe, Czech Republic. Then we have in Oceania, New Zealand, and yeah, I think that's it for now. Like we have also Canada, but it's not listed here, but in North America representation.
Whereabouts in Canada?
Yes, we have Canada, and then we have Paige. As Paige is not in the spreadsheet, but I already shared with her. And we have U.S., California, LA, and also Canada in Toronto.
Toronto. Great. Thank you.
Willow has her hand up.
Yeah. Thanks. Awesome.
Oh, hola, Azul, le habla Rosana, yo soy del Paraguay. Y
Hola, ¿qué tal,
I
Rosana? Mucho gusto.
Igualmente. I wanted to know if you had any contacts in Paraguay.
Yes, you know, we used to have a chapter there. We used to have an organizer, but now she's not so active right now. So yeah, if you have any contact, that would be amazing. Like, it's very welcome.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing.
Willow, I can put you in touch with Azul.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you, Alison.
Gracias.
Thank you, Rosana.
Well, thank you very much, Azul, and thank you, everyone. Oh, did you have a question, Rebecca? Yep, Rebecca has a question.
Well, I just wonder, hello, Azul. Thank you for all the work you're doing. And I wonder how you're being received, and do you keep track of feedback or anything from like some of the, well, I don't know what you call them, demonstrations that you do?
Thank you, Rebecca, for the question. Yes, we developed a platform which is like a QR code and a landing page. So you have this QR code where people scan about the event, for example, and then that lets people to the landing page where they can see, for example, these videos or documentaries. And then we know how much we know from there. We know like we have some data on how many minutes people watch this, and then we'll have like some pop-up questions, so we know that after the conversation that we have or after the minutes that they watch the video in the street or maybe like in the landing page, or after that what's their thoughts on, for example, you know, it could be like a question like, are you willing to, you know, replace, or are you willing to buy more plant-based milks, or it could be like different questions, and we're gonna use that for the actions.
I see. That sounds wonderful. Now, what I was picturing was those women that came on the screen that had the funnels and the foil. And so are you saying that once people, is that some of the actions that you do, and then you talk to them and then show them, okay, if you want to talk more, use the QR code and learn more? Or is it in any action or just some of the actions that you use that survey?
Yes, no, we are starting to use that. From the past year, we started with that because it's more accurate and it provides us more data from our interactions with the public during the street activism. So we use it in we are using it in almost all the actions. Like we are implementing it and adapting it for all the different campaigns. But yes, what we do is usually like people when you have a performance, or let's say you are in a set square, which is a demonstration with the screens. The people that stop to see the screen and start the conversation. You ask if they want to, scan the QR code and know more, or also because it also help us with our activism. So they usually scan it and then they answer the questions, or they watch the video, or they do like at least one or two actions that we are asking in the landing page.
Wow, I would love to see that. And I bet a lot of people would. So maybe they need to go to an event and sign up and say, yeah. But anyway, is that across the board for the Save movement that they have that? So like in LA and wherever they are?
Yes, I mean it's something that we are using at a global level. So so you just, if you want to use it, also you just can have like the QR code and then just print it in your action, or if you're going to a festival or a vegan fair, or you have like an information table, you can have the QR code and get people to scan the QR code and have more information.
Thank you. That's fantastic work. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question.
Thank you so very much. We are going to get ready for our next guest. Azul, thank you for all the work that you do, for all the love that you show towards mothers and babies of all species, and showing that motherhood does not only exist in humans. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the amazing work that you're doing and the inspiring work. And we are very, very happy to be part of this collaboration. And yes, this is gonna be amazing. Thanks to you all. So see you on May 10 in the streets, and let's keep working for this to have a huge impact. Bye, everyone.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to bring Ray Kowalczyk up here to introduce Dolly, because he has known Dolly very intimately in this film Land of Ahimsa and has taken some clips from it. So take it away, Ray.
Ray, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not getting volume. I'm on the iPad talking to you. On my computer is my presentation. I'm not getting volume there.
Okay, you're live on the system, right, on Zoom right now.
Hey, Ray, can you?
Oh, let's turn this
We
off.
can hear you though. Can you not hear us?
Okay, we're gonna see what happens.
Yeah, can you hear me, Ray?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sounds good.
Yeah, I can't hear you all.
Oh no. I'll keep talking just so in case you can get it to connect. Still talking. The Land of Ahimsa. Feature documentary.
He's talking.
2022.
Oh no.
I still not able to hear me?
Okay. Ray.
Yeah.
So I can hear you. My iPad is open, but I need to be on the computer. My presentation's on the computer, and we can't hear anything.
I can hear
I mean, they can hear us, but we can't hear them, right, Leah?
Maybe they should restart their computer.
Yeah, do you want to try a restart and reconnect with Zoom?
Yeah, I can see you with the t-shirt that says dairy is not Ahimsa.
Do you have something on your computer, Dolly, that's going to play, or is it your voice that we need to hear? Because we can hear your voice.
Yeah, so on my iPad, I can see everybody clearly, but my presentation is on the computer. I need to use the computer.
Well,
and there's a Dolly 2 almost, like Dolly Viaz Ahuja 2 with no picture.
let's bring them on screen then, like that. Let's see. Can you bring?
Well, I'm gonna try restarting my computer.
Yeah, restart.
Right next to CH Tech.
I've got the section of the video from the India through the Ahimsa section. Do you want me to play that while you're working through this?
No, they'll need
I'll
to
give you
talk.
7 minutes to reboot and so forth.
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
Well, then I'll take the iPad into another room because I can watch it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're staying connected, so I might as well just introduce you right now. I'm Ray Kowalczyk. I'm with the with Climate Healers, but I've had the opportunity and privilege to work on a feature documentary, The Land of Ahimsa, with Dolly Viaz-Ahuja and Mayur Ahuja, they're both the producers of the film. And they had been working on it for a few years before I became involved in the post-production process. And we started as strangers, but by the end, which I think the post-production process took like a year, we were calling each other bro and sis. So
That's right.
It wasn't how we were put in the credits, but it was a long process and a very intensive process entirely done through the internet. I still haven't met Dolly in real life. It seems strange to think that's the case. But she's met Kelly because Kelly came to Houston last year.
Right. That's right.
So it's been a labor of love that I managed to be there at least at the end part of it. And the interview started years earlier. And at one point, I counted all the interviews. There's over 50 interviews in the documentary. So that's a ton of work and a lot of people that have been involved in the process. We had a session yesterday where we had Maggie Stensholt, who's the illustrator for the various sections of the documentary, completing the style set initially by the animators. We're in Los Angeles. Maggie's in Norway. I'm in Toronto. Dolly is in Houston. Sailesh Rao is one of the executive producers, and he's in Phoenix. And the sound engineer in Los Angeles, and the animators sound engineer was in San Francisco. And of course, the director and crew in India. So it's a very international affair. And it has won many awards. It did the festival circuit and earned many laurels at various festivals, including Best Pictures, and even got a nomination for Best Editor. I was pretty excited about that. So as you set up to give your presentation, I'll show a scene from later in the film that fits really well with the theme of this conference, and we'll connect back with you in a few minutes. It's about 7 minutes long. Unless actually, Dolly, it sounds like Mayur is setting things up. Did you want to talk a little bit about the film?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so The Land of Ahimsa, of course, is about my overnight transformation to veganism. I go back to my motherland of India. It's about how animal agriculture is responsible about how we're treating the animals. And it's about our planet. It's about our health. We got to interview some amazing people, like Ray said, like activists and athletes and vegan entrepreneurs and sanctuaries and the most amazing people I've met in America and in India. And yeah, please do take a look at this little clip that Ray has.
When India drops dairy, India will become the dominant world power, because whichever culture, whichever society, whichever economy goes truly plant-based will dominate the world, because that's exactly what needs to happen for the planet to survive. And India is already halfway there, because India shuns meat in general, historically, traditionally. So if they just kick the dairy, India will emerge as the leading world power.
India in particular is in this very unique situation. India is one of the largest economies in the world. I think it's 4th or 5th economy in the world. It has one of the world's largest populations as well. So what Indians decide to do will shape the whole world. People follow what India does. It's a spiritual center of the whole world. So I think Indians realizing the power that they have, the potential that they have, and the responsibility they have is a really powerful, amazing thing. And so I'm really excited for the whole world, because I see India waking up to this information. I see that more than any other culture in the world, India is primed to hear this message because of this deep history with Ahimsa, with nonviolence, with the Sacred Mother, with the veneration for the beauty and innocence of other animals. So I'm really excited for the future and what's to come. Throughout human history and politics, we kind of see this pendulum swing. We go from ice age to warm spells. We see if the government goes far right, it swings to far left. And I see India doing the same thing with diet. A historically vegetarian society has swung towards eating more meat in the last 50 years. But I see it's going to swing the other way. It's going to bypass vegetarianism. It's going to go full vegan. That's the exciting thing. If we can keep that pendulum swinging towards compassion. I think that, again, you have a history and a foundation of ahimsa, of nonviolence, of doing no harm. That's perfect. That's veganism.
If we just eliminated the animal products, we could live in a world of abundance. We could reforest the earth. We could then sequester the carbon. We could then combat climate change. We could also feed starving children. We could really have a land of peace, a land of ahimsa. We just need to make this one simple change, and we can do it.
So in fact, I call this transformation that's happening, the transformation going from a Homo sapiens to Homo ahimsa. Because Homo sapiens is the name that we have given ourselves, which is actually kind of arrogant because we call ourselves sapiens, which means wise. You will never see a wise person going around saying, I'm wise. Wisdom always comes with humility. So as a species, the Homo sapiens name has to go if we are to survive. You'll be known as Homo ahimsa.
Ahimsa, the most meaningful word ever written. And this word originated from our country, our motherland of India. This word means non-violence to all living beings in everything we think, say, and do.
The real ahimsa starts at our tongue. That starts from there. Once the train starts from the tongue, the demand for these products is there. Then to say the government should ban Go Hatya, this is not the answer. Once the train heads out from the tongue, you cannot stop it.
Ahimsa, non-violence to any living being. It is a beautiful word, not because it describes our nationality, our politics, our religion, our diet, or our lifestyle, but because it describes our character.
Ahimsa is a core philosophy of Hinduism.
The word ahimsa, it started in India.
Another word for ahimsa is caring, kindness, love, mercy, protectiveness.
Any life form, humans and non-human, not to kill them, not to harm them, not to oppress them, not to enslave them, not to slaughter them.
Ahimsa is actually a language of every heart.
Ahimsa is core spirituality and therefore authentic veganism.
This should be the first country to go vegan, because I felt like everybody I met had ahimsa sewn in their genes. Everybody I met was kind. Everybody I met was sweet. They say it with each other. You could see the young men being nice to each other. Like, there wasn't the attitude a lot of times you see in the United States.
Without Ahimsa, we are predators. Brutish, boorish bullies.
The land of Ahimsa, in my world, is a land where all beings are free.
The way to get back to Ahimsa is to stop doing harm to animals.
Our land is a land of non-violence, land of Buddha, land of Gandhi. We stressed that, we don't want to harm anyone. So why do we want to eat a diet that harms us, harms the animals, harms the environment, harms our family members?
Animal use is animal abuse.
Violence we must stop.
Ahimsa is the act of compassion and kindness, not just non-violence. So when you stop at non-violence, it doesn't make you compassionate and kind. In Hindi, we have a beautiful word, karuna, being able to feel anguish when someone else feels anguish.
Each and every individual in this world has the opportunity to vote 3 times a day by what they put in their mouth.
This is the way where we all live together with love and harmony with all beings on this planet.
And we are a country who has a great culture. We have our values. And if we show ahimsa towards animals, towards our fellow human beings, towards our environment, we can make this world a beautiful place to live in.
We are now transitioning from a predator species to a caretaker species.
It is time for India to reclaim her spiritual land of Ahimsa, that beautiful place where all living beings meet in compassion.
In every country and joining together, it's like Game of Thrones. We all have to come together. We all have to drop these illusory differences and come together to fight the greatest fight, and to be true warriors of the heart. Yeah, I really believe in India, and I love the Indians, and I know that we can do this.
India has religiosity in its soil. You cannot talk to the Indian people in a language of ideology. Indians won't listen to ideology, but Indians will listen to the language of love, compassion, spirituality.
Just go back to our roots, and that's how we can make India a land of ahimsa again.
Okay. Ray, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So Moya tried to do it again, and they're still not getting volume.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, trying it again.
Okay, Ray, can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you. It was a little bit muffled.
Do you have three devices named the same thing?
Can they hear us, Mayor?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, okay.
Do you need to share a screen?
Yep.
I need to know which one is which. I'll label them 1, 2, and 3 so we can tell, or at least 1 and 2. And then I'll know which one to label to let share screen. Change. Okay, so which one do you want to be on there?
The one with the 1 after it.
Okay, I'm going to make you a co-host. Okay.
That's the one that's spotlighted right now.
Okay, let me open up the presentation.
Looking
Sorry,
good.
everybody.
We're only 15 minutes in and we watched 7 minutes of a video, so.
Good.
Okay, yeah, so now,
there it is.
As I'm talking, yeah. Okay, great. Now, I can make it quicker. Just let me know at the end, Ali, you got 5 more minutes or something.
Can everybody see the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So, Moira, can you stay here with me? Hi, everybody. It's an honor to speak today at VCOP25, honoring the Calf and Cow Mother's Day. Now, on Mother's Day, what do we think about the most? Our mothers, right? Our grandmothers, our aunts, our sisters. But I am here today to talk about the most oppressed, the most forgotten mother of them all, Mother Cow. Now, did you know cows' emotions are closest to human beings because they have a powerful relationship with their babies. They have a maternal bond and are very attentive and protective of their babies. The mother-child bond continues after weaning, and mother and their children remain close for life. Cows are very loving and welcome interactions with kind people. Even cows that have been abused and mistreated in the past can heal over time, forgive, and learn to trust people again. So Moira, where is my picture in the presentation? Can you see my face as I'm talking?
Yes.
Okay, good. So today I want to talk about why dairy is not ahimsa. For the people who don't know what ahimsa means, but by now it's I'm sure everybody knows, but it means non-violence in everything we think, say, and do, not just to human beings, but all beings. So number 1, there's forced pregnancies, which I'm going to talk to you about in a minute. Number 2, the male calf can be killed for veal. And in India, where I come from, many times the farmer will put the male cow on the street, the male calf. They're hungry, they're eating plastic, they might get run over by a car. Other times we're using them for soft leather. They will also kill that baby calf and stuff it and put it next to the mother so she will produce milk. And of course, we might be using them for their flesh. Number 3, the female cows will be slaughtered at the tender age of 5 or 6. That means we're getting these cows pregnant at a very young age. It's like babies are having babies. Now, a dairy cow can live up to 20 to 25 years. A dairy cow carries her baby for 9 months, just like us. Cows only produce milk after giving birth to a baby. This is called lactation milk, just like our breast milk. So just like us. She only produces milk for the sole purpose of feeding and nourishing her young, just like us. They want to bond with their baby immediately, just like us. Now, cows don't just make milk like most people think. What's behind this white glory when we go to the grocery store and we buy a gallon of milk or we buy ice cream or cheese? We really don't think about all the cruelty that went behind it. And the greatest injustice is many times the baby calf will not get a drop of her mother's milk because us humans want it. Now, first, the cow is artificially inseminated with a device called a rape rack. That's right. This is the medical term the dairy industry uses to inseminate a cow. The cow is restrained and semen is inserted through a crude procedure that involves a farmer inserting one arm up into the elbow through the cow's rectum in her private area into the uterus without any painkillers. Now, if this was done to a human, we would call it rape. But because it's done to a cow, it's called artificial insemination. This is injustice, violation, domination, oppression, and it is morally unacceptable. Now, to do the artificial insemination, we need semen. And this is also a demeaning and a violent act. We use a device called an electroejaculator to collect the semen. And when the bull can no longer produce semen, the bull will go to slaughter. So just imagine the male bull is being raped, mother cow is being raped, all because we want milk. Now, on dairy farms, baby cows are torn away from their mother immediately or within hours of birth, just so humans can drink the milk that nature intended for her calf. So let me give you an example. Let's say we just had our baby at the hospital and someone comes in there and snatches that baby, even before the doctor could bring the baby to our chest and hear a heartbeat for the first time. And imagine if this happened to you over and over again. A dairy cow will lose her baby approximately 4 to 7 times, which causes an extreme distress and anxiety, and it takes an enormous emotional toll on the mother. Now, I know all of you have probably seen videos where the mother just has a baby and a worker comes in there with the wheelbarrow and takes the baby away. And the mother is just so heartbroken. She doesn't know what's going on. Why did you take my baby? Why is this happening to me? The baby's cold. The baby's confused. It's so hard to watch. Or, when we see the baby put into a truck in a crate and mother cows were running behind that car and she's running until she can't run anymore. And it's so devastating to watch. I mean, if this happened to us, we'd be suicidal. A mother cow will bellow for months for her baby. It's the most excruciating sound you'll ever hear. And, Renee King-Sonnen knows exactly what those sounds are like. Male calves will be sold for veal. And without the dairy industry, the veal industry would not exist. Females will endure the same life cycle as slavery as their mothers. Now, as a mother and a female, we can empathize what the mother cow must be going through. And today, with all the mothers and females that are watching, we can understand. Women are fundamental to life. Mother Earth is the female, the feminine, the divine. And without her, we don't have seed. Females carry life. And without her, there is no life. The dairy industry is at the core of the deepest betrayal of motherhood and the female body. And I'll tell you why. We're using her for this one reason, for her reproductive cycle. And because she's a female, we're exploiting her. But mother cow is not a milking machine. She's a sentient being. Let all mothers nurture their young without fear, slaughter, or mistreatment. It's time to take a stand against cruelty to female species and all species. And I love this quote by Dr. Will Tuttle. How could it ever be our purpose to rob another living being of his or her purpose? Oh, it's such beautifully said. And now I'm going to share with you, I have to get off of this in 1 second. I'd like to share a musical that I saw on BBC where a woman in London dresses up as a cow and she sings this beautiful opera song through the cow's perspective. So, of course, I'm not going to sing it, but I'd like to say it. But I need to get off my presentation so I can show you this poster board. Please bear with me. Okay, here we go. All right, everybody. So this is Mother Cow Daisy. Isn't she so beautiful? But you can see there's a sadness in her eyes. So through Mother Cow Daisy, I held my young for 9 months, just like you, with hours of labor. So excited to see my little boy, my little boy. All I wanted to do is lick him clean and help him stand up. Where have you taken my baby? Where is my baby? He needs his mother too. You must see the pain in my eyes. Tell me he's still alive. Stop making me pregnant. Why molest the milk? Why molest me for the milk that you don't need? Stop making me pregnant. Why strap tubes to my udders that my baby needs? I'm not a machine. I'm a mother. My udders, they bleed. It's my blood in your milk. my pus in your milk, because it's not your milk. It's my baby's milk. What kind of animal rapes for milk? Oh no, here comes that bad worker man. He's gonna molest me all over again. Let me die. Please, just let me die. Okay. All right, can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
And your
so I know that
presentation
was very that was really, really difficult to listen to. When I first heard it, I had goosebumps, I was crying. But we have to see it through the eyes of the victim. That is the only way we're going to understand what they're going through. And Anthony Williams said, if animals can speak, mankind would weep. And as Gary Francione would say, if animals are sentient and feel pleasure and pain, that means they are aware. And if they are aware, it means they morally matter. So we have a moral obligation not to use them, not to abuse them, not to use them as commodities. This would be morally wrong. So animal exploitation must be abolished. So what do we want? Animal liberation. When do we want it? Now.
Now.
Okay, that's right. Thank you. I'm going to be using the words of Dr. Tushar Mehta. A lot of you guys might have met him at VCOP. And he has a YouTube video called The Dairy Production and the Cow Slaughter in India. Please do take a look at it if you get a chance. And he says, man is the only animal that drinks milk of another animal. We are the only species who do that. Giraffe drink their own milk. Elephants drink their own milk. Human beings, babies drink their own milk. Cats drink their own milk. If it was normal to drink cow's milk, we wouldn't have to tie them up. You see in this picture, they tie her up. They even tie her tail because naturally she will want to kick. The only person she wants at her udders is her baby. Just like when we're nursing, the only body we need is our baby. This is like a violation. If it was normal to drink cow's milk, we would just go to Mother Cow and she would give it to us. But that's not happening. And that's not nature. Remember, water always falls down the hill. Nature never lies. We tie them up and we take their milk. We steal it from them. They don't give it willingly. Now, if it was normal to drink cow's milk, a baby born right now today could start drinking cow's milk. But what would happen? The baby might get very sick or maybe even die because the fats and protein in cow's milk can create an imbalance in that baby. The only milk that baby can have is her mother's milk, human's milk. And this is why pediatricians will tell you, do not start cow's milk till after a year. But with the research we have today with Dr. Neil Bernard and PCRM and so many lifestyle medicine doctors, vegan doctors, we have our very own here in Houston, Dr. Roxanne George. I'm praying that no pediatrician will be recommending any cow's milk to any child, any baby, or anyone. So what is the solution? Well, we have alternative plant-based dairy. We have almond milk, soy milk, cashew milk, coconut milk, rice milk, flax milk, walnut milk. I can go on and on. And I meant to say plant-based milk. I'm sorry. So there's over 200 distinct plant-based milks available in the U.S. And of course, our cheeses are getting better and better. Miyako's cheese, Chow, Vitalife, Rebel cheese, if you haven't tried it, is so good. So a lot of my fellow Indians who are pure vegetarians or any pure vegetarian, they worry if they're not going to have milk, where will we get our protein from? But look at some of these largest, strongest animals. Look at the gorilla, the ox, the ram, the elephant. And guess what? They're not just vegetarian, they're vegan. They only had their mother's milk. The strongest man in the world, Patrick Baboumian, vegan. Tennis star Venus Williams, vegan. Ironman champion David Scott, vegan. And they all have a lot of strength, stamina, and endurance. And none of them are having a protein deficiency problem. And us vegans love to say, it's not where's your protein, it's where's your fiber, right? And remember, we're not just living for the taste of cow's milk. Billions of animals have to suffer. And we're humans. We have a higher consciousness for compassion. Dr. Tushar Mehta. Listen to your heart, not your habit. Now we have vegan ice cream, vegan butter, sour cream, cream cheese, salad dressing, Cool Whip, yogurt, much, much more. And I love to teach my fellow, vegetarian Indians that we can make our Indian dishes like kadhi and dokla and chash, chai. That's a big one, for Indian people. Daimara, desserts, so much more. And of course, we can make all our American favorite dishes, pizza, mac and cheese, enchiladas, Alfredo, burgers, all by using plant-based products. There's just no excuse. Now I would like to talk a little bit about our health. So Dr. T. Campbell says, cow's milk has 20 times more casein than human's milk, which makes the protein impossible for humans to process it or digest it. And when protein can't be broken down properly, it weakens the immune system, causing allergies, chronic inflammation, and cholesterol. Now, cow's milk is meant to turn a 65-pound cow into a 15-pound calf into a 65-pound calf into a 1,500-pound cow very rapidly, very fast. And this is why we have an epidemic of obesity in this world. And Dr. Michael Clapper states, cow's milk is baby calf growth liquid. Everything in there, the hormones, the lipids, the sodium, the proteins, the growth factors are all for a baby calf. It is lactation milk of a large bovine cow who just had a baby. Now, mother's human milk has linoleic acid. Cows do not. We don't need such massive skeletal growth or large muscles like the calf. Human's mother's milk gives the appropriate nutrients dedicated to building our brains, our spinal cord, and our nerves. Now we need this for about a year, and then we no longer need our mother's milk. So why are we drinking cow's milk as adults? It's like ding, ding, ding. Even mother cow will teach her baby to start eating grass around 6 to 8 months. And, it's like a light bulb went off when I did all this research, and I'm thinking, my God, I drank milk all my life because I thought it was good for me. But now I've come to realize I'm not a baby calf, and I don't need to be drinking baby calf growth liquid. Now, the dairy industry allows blood and mucus in milk. Remember, they're getting a lot of mastitis because they're hooked onto these metal tubes all day long for hours and hours. Now you can see in this picture how diseased this cow is, how much infection, how much inflammation, how engorged and diseased she is. Many times these cows are on concrete floor for hours and hours. They don't see sunshine or get to eat grass. They live in their own urine and feces. They're giving a cocktail of drugs. When they get dehorned, they're not getting painkillers, so there's infection there. Their tails get docked. So they're very, very sick. And a lot of times these farmers are injecting them with antibiotics with the same needle from cow to cow to cow. And many times they end up getting bovine leukemia, bovine lymphoma, and sometimes even bovine immunodeficiency disorder. Now, remember, when we're getting cow's milk at the store, you're not just getting one cow's milk. You're getting hundreds and thousands of cow's milk put together. Now, there's estrogen and progesterone in milk. And so many young girls are getting their menstruation way too early. Remember all that estrogen. Men are getting One second. Men are getting man boobs and enlarged prostate, leading to prostate cancer. Now, there's BGH in cow's milk, which is the bovine hormone to increase milk production. BGH also increases blood levels of the insulin growth factor, IGF-1, which is linked to several cancers. So let's stop and pause and think about this for a moment. Cows get antibiotics. We get antibiotics. We take enough of it, we're going to create a resistance. Cows have tumors and cancers. We have cancer. Cows have anxiety and stress. We have stress and anxiety. A lot of us have insomnia. We can't even sleep at night. They're taking drugs to make them sleep. More and more people are getting clinically diagnosed with depression. Cows get a disease called yonis, okay? Remember, they're always in that sympathetic response, that flight or fright response. They're in fear. They have anxiety mixed up with all these drugs. So they get a disease called yonis, where there's this persistent diarrhea. In humans, it's called Crohn's disease or IBS. Cows get osteoporosis. We have osteoporosis. Cows get pus. We get acne. Cows have mucus. We get allergies, asthma. What's going on here? It's a boomerang effect. Whatever we're doing to them is happening to us. Now, food is energy, and food is information at a quantum level. And remember, energy never dies. It only gets transferred. So at the time when the cow is going to be slaughtered, there's so much fear, there's so much anxiety, there's so much pain, and all this gets absorbed into our DNA. So food carries a karma. And a lot of vegans will tell you they're just living a calmer lifestyle. And a lot of vegans will tell you that we're feeling a mental balance, we're feeling a emotional balance, a spiritual balance, and a physical balance. Now, the dairy industry is $1 billion industry, and they have their own team of doctors and scientists that will tell you different, says Dr. John McDougall. Now, we drink milk for calcium, right? A lot of people, if you ask them, what is calcium? They won't even know. Well, calcium is a mineral that comes from the ground, just like magnesium, copper, or zinc. And what's happening is the cows are eating the roots from the plants and getting the calcium that way. But nowadays, many times these cows are eating like GMO corn or GMO grain, many times mixed with fish pellets. They're not even supposed to be eating this stuff. They actually have to be injected with calcium. They have a severe osteoporosis. We have depleted, we've taken so much milk out of them, which depletes them of all their calcium. So the best thing is to skip the animal and go straight to the source with all these beautiful plant foods like broccoli, bok choy, kale, cabbage, chia seeds, and much more. And the dairy industry tries to use reductionism on us. They try to reduce our intelligence, but no more. Doctors are waking up. The public is waking up, and dairy sales have been down. I read an article in 2026, plant-based dairy is accelerating its takeover in the milk market. I mean, next time you go to your grocery store, you'll see there's like dairy products, and then the rest of the aisle is like these beautiful almond milk and oat milk and so many hazelnut milk, so many options we have today. Now I would like to talk a little bit about our Mother Earth. Every 10 seconds, the Amazon forest is being broken down for animal agriculture. These trees are our lungs in this world. The rivers are circulation. The air, our breath, and the earth, our body. Animal agriculture makes up 40% greater contribution to global warming than all the transportation in the world combined. Cattle and cow in particular produce a significant amount of methane annually. For example, a single dairy cow can produce an average of 75 kilos of methane annually. A dairy cow can eat up to 50 pounds of grain a day, and drink 50 to 100 liters of water a day. The land is sinking, and now we're getting water from our aquifers like California that took years to build. And also this methane stays in the air for about 11 years, you know. It's 86 times more powerful than CO2. And this is why we have global warming and major droughts around the world. I really like, I know everybody has seen Cowspiracy, excellent film. I really encourage that we, you know, make our students watch it, our high school students, our college students, and even younger than that. It's so important for them to secure their future generations. And remember, the earth is not just a piece of dirt. Mother Earth is alive, and she keeps us alive. It is not just about the Bill of Rights, but it's about the Bill of Responsibility to our Mother Earth, to our planet, because we only got one. So by going vegan, a person can save 400,000 gallons of water, 15,000 pounds of grain, 7,000 pounds of CO2, 365 animal lives, 11,000 square foot forests, all in 1 year by switching to a vegan diet. So everybody needs to give themselves a big hand, because we're doing something great for the planet. So the time for killing animals has passed. It's just not about animal rights, but it's about human wrongs. Philip Wollen. Ahimsa, the most beautiful word written 5,000 years ago by the Upanishads. Non-violence in what we say and think and do. We all oppose violence, but doing nothing is no longer an option. And wise words from Gary Yovalsky, peace, and he says, peace begins on our plate and what we put in our mouth. Good people just don't talk about kindness, they practice it. And remember, when you know better, you can do better. And in the words of Philip Wollen, and he says, we are no longer voiceless, we are no longer powerless, we are no longer spineless. Let's together stand up for justice whenever, wherever, and to whomever it is denied. It is time for every educated, enlightened citizen to get off the meat and dairy drug. They have had their day, and their time has passed. We can no longer relive history, but let's be in the making of new history. We can no longer use our religious traditions to cause so much harm and suffering. We cannot use God's creatures in God's name anymore. We have to do the greater good. So we need to create a new divine imprint for ahimsa, for compassion, for our Mother Earth. And whenever one person stands up and says, wait a minute, this is wrong. And what I mean by this is it's wrong to forcibly get a mother cow pregnant over and over again, steal her baby, steal her milk, cause her all this harm and suffering. This is what I mean. It's so wrong. So when one person stands up and says, this is wrong, it helps others do the same. Gloria Steinem. And once we live a vegan lifestyle, we're aligning our values with our actions. I want to use a quote by Dr. Stephen Farmer from his book called Earth Magic. And he says, the creator and creation is one. Let me say that again. The creator and creation is one. The creator merges with creation at the moment of pure awareness. So when you see that cow, that mom, that baby you see God, and God is asking for mercy. The choices we make today change our tomorrow. And with the vegan lifestyle, we give up nothing. We just stop taking which was never ours. And last, God lives in the voiceless. And of course, I encourage everybody to watch our film, The Land of Ahimsa, on PlantBased News on the YouTube channel. And India is considered the land of Ahimsa, but we've gotten so far away from this word. We need to return to the land of Ahimsa. We need to return to peace, harmony, nonviolence, salvation, equality, and freedom. And Dr. Rao told me, in a nonviolent world, not only India, but in a nonviolent world, the entire planet will be known as the land of Ahimsa. Thank you.
I'm adding the sound effects to all the emojis that are going.
Oh gosh, everybody, I love you. I couldn't see any of that. I love you all. Thank you so much. And thank you. I want to give a shout out to Ray. I mean, Ray and I have sat, I mean, I have, my butt is so sore. Me and Ray would work for hours and hours on this film. So thank you, Ray, Dr. Rao, Jane Velez-Mitchell. There's just so many people to thank. Thank you, everyone.
That clip that I showed was a good one because it really had a hit parade of all the people that are involved in the documentary, and it had Philip Wallen in there.
Yes.
Yes, and I love was in there.
Yeah, Mayur was in there. That was awesome, Ray. And I hadn't seen that for a while. So that was really, it felt good to see that again. It was beautiful. Beautifully done, Ray. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that contribution. And it's very helpful as yet another vegan documentary, and it covers a lot of the stuff that a lot of vegans are familiar with, but it's bringing it to India as a framework for Indians. But it's also, I think, breaking the idea that the vegan movement is somehow based in the United States or based in the UK. And we are familiar with the demographics and we're familiar with the tactics that are happening in those countries, but India has got such a huge head start, and that was an important takeaway from that documentary.
Yes,
it is a spiritual place and a place where the wisdom can come to the rest of the world. No matter how much we're trucking with the facts and figures, and your presentation was great with facts and figures, but you also have the emotion. You have the idea that we're going to get there with love.
That's right. That's right. Vegan world. That's right. And, it's so special because we're doing the Mother's Day. That's why I was so honored, because I speak through Mother Cow as a mother, as a female. Yeah.
And now it's time for questions. If there's people that could put their hand up. I see Daniel has his hand up.
Yeah, how do I do it? Yes. Hi, Daniel.
Hello. Yeah, so I just wanted to make a suggestion. It's kind of a joke, but
sure.
You know how Staples, they make a button where you press it and you know what it says, right?
The easy button.
So they should make a new one. You would press it and it would say, "That was awesome."
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. So I enjoyed listening.
I thought you were going to say going vegan is easy.
Yeah. Oh no. Sure. Oh yeah. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. Going vegan was easy. That's true. And going vegan is easy. But yeah, it's just good to hear that again. Like you know these things, but then you hear it, and I feel like, okay, so what I just heard. So that was a video you can find on YouTube.
You mean my what I just talked about?
Yeah, or were you reading something?
No, I have notes that I
write
okay.
Down. Okay, that was good. It was just good stuff. Like,
this presentation is on YouTube. I think I spoke this presentation at a Jain temple in you can look it up that way on YouTube.
Yeah,
at a Jain temple.
Yeah, this morning, I actually shared that one video we saw last night. It was kind of like, it was probably geared to the Hindus of India, but I shared it on my Facebook, and I said, hey, Christians, we need to smarten up and have a better attitude, because we had this lousy attitude. I said, look, in India, half their restaurants are veg. Half. Now, half are non-veg, but half are veg. We don't have that here. We're too busy quoting Genesis 9:3. And I said, if that's going to be a carnage stumbling block for you, get your pen out and cross it out. I did. I got sick and tired of that.
Yeah.
And like,
yeah.
for it Genesis 1:29 trumps Genesis 9:3. It just does. It comes first, and that's where it's all very good. Genesis 9:3 is not where it's very good. He's saying his imaginations are wrong from the get-go. I don't like to say the word evil, but like that is not the ideal situation. That's where he's like anticipating they're going to make him mad and make him want to flood them all again. But the bottom line is, yeah, like I really enjoyed listening to that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And Genesis 1:29 is in the Garden of Eden. That's God's
it
plan.
is.
That's paradise. That's his
That's
plan.
where he says, now I say Olin, because I've changed the name God to Olin, because I've done it, and I mean it, and I'm not joking. Olin saw all that he had made, and behold, it was very good. So that's my move. I know it makes a lot of my family even uncomfortable, but I don't think we should be comfortable. So I don't mind people being uncomfortable. So anyway, thanks.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the audience? Your presentation ended with an invitation to watch the documentary. Maybe we should talk about where it's available.
Yeah, so it's on PlantBased News. You just type in the land of Ahimsa.
Unchained.
Unchained TV.
Yeah. And YouTube.
Yeah. Well, PlantBased use YouTube, yeah. And Unchained TV. That's
Unchained
right.
TV lets you watch it on your smart TV or on your phone, and you log in and get free content. I mean, that's hard to beat.
Yeah. Yep.
As you mentioned, Jane's one of the executive producers.
That's right. And she's in the film too. So thank you very much, Jane. Renee Kingsonen, my hero's also in it. Yep. So many people I got to meet. Like I was praying at my tree that I would meet Dr. Will Tuttle, and I met him. And he's in the film too. There's so many people like that. It's been a beautiful journey.
Where did you meet him?
He was at Loving Hut. The day I told my tree I'd like to meet him, when I came home, I found out he's speaking at the Loving Hut in Houston. Okay. So I'm like, we gotta go. And I ended up sitting, it was so crowded. When I put my plate down and looked over, it was Dr. Tuttle.
Oh.
And we've become really good friends. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to see him again too.
Yeah. Yes, BJ.
Hi, Dolly.
Hi, BJ.
It's so good to see you, and your energy and your joy and your passion is really wonderful. I'm wondering, now that you're a documentary filmmaker, and have you felt that you have gotten to share it where you wanted to, like at your churches? Does it help to have this when you pass out your card? Can you tell us a little bit about how different you feel when you, now that you have this documentary, how is it going for talking to people?
Yeah.
Going vegan?
Yeah. Well, the positivest thing is we took a tour. Dr. Rao and I took a tour in India, and we traveled all throughout India showing the film. So that was wonderful to college students, very educational. Right now, I know a lot of spiritual centers are using our film. Yoga studios, PETA India showing it to activists. So a lot of good things. And I always carry a card in my purse about our film and how to watch it. So if I'm at the grocery store and somebody's in the vegan section, I start chit-chatting. Oh, are you vegan? And start talking. I'm like, give them my card. I'm like, please watch our film. Of course, BJ, I love to, show it in more Hindu temples. That, of course, is very difficult for me to even get into the Hindu temple, and they want to know. And when they find out, they don't want to, they don't want to watch it. So the Jain community, of course, is more open to it. But I'm praying that, it will trickle down to the Hindu temples as well. And of course, Makadud, you got to watch that. It's an amazing film. It, very educated. It put me to tears. So another good film also is Makadud, is a beautiful film.
PJ, you're muted again.
I'm just so happy for you and proud that you've done it. And I've been able to tell people about it that I have met. And so, yeah.
Thank you, BJ. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
We were talking yesterday about plans for a documentary that would fulfill a trilogy. I was suggesting that it makes a perfect trilogy, and of course, Dr. Rao is kind of at the center of everything as a producer in the vegan film space. But after we finished The Land of Ahimsa, we're thinking that there's so much more content that we could put into a sequel. And then Makadud came out, and we went, "That's it. That's the sequel."
Yeah. I mean, that is
so it's
amazing.
a great double feature.
And Ray, you were saying that in the movie, it could just be pieces can be taken out because we discuss so many things. It's a movie in itself. Certain sections, the health, the planet.
Yeah, we've been talking about that, and the idea of a documentary itself. It's a lot of work. You spent several years putting these pieces together. And then you can take all these segments and they kind of work as little mini documentaries themselves. So then the big documentary gets smaller. But there's also an approach to just think documentary in the future, but right now just put the ideas into small videos and share them on the internet. You know, the urgency is such that we should be, getting people on board right now. Every bit of information is important to get out there and become little tools. It's sometimes hard to get people to sit down in front of a documentary, especially because people know they're powerful.
Yeah.
Which is also another conversation about people wanting to make fiction, vegan characters in fiction, and stories that aren't overtly or immediately about veganism, but brings people there as they go seeking entertainment. Because sometimes people won't watch a documentary because it's informational and they're looking to be entertained. But so we've all these approaches. We need them all.
Yes. 100%.
So any more questions? And put up your hand. Put up the little icon hand if you got questions. Anya.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, Anya.
Okay, great. Yeah, Dolly and Ray, thank you so much for this wonderful have you had any luck with showing your beautiful film in schools? In schools or mainly in schools, I guess.
We have in India.
Teaching younger people, I guess my question.
Yeah, we have in India schools here. I mean, it's very hard. They want to first see the entire thing. And I live in Texas, you can imagine. So it's very hard. But at temples, there's all ages. There's children also. So in the Jain community, we've had, some success.
The compassion tour that Dolly spoke about in India, that was specifically targeting all the college institutions. So every city that they visited, they presented or showed the movie at close to about 20 higher education institutions all over India. And that was a huge hit because, like you said, you got to get to them at that college age where they're independent and free thinkers and can make choices for themselves.
Yeah. And, I think even with our film, the younger youngsters could watch it. Grade school kids could watch it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Super. Great.
Thank you so much.
And we have to keep trying too, because sometimes you think that it's hard to get things into schools. You promote a vegan ideas and teachers are a little bit leery because they know that their kids are going to go home and may, be affected by it.
Yeah.
And the parents come back to the school and say, "What are you teaching them?" I'll teach them what they're supposed to eat. Yeah, I have
totally
two
hear that, and that was
primary
actually
school teachers
that
as
was
parents, so I know this.
that was
Thank
actually
you.
part of my
Sorry, Anya, you're cutting out a little bit. You're frozen a bit, but keep trying.
Yeah. Oh,
you're back.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, yeah, because it's so difficult to get into some to turn my
You could try turning the video off, and maybe that'll make your signal more clear. More important to hear you. Good to see you're outside, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to go outside for a minute. So yeah. So I was just that was my motivation to ask that question, because I know it's so difficult to get into schools.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, everyone. Oh, I'm sorry,
Thank
Anya.
you.
You keep cutting out, and I think I keep interrupting you, but we're at the top of the hour, and I see Dr.
Thank you so
Harsha
much.
is here. Thank you so much, Dolly. Thank you,
Thank
Ray,
you.
for
Thank
moderating
you.
this.
Thank you. Thank you. Go vegan. Go vegan. Vegan world.
Hello, Harsha. We know we woke you up really early for this presentation. Thank you so much. I'm just going to introduce you. Dr. Harsha at McCurry is a general physician turned vegan animal activist. Dr. Harsha directed McAdoo, an investigative documentary about India's dairy and beef industry. In order to gather the material for his film, he traveled extensively throughout India for over 2 years, interviewing nearly 100 people directly or indirectly associated with the dairy industry. Harsha now is working on a documentary about veganism and Buddhism. And last time we spoke, he said he had just come back from a tour, just heading somewhere into some, I think you said some Vipassana meditation retreats, to talk to them a little bit about, potentially after you meditated, about dairy. I would like to see how that went, because I did speak to the last my last 12-day Vipassana meditation retreat. I did invite them to consider dairy not being very ahimsa. So thank you so much, Harsha, for being here and getting up so early for this.
Hi, good morning or evening. It's morning here. Thank you very much for inviting me. Yes, I think the last time we spoke, I just came back from Vietnam. We were filming in Vietnam, and then I was planning to visit the Vipassana centers, but I had to travel to other places. Right now, we are working on a film that our goal is to release it on the 1st of May. The film is about how a Bhutanese monastery has decided to go vegan after we organize a 30-day vegan challenge, and how they are on a mission to make it mainstream across the country. So it's a 1-hour film that we are planning to release on the 1st of May on the Buddha Purnima or Vaisak day. It's a very auspicious holy day. So you will learn a lot about our activities in Bhutan through that film. And yes, coming to Vipassana, we have not got the opportunity to visit them yet. I'll be traveling again for the next few months. So I'm planning to have a meeting with them once I come back.
It's wonderful. So May 1st is coming up really soon.
Yes.
And where will it be streaming, your documentary?
We'll be releasing it for free, like all our films. We release it for free on our social media, on YouTube, Makadud YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
So the film is in English, so anyone can watch it.
Right. And your film company is Empathy Film.
Yes. So we named it because we were thinking, like, what is the one thing that is lacking the most in the world, and then empathy came to my mind. And initially the word karuna came, but karuna was taken by, it's a very common name. You will see them in from the restaurant names to hotels or business. Everywhere the word is used. So then I thought, like, let me use the English word.
Beautiful. And today, are you going to do a presentation for us today and show us a few clips from McAdoo? Are you able to show us a few clips from your new film? What would you like to do today?
Unfortunately, I do not have clips with me right now. I'm using my iPad. So, but I'll be more happy to have a discussion Q&A. If you have clips, please feel free to share.
Okay, that's great. We don't have any loaded or planned, but a Q&A session. If I think most of us know that Dr. Harsha, you tell me that you're not doing human medicine right now, that you have dedicated your time full-time as an animal activist and now as a person studying the connection between spiritual teachings and veganism.
Yes, I have not completely left the medicine part because I feel like I can play probably even a bigger role by encouraging people to eat healthy vegan food. That way they can reduce the lifestyle diseases. Because if you look at any country, top 10 causes of disease, at least five of the 10 are directly or indirectly linked to the lifestyle. Yeah. So I was counting for this in Bhutan. It's like 7 of those top 10 are directly or indirectly associated with the lifestyle. So each country has some numbers, but more than 50% of the top 10 causes of death are linked to lifestyle. So if I feel like I can do more service to the people by encouraging them to switch to healthy plant-based diet. So that's how I keep myself relevant as a doctor today while making the films and animal rights and environment-focused activities.
And do you find that people tend to listen to you more when you talk about veganism because you're a physician?
It depends, but there is this observability. People think like there is a confirmation bias because I'm a animal rights activist. I am promoting veganism, so they look it from that angle rather than from the health angle. But that is something I cannot avoid. So unless I quit everything that I'm doing right now and switch to 100% on health and nutrition, then people may be more focused or interested. But generally, context actually matters. So if we just explain on the health, people will think in that way, but you also need to explain like how, why, when, what are the reasons, all these things. If we explain and give them the entire context, then people are more like we crack open the shell, the defensive shell, and make them more open-minded. So,
what is your new documentary called?
We have not yet finalized the title yet, but one of the things we were thinking of is What Would Buddha Do is the name of the film. It's
What
about
would Buddha do?
Yes.
I think that's great.
Yes. So we and the reason is because throughout Asia, wherever I went, when I meet Buddhists, majority of them are not even vegetarian. Forget about vegan. So, and they have various like Indians, Hindus, and Jains have this excuse that we didn't we keep our cows and buffaloes healthy. It doesn't happen in our village. These are the kind of excuses where you will get from Hindus or Jains when it comes to dairy. Similarly, when it comes to Buddhists, the most common excuse for everyone gives is, "Oh, I didn't kill the animal; someone else did it." So, A big part of the film for me is to understand the nuances between different cultures, traditions, because Buddhism is vast, it's spread across multiple countries, and each one have slight different interpretations or variations in how they practice. So understanding those nuances and differences, and how we can bring out the message of Buddha to them, or that's the goal of the film. How we can apply the teachings of Buddha in the 21st century, because times have changed. It's been more than 2,500 years have passed, right?
And our animals are being more and more abused. So you said that you were able to help a temple become vegan during this time of filming?
Yes, it's a monastery. It's a vegetarian monastery. They consume eggs and dairy products. And the reason they were vegetarian is most of them are not vegetarian in Bhutan. And the reason this monastery is vegetarian is because the Lama's guru wanted animals to be rescued. So the Lama has started an animal rescue shelter like 25 years ago, called Jengsa, under which they used to rescue animals. And during this time, in the year 24, when my co-producer Zach, who has a travel company called Vegan Travel Asia, has organized, like wherever he does tours, on the day one of the tour, he organized a meetup with the locals, right? So when his invitation went out, and the people from the Jengsa got to know about it, and they decided like, okay, why don't we attend this conference, this meetup, and see. So that's how the introduction happened, and later, with the help of Animal Climate Health Safe Foundation from India, we organized a 30-day challenge, because initially they were convinced, but they were a little hesitant on the health or nutrition aspect, because they were concerned about what about the protein and energy and all those things. So then we suggested that if you are concerned about it, why don't you do a 30-day challenge and see if it benefits or not? So, and that's how they agreed. And then after the challenge, they were very impressed with the health improvements, and they decided that, hey, we don't need any animal products anymore. And throughout during this time, we did a lot of awareness programs, from health to animal rights and environment. And it's like a 30-day of education program as well, not just a diet change. And when it comes to diet, we didn't go 100% whole food plant-based diet, because we felt like, these are very rural people. It could be very stressful for them to switch from cheese and butter-based diet to completely whole food. So what we told them is reduce the salt, reduce the oil, like reduce 90%. But instead of cheese, we made tofu cheese with freshly made tofu, some onion powder, mushroom powder, mixed it, blended with pink salt. So it has the same consistency, texture. At the same time, it is even more economical than the regular cheese. So that's how we trained them how to make these things with the help of a chef. And they were so impressed with the taste and everything, so they started making it on their own. And at the end of the 30-day challenge, when the Lama said we will go 100% vegan, then Mr. Zach has offered them like, hey, why don't our organization get you a soy plant that you can make soy milk and tofu on your own. You don't have to buy or any from outside, because until then they are using their small blenders, small equipments in their capacity to do it. And then because Zach has provided them these machines, they could scale up. Their work become a lot more easier. And they are also planning to distribute, package and distribute them among the locals as well, so that the locals will also switch to plant-based meals.
Beautiful. That's what Buddha would do.
Yeah.
Sailesh, would you come up here and talk to Harsha? And thank you, Harsha, for your amazing work and actually being there and witnessing and also teaching, offering the alternative and then teaching. And yeah, thank you very much. Thanks, Sailesh.
Sure. So I heard that I met Dr. Vaidilingam Pillai and in China, and he said that he was involved in the project. He was doing all the monitoring their vitals and things like
Yes,
that.
Dr. Vaiti is the main supervisor from the health, so he is the main consultant. We reached any questions we have, we reached out to him, and he guided us throughout the challenge. So I'm more like his assistant during those 30 days.
Okay. Yeah. So how did the monks fare? First of all, how many people were involved? And
there were about 80 monks, 80, and additional some 20 to 30 locals. And we could not trace the locals properly because they have their own work, and they could not come back at the end of the 30 day. But the monks, they were available. And out of 80 monks, at the end of the 30 days, some of the monks had to travel to other parts of the Bhutan, so we could not trace them. So in the study, during the research, I don't have the exact number. I think maybe 60 monks in total are the ones that we could properly study because we did blood tests before and after. Another challenge we faced is because Bhutan is not an economically well-to-do country, and this is a very remote region. One good thing is about the healthcare is it's free in Bhutan for everyone, for Bhutanese. With approval from the local government, we took the blood test before and after. However, we could not do all the parameters that we want. For example, we couldn't get vitamin D and B12 because they don't have the regions to test. But whatever we could do, we did with those with the resources that we had at disposal. So there were many challenges in this way to identify the core problems, but certain things like cholesterol and glucose levels, those things that we could trace. So our conclusion based on those parameters that we could track.
So what was the result of the 30-day challenge?
I'm so sorry, I don't have those exact numbers with me right now.
I mean, generally, yeah.
In general, we kept one thing that monks were worried a lot that they have to do fasting, because whenever someone goes on health diet, fasting comes to the mind. So we told them, of course, when I say we, it's Dr. Vaiti. So we told them that no one has to go fasting. The only thing you have to do is eat healthy. For example, in between meals, they like to have snacks. So usually they go for these packed processed foods or some soft drinks, And then Dr. Vaiti said that's absolutely no. Instead, you can eat roasted chickpeas or roasted peanuts. If you want to have tea, because tea they love having tea in the breakfast, lunch, like 5 times a day. So Dr. Vaiti said, yeah, you can have black tea or with the vegan milk, but 1 hour before or after the meal, not during the meal. So these kind of minor adjustments that we made them, that no one was hungry throughout the days. And we told them, like, if you are having lunch or dinner, and if you are hungry, go for seconds or thirds. Eat as much as you want, but you have to eat only what we are giving you, right? So on average, everyone, all monks lost like on average 1.6 kgs weight without any fasting. And several monks have their cholesterol levels came down. The head lama has a chronic diabetes for more than 10 years. And his sugar levels, I think fasting sugar levels came down from about like 350 or something like that to 150 or something. So just by changing the diet. So we didn't ask him to change the medicine or anything. So just by that, they have seen a lot of improvements. Now the same monastery is also taking this as a forefront in front of the Bhutanese government that is working, and the Bhutanese government wants to legalize slaughterhouse in Bhutan. So they're saying that, hey, you don't need to legalize slaughterhouse, you just need to eat healthy. So one of the reasons why we made the film is because of that, because the I think the lower house discussion or upper house discussion is happening in the month of May, the second half of May. So we wanted to release the film before that and bring it to the mainstream in Bhutan and also abroad.
Right. So are they now asking other monasteries to do the same thing, or?
Yes. It could be like a spoiler alert for the film. But yes, they are reaching out to all the head monks, all the famous popular monks, not just them, but monasteries in and around all the lamas. They are inviting, organizing food. In fact, I was there recently 2 months ago in Bhutan again, just to see how they are doing. And during our discussions, we saw that half of their expenses are going into preparing these meals for these events, inviting people, eat their food and taste it, and then realize it. Because until they do not, I mean, any human do not taste it or experience it, until then they will be little, what is the word? Speculate
Skeptical.
about it. Yeah, skeptical.
Yeah.
Including a few months ago, they managed to serve a meal to the Bhutanese king and queen as well, and they really loved it. That's what they were told. So I think the message is spreading across Bhutan. I think a lot of Bhutanese by now are aware of this program that is going on and their mission, and they are working really hard to bring mainstream to the people and through people to their representatives to vote against the legalization of slaughterhouse in Bhutan. I hope they succeed.
Good. Yeah. I also heard about a school program. Is that also going to be in the movie, or is that separate from the monasteries?
May I know, like, because there are different things. The thing I know is that the schools are also interested about this, and they are requesting to supply tofu to them on weekly basis. That is been happening. I think around 20 schools have requested them, and they have recently started supplying tofu to 3-4 schools. And the thing is, because they have less manpower, they're finding a little difficult in expanding, producing more. But other than that, a lot of schools are interested to buy tofu at a subsidized price directly from the monastery. So that is also another thing that's been going on.
No, what I heard is from my friend Philip Wallen. He had posted on LinkedIn saying that he's supporting 2 schools to go completely vegan and through Animals Save.
Okay.
You're not aware of that?
I think probably it's an Animals Save Canada organization, not the India one, I think.
No, it's Naman Dedia.
Yes, yeah. The thing is, the Indian and Canadian organization have split up. So that's why they are doing the activities, I think in Thimphu. That's I've seen a few videos of them teaching the monks how to prepare food, how to make veganizing. So that's also a wonderful initiative taken up. And but yes, we are not directly involved in those schools.
I see. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's exciting, because how big is Bhutan? Can you tell me how? Yeah.
Area-wise, I think it's good question. Maybe around 90 or 60,000 square kilometers. But population-wise, it's very small. It's less than 1 million.
Less than 1 million. Okay.
Yes. But culturally, it's very rich and very deeply rooted in their culture and identity. They take very much pride in their nature conservation and the way of their lifestyle and all. In fact, tourism is their one of the main core source of income. And the other thing is, because since COVID, there is a financial difficulty in Bhutan. So the king has decided to construct a urban city in the flatland region of Bhutan, which is Gelepu, which is where the monastery is right now, where we did the campaign. To make it like a urban city with a capacity of 20 million people in coming decades. So that's the goal. That's the aim for the country right now. A lot of their resources are going in that direction.
20 million?
Yes.
Their population, you said, is about 1 million.
It will be like a Dubai style of city where people can come and invest and settle. That's the goal of their mission. And they call it a mindfulness city. And we are seeing that the plant-based food directly complements the mindfulness philosophy, right? Because many monks have told us, they told us directly on camera that they could sleep better, they could meditate better. Their stomach felt less discomfort. They can easily pass the stools without any effort after switching to plant-based diet. They are feeling more physically active and energetic. So they are seeing a lot of benefits. And then Lama said, in fact, he said it we have kept that part in the film also, that, I think he said something like switching to plant-based diet is already half enlightenment or something like that. He said in the film. Yes. But I would encourage, it's only a 1-hour film. I would encourage everyone to watch, keep an eye open on the 1st of May. India time.
Yeah, how are you promoting it? Are you going to?
So right now our focus is entirely in Bhutan. So we have already given them a copy of them. So they have already started screening in Bhutan across various monasteries and institutions. They are also planning to bring it to various member of parliaments in Bhutan. So right now they have already started their campaign. They are using the film to do. But this film is more like making it socially accessible, available. We are just finalizing few minor edits, and by tomorrow or day after, we'll lock the entire film and ready for upload.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So regarding the promotional aspect, that is one big challenge. Like recently, we have released a Sri Lankan film called Footprint. I don't know if people are aware of it, because we barely did any promotion. I just made a social media post about the film, then I released. So yeah, I try to rely mostly on word of mouth and people, and marketing something that's not my. I don't know what, I don't have the word for it, but that's not my thing.
Yeah.
I try to, I use social media and WhatsApp at most.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, but I'm glad that the monks are doing the work for you within Bhutan.
Yes. No, we are doing their work. It's not
No, I
they are
meant,
doing our work.
they're
Yeah.
promoting the film, so to speak, right? So they're
Yes,
screening
yes.
it.
In fact, we didn't make the film. We only assisted them. The director is also a Bhutanese.
Ah,
Like
okay.
he's a core volunteer for the monastery.
Mm.
Yes. In fact, a lot of filming was done by them in the film.
Mm.
So it's entirely their work. We are only assisting them.
I see. No, I didn't know that. I thought you were the one who was making the film.
No. We just like we are like supervisor on technical side or on the technical challenges or storytelling or these kind of things. But the creative everything is from their end. So it's
That's
it's a
awesome.
home movie.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, I'm so
Yes,
glad
that's
that
even
they are
better
getting involved.
because the mission like it's evolving from within, not from outside.
Right.
Yeah. In
That's
fact,
the
it is
best
their
way for it
request
to.
that, hey, we want to make a film. What do you think about it? It's their idea, actually.
Right.
That's how this project has started.
That's wonderful. I think there's a hand raised. That's Dr. Woort. Let me see if we can get him to start video.
Moet de video ook doen. Deze.
Oh.
Anders dan zien ze je niet. Okay. No? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I have a question for you. It was very interesting what you said about the monks and nuns. Do they know how important it is to be vegan? Because here in the US, we have quite a lot of good meditation centers of Thich Nhat Hanh, the Vietnamese teacher, but they don't know why it is so important to be vegan. They don't know that it's influence the climate. They think that's only fossil fuels still. So that's a very common thing here in the US, unfortunately. How is that in Bhutan and in your area, India?
Bhutan is the Bhutan government, the country, the king, everyone is very much proud of their environmental conservation. They have this rule that 2/3 of the country should be always forest. The deforestation should never touch at least the 2/3 of the country. But at the same time, we are bringing the awareness to them, like if you want to do these kind of like animal agriculture within the country, and you need a lot of land, and that can lead to human-wildlife conflict. In fact, in December 2024, when I was in the country, in the city Gelefu, there is a Punjabi man who is running a poultry farm in that region, and he was attacked by elephant because he was expanding into the forest region, and the elephant it comes in the elephant corridor region. So the elephant has attacked him and he died. So there's a lot of human-wildlife conflict happening. And regarding awareness, I think this is my experience. A majority of the monks, whether it is Bhutan or Vietnam or Sri Lanka, Thailand, anywhere, they do not have much awareness at the global level of what kind of effects that their individual choices are leading or causing. So one of the things that we aim is to bring how their choices is affecting others and all over the world.
Yeah, in Vietnam, what some of the volunteers are doing is where there were craters or so which were created by bomb cell to get them out of the earth and planting trees there. So that's one aspect they're trying in Vietnam because so much damage was done in the wars there. Well, thank you.
Peace trees.
Thank you.
Peace trees.
Peace trees.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Peace trees.
What is can you tell me about the Sri Lankan movie?
The Sri Lankan movie is called Footprint. So we have thought like this is more like an experiment style film. So we thought like, hey, we just don't want us to make vegan films. Why don't we encourage the mainstream filmmakers to get into the vegan filmmaking? That's the idea behind it. And also the thinking of budget and resources and which region we think we need that film to bring, and so on and so forth. We thought like it's economical and also is much needed for a country like Sri Lanka to have the film on their own. So with collaboration of local filmmakers, before we started the film, we have invited 8 well-known filmmakers within Sri Lanka come together for like a 5-day or 7-day workshop. Mr. Zach was there during the workshop, and they trained them they introduced about veganism. They were taught about the environment and health and the filmmaking, storytelling, impact films, and all. It's during the 5 or 7-day workshop. After that, they made the film. Like they were split into 4 groups, each group 2 filmmakers. Each one worked on a different topic. One worked on the plastic pollution in Sri Lanka, one on human-wildlife conflict. One group is worked on the dairy industry in Sri Lanka. And the last group has worked on the urban problems. So it's a completely different topics, but at the same time, how they are interconnected. That's the goal. And what are the solutions on it? So this is, I think, a 1 hour, 15 minutes film. It's also available on YouTube, but it has English subtitles because most of the interviews are in Sinhala. So we have kept it in English subtitles. And because they are experienced cinematographers, visually it's a stunning film. It's very much professionally high class film, and the response was really great. Now, until the Earth Day, there were many screenings across universities and colleges in Sri Lanka that is happening. And because Sri Lanka has, I think, about 15 to 20% Tamil population, we are working with the local Tamil filmmakers to dub it in Tamil language. And that Tamil is different from the Indian Tamil. So you have to rely on the Sri Lankan people to dub it. So we are working on that. And we are also working on preparing subtitles in various languages like Hindi, Vietnamese, Thai, and a few other languages. Yes.
Awesome.
So if you see, after this meeting, if you have time, you please go to Makadud YouTube channel and you will see the film Footprint.
Yeah, definitely watch it. Danny, you had a question?
One thing I would like to add here is there are 8 filmmakers because they split into different areas of the film. And of the 2 people who worked on the dairy aspect of the film, he was so shocked to see, and one decided to go vegan while making the film. That's how, that's the realization that happened. In fact, throughout this journey, we didn't tell a single person that you have to go vegan. We felt like that would pressure them to not involve. We want them to realize on their own because we wanted to have that experiment and see that if people can figure it out on their own. And the guy who worked on the dairy industry said he has gone vegan. And he only told us, we didn't even ask them.
That's awesome. Yeah. Danny, you had a question?
Yeah, I have 3 actually. The first 2 are from Amit, one of our core members. His first question is, milk is not vegetarian. A campaign in India a few months ago created big news, and YouTube removing the channel and moving Makadu. How powerful did you feel to come back from there, receiving public support?
Yes, the film was taken down. Probably this is what we assume because only some high politician or some high police person, only they can tell YouTube to take down the channel. That's the only way it can happen. So during that campaign, when they, in their posters, when you scan the QR code, it is leading to our film. So I think that's the reason why they have taken down the film. And we did, yes, a campaign in our best capacity to raise awareness. And we reached out to YouTube and they have written as an email, we apologize for taking down your channel and then reinstated. So that we felt like very humbled, not powerful. That, you know, there is a lot of demand and acceptance that, you know, people want to know the truth. You know, people don't want the information to be hidden. So I felt in that sense that, okay, this movie has encouraged people to look in a different direction. And they question the mainstream that they were taught.
Right.
So in that sense, I feel very humbled that the movie was reinstated. The entire YouTube channel was reinstated.
Thank you. And the second question from Amit is, Bhutan as a country do not have a slaughterhouse yet. Rumors say they're soon going to start first slaughterhouse, but they import meat from India. Is that aspect covered in the new movie?
So Bhutan definitely they have one legalized slaughterhouse in the entire country. So if you want to slaughter an animal, you have to bring the animal to that facility to be slaughtered. That is legalized, and I think I could be wrong, but to my knowledge, it is because to support the army or you know or some local meat eaters to consume meat. I think that's the one. What legalization does is anyone can open slaughterhouse anywhere in the Bhutan districts, so it becomes much more easier. And sorry, what was the second question?
On that same note, or there's another question pending?
On the same note.
Okay, so the question was,
yeah, is it covered? Like Bhutan imports a lot of meat from
yes.
India, right?
Yes. So again, it is partly in Buddhist philosophy. As I said, like a lot of Buddhists say that, like Hindus and Jains say that we keep our cows healthy in our village. Buddhists say that we didn't kill the animal. So similarly, in that philosophy, they say that importing is that they are not responsible for the killing of that animal. So, and the reason why the Bhutanese government is planning to open slaughterhouse is because they want to be economically independent. So, because right now they are spending huge amount of money to import the meat, majority of it coming directly from India. And so they want to be financially independent. And through this film, we also showing that, hey, you can be financially independent, probably even more, you can even excel financially if you switch to plant-based diet, because their healthcare costs will also come down. Their human productivity will go up. And so considering all this, we are trying to encourage everyone. Yes. But the second thing is, this is what we heard from the locals, is that the pressure to introduce slaughterhouse is coming mainly from the Buddhists and Christians who are living on the Indian border side of the Bhutan. This is what we heard from the locals. The majority of the Buddhists are against the slaughterhouse in the country, though they eat meat, that's a different story, but they don't want slaughterhouse. But the current government is primarily elected by these non-Buddhist communities. So they are pressuring the government to introduce slaughterhouse. This is what we heard from the locals.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course, there could be a lot of nuances and depends on the region and all, but there is definitely money is involved in this.
Right. Thank you. And the last question comes from Dakota Mathis. How many monks are going vegan for this film project? Are some choosing to stay vegan after this experience? Thank you for your talk about this.
We didn't keep the count. We felt like it will be put pressure on them or something, or they can say that, okay, I'm vegan, but once we leave, we don't know whether they are following it or not. That's so in that context, we felt like there's no point asking them. So, however, there are many monks who told us like, I'm vegan, I'm eating only vegan food, and some monks I've seen them, they read the ingredients, which no one does before, and see if it has milk, and they put it back. They are quite serious about it.
Yeah.
These monks, especially the lama, the head lama, and the core monks, they all have decided to go vegan. But Lama made one thing for sure, is because Lama's word is the ultimate. Like whatever Lama says within the monastery, everyone must follow. And they will follow. He said that within the monastery, it should be 100% vegan. Outside monastery, if you are going for some puja or traveling or meeting family or something like that, and if you are eating, that's up to you. So that's what the Lama has made it clear.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ray.
Hi, Harsha.
Hi.
You were on screen. I saw you turned on your webcam before the previous presentation with Dolly Ahuja was over, and we were talking about Makadude. And I saw you there, and it didn't click into me who you were. So I'm glad I said all good things. I was praising Makadude as a suitable sequel to The Land of Ahimsa. I'm assuming that you've seen it. And you know Dolly?
Yes. Well, I met her a few times.
Yeah. I figure it's good to meet you here now. I edited the documentary, so I did all that from Toronto.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Nice to meet you.
And we were talking about maybe a trilogy yesterday that if there was another documentary that was being discussed, and it's nice how there's always a little bit of overlap so that there's a commonality as that in the themes. We know we're talking about the same things, but you could watch Land of Ahimsa and Makadude back to back, and it just feels like a continuation of ideas and values and feelings, and it's good. Makadude is a lot more challenging in a sense. Dolly was holding back because she wanted to make sure she was trying to get onto Netflix India, so trying not to call out Amul or ruffle any feathers, but she had the material to make this sequel. But onwards, and the faster we get to the finish line, the better.
True.
Yeah, we were discussing Manjushri's new documentary. I don't know if you're aware of that. She's working on a documentary on mastitis.
Yes.
Yeah. So as the third of the trilogy.
Yes, that's also a very interesting topic, because the majority of the dairy animals are either clinical or subclinical. They have mastitis, buck cows and buffaloes.
Right.
And we discussed a lot. Like I think about a month ago, I got a call from Manjushri, and we were discussing about ideas and how to proceed. And I think that's a very interesting project, because a lot of people are not aware of these things. So I told her that please please include various doctors from not just I think it's her idea that to include human doctors as well. So I helped her. I connected her with a gynecologist in Mumbai to her a vegan gynecologist,
Mm.
to have an interview with her.
I think it's great how we're getting these solid documentaries that are talking about how the movement is growing in India, because I think a lot of North American and European activists think that they are on the front lines. Yet I think, especially in the United States, one of the biggest problems is the exportation of this lifestyle, this definition of middle class living that includes meat consumption. And I think that's we have to at least stop that. I'm in Canada; we're just as bad, but I think that there's cultural leadership that can come from elsewhere, and we need to find the humility to be able to let India lead. And that little clip that I played, it was Jane Velez-Mitchell and Keegan Kuhn that were saying it's India. It's coming from India, and it's going to be a natural progression that'll be clear to us in retrospect. But a lot of people are thinking, it's on the sidewalks of New York or LA that the outreach is going to happen. But I don't think it necessarily has to be outreach all the way to the end. It's these films are reaching people, and we need all hands on deck.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Yes. So not just India, but also in Southeast Asia, there is very rich plant-based varieties that people can look into. So I feel like we can, and the only thing is we need to bring this to even more mainstream, and there are huge challenges trying to making mainstream, making vegan mainstream in US as well, which is one of the things that I was working on. Couple of years ago, I was interviewing a lot of people there when I was in the States. So the film is tentatively we are calling it social justice. It's more about how human rights and animal rights are interconnected. And this year, I'm planning to complete the remaining part of the film shoots. Yeah. And I definitely agree. Whatever happens in America, the rest of the world takes it up. So based on that, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, please go on.
You even mentioned that there's more products being available in different parts of the world. But even that, I feel that Americans, Canadians, Europeans, we need products in order to make this transition. Whereas we cook Indian in our house, so when we make Indian food, it's all whole foods and stuff that we buy the ingredients. It's the same stuff that's been used for thousands of years. We don't need the products as such, the brands. And the more that we get involved with ethnicities out of the white European, North American understanding of the world, because this whole products first kind of movement frustrates me sometimes, because they're handy, they're good transition tools, but we need to have the right attitude, and the idea that like the Good Food Institute says that they're going to feed the meaty appetite of Americans with cellular agriculture, and it's the appetite has to be addressed. We can't just let everybody sit back and indulge. That there has to be a movement towards solving the problems of the world.
Yes. So in my experience, because we also done a lot of workshops in catering colleges and universities. In my experience, I feel like it should also one of the core steps is that we need to start from there as well. If we bring awareness to students at these things, they come out of it and then they get into these hotels, restaurants, and businesses. They will implement those ideas in their workplace. Not necessarily they may follow vegan or not, because the biggest challenge right now for a lot of people is the availability of it, the convenience part of it. So unless we do not make these products mainstream or convenient, I think it will be, it is probably the next big challenge for us is to bringing these products to mainstream, because right now there is a lot of awareness growing, but people are finding little difficult to get it accessible.
Right.
So as a test project, we did that the tofu plant in Bhutan. They are expanding. They are making it accessible to the local people. That is one thing. And we did a similar workshop last month in Nepal, in the Nepal's first catering college in Pokhara. And there we have invited the monks from the Mustang region also to come and see and experience. And Mr. Zach has provided them the soy milk plant for the college as well. So the college also invited a lot of hotel managers to come there and see how to make various kinds of not just tofu and soy milk, but also from tofu you can also make various other things like cheese and butter. How to make tempeh. It's a 2-week workshop that we have given them, and we have also started a vegan club in the college with the help of the principal. So one of the core things that we are trying to do is bringing this awareness and education to these catering colleges.
Right.
Well, thank you. That leads me to my question and comment. It's so wonderful to see all of you. Oh my gosh. And we met in person at Harvard University, and I was thinking about how do we get this message to the college students, which I find are one of the most receptive audience of people, right? And making that impact. So you kind of answered my question, but I just thought if you wanted to add anything else in there, and even Dr. Rao, if you wanted to chime in on that as well, just having just come from Stanford, right? Dr. Rao, you were just there for the Food for Thought.
Yeah, Food for Thought Festival.
Wow,
yeah.
Right. So, any thoughts
yes,
there?
I think when I was in the States 2 years ago, I think this company name is called Sodexo. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
They used to do catering businesses. They still do, I think. And they do catering businesses to universities, colleges, and institutions. And also they wanted to switch to plant-based diet for environmental reasons, because it has a less carbon footprint. So initially when they introduced vegan meal into the menu, 80% of the people are not picking those vegan meals. So they were thinking like, how can we reduce carbon footprint? And I'm just, this is what the information I received. So I could be right or wrong, but 80% of the people are eating non-vegan food. So then they thought like, okay, why don't we make vegan the baseline, and then people who want non-vegan products, they can have it as a top-ups or add-ons. For example, if I want to eat, let's say the Chinese fried rice, by default it is vegan, but I can ask the chef to add eggs or meat or anything if I want to eat. So when they did that in round 2, 80% of the people are just going with the default, which is vegan. So that way they don't have to be vegan in their own life, or consciously, of course. But here they are just by default they are picking vegan meals. I think in that context also, we can try to bring vegan food mainstream.
Right.
Awareness and convenience. I think these two play a key role.
Shankar?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rao. Hello, Dr. Rasha. How
Hi.
are you?
Good to see you again.
Yes. I want to know how we can follow your tour. Like, what is your next tour plans?
So I am planning to come to the States on May 7th. And I am planning to visit few places like LA. I may come to Phoenix as well because I want to meet Keegan for his work. So Dr. Rav, if you are in the city, I would love to meet you. And I'm going to visit Austin. I will be working with Dr. Faraz for a couple of weeks on the next project, which is like on human rights and animal rights, how they are interconnected. It's like I have already done 50% of the filming, but we want to do the remaining 50%. And so these are the plans that I have in mind when I'm in the States. I have also applied as a speaker for the Jain event that is happening on July 4th or 5th.
I see.
I'm yet to hear back from them for confirmation on the speaker. So if that happens, I'll be visiting New Jersey as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Are you planning to come to the AWA Summit in Toronto?
Unfortunately, no, I'm not coming for the AWA Summit.
Okay. So, Jamin, you had a question? And then we'll have to do the closing ceremony.
Okay, here I am. Hey, so good to meet you. Is it Dr. Harsha?
Dr. Harsha.
Yes.
So good to meet you. So good to listen to you. I'm an American, as you can probably tell by the cowboy hat. Just kidding. I'm outside I'm outside in the sun here. But anyway, you said something that I want us to all really underscore, which is that what happens in the United States influences the rest of the world. We are the big influencer. We're the big trendsetter. Now, within the United States, there is one city that is the number one trend-setting city in the whole country, which is Seattle, Washington. Now, that may be a surprise. You might think Los Angeles, New York, those all set trends too. But Seattle, from the Jetsons jet age to a computer on every desk, to e-commerce, to the WTO 1999 Battle for Seattle, anti-globalization movement. Anyway, we set trends here, to Starbucks, the third space of cafes and all that. All of these get exported all the way around the world. So what happens in Seattle does not stay in Seattle. And so Silas and I have been working on a concept, and others have been contributing as well, called Hungerless in Seattle, where we simultaneously end hunger and food insecurity, and at the same time make it all plant-based. So our in is, hey, we want to make sure everyone's fed. What are we feeding them? We kind of intentionally make that secondary, but then over time, more and more, we send the message that, first, food safety. It's the safest thing to eat, because we're transporting it around the city, and we're actually going to make it gourmet. So I just wanted to let you know and let everyone know that Seattle is about to set the next big global trend, and it's feeding everyone gourmet plant-based food that they simply cannot resist. And then everyone's watching Seattle. Everyone within the United States has eyes on Seattle. What's Seattle doing next? Oh my goodness, what they're feeding everyone? They're making food a basic human right. What, they're going plant-based? So anyway, I would invite everyone, you and everyone, to join us in making this a reality, because this is going to be the fastest way that we actually get the entire world to go vegan. We do it with one city, and then everyone will have to follow, because you can imagine the benefits to the city, to all the people, to the police, to the hospitals, to city government. Imagine what's going to happen to crime, depression, suicide, violence, domestic violence, when everyone pieces out and food is guaranteed. Anyway, I don't want to hog the mic because I know we're short on time, but wanted to make that pitch because it's very, very, very important. We have an opportunity to make a vegan world, and it's going to start in Seattle and then spread like dominoes throughout the entire world. Thank you so much.
Maybe it's already started in Bhutan, right? So we look forward to your documentary. Dr. Harsha,
Absolutely.
on May
Thank you.
1st.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thank
Dr. Harsha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Harsha, so much for coming in, and thank you for making McAdoo, and the fact that there's so much controversy around it, and even the government wants to remove it from the channels is a really great thing. So thank you for all that, and thank you for bringing, before anyone else was really bringing things to the forefront, McAdoo was the documentary to see. And thank you also for helping so many people make low budget films and express what they want to express through film. I know that you said that you learned how to do a documentary by watching YouTube videos, and that's absolutely incredible. So it again, when we're talking about removing barriers and completely eradicating the dairy industry, you show how you did that. You had no background in filmmaking, and you produced one of the most powerful films, and you're continuing to do so. Thank you so much for being our guests and for spreading. Thank you, and spreading the word that we are going to be launching International Calf and Cow Mother's Day. And maybe Jamin was inviting you to Seattle. Maybe that was, so he wants you to go talk to all the monasteries in Seattle.
Amen. Yes, please.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. And again, thank you. And we're going to bring up Dakota for the final closing prayer. And if Tam's here, thank you, Tam, for being understanding. I was a little stressed about whether Paul was coming in the room. Thank you, Tam, for that beautiful opening this morning. And take it away, Dakota.
Thanks, everybody. It's been a great day. I just want to say that I'm very moved myself by all the stories today, all the love, and the power that we have together. So I just wanted, before the prayer, I don't know if you can see these guys. Well, no. Oops. Are you there? Okay. Might not work. Here we go. I was going to show you real fast. Okay. This is my team here, my Climate Healers team. Okay. This is Penelope. She's a new baby of my girlfriend. This is Pinky Promise, gift from a fellow retreatant, Valentine's Day. Of course, Vegeta, she's the eldest sister of the bunch, and little Bowser. So we got all our cousins here, Climate Healers. They want to thank you for all the hard work you humans are doing to make their lives happy and whole, and the planet beautiful for them to live on. And then that, now we'll have a prayer. This prayer I got from Patricia Cota Robles, from founder of the eraofpeace.org, and it just spoke to me, and I wanted to share it. It's called I Am the Hands of God. I have come to set right the vibratory action of all energy and substance in my world and in all the world. I am the sacred hands of God moving through the world. I am instantly reestablishing divinity wherever the light of God is applied. I invite, invoke, focus, concentrate, manifest, and sustain the light of God on earth with every breath I take. I am a director of God's light. I am humble before its magnificent presence. I am grateful to unleash God's power on earth. I am the light of God flowing through my heart flame. I am loving all life free. And so it is. Beloved, I am that I am. Namaste. Vegan love, everybody.
Namaste, vegan.
Oh, no.
Maybe we can bring everyone up, and so we can say goodbye and thank you. If we can take off, the mute and the video, everyone can come up. Are we allowed to bring everybody up on Spotlight here? Awesome.
We just take off the spotlight.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
How you feeling, Tammy?
I'm really, really grateful for this weekend. I really feel this is the beginning of a much deeper awareness for mothers and babies of all species. And I feel that everyone is going to be able to talk about this in a way that I think is going to be able to be heard from the heart.
Yeah, come on screen and let's get a group picture.
Okay.
Maybe somebody besides me can do it. I did, but we'll see. All right, that looks good. Copy.
Wow.
I took one too.
Okay, good.
Well, remember our website's up for International Calf and Cow Mother's Day, calfandcow.org. You can submit art, a video, an essay, an idea, and we're going to do some serious work in getting a lot loaded after this Convergence, so there will be endless resources on there. Do anything for Mother's Day. You can just have some friends over and show even the 5-minute video and serve some plant-based cheese. I love, Dr. Harsha, how you go right to the ground level when you do your work. You not only go in and teach, but you go in and make sure they know how to make the transition, and then ask them to commit for 30 days. I think that's really powerful when we're talking to people, that they are given all the resources, and now you're making sure that they get the resources within their community even, and know how to use it. So I guess that's what we're going to do here.
Not everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you, team.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
participants.
Thank you, everyone.
It was a good
Take
one.
good care.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you, all the tech team.
Wonderful.
Yes,
Tammy,
thank you,
Dr.
team.
Rao, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Hi,
Tech.
Jane.
Bye.
Jane,
Where's the after party?
Thank you.
I know, right?
Come on over, Ray. That's
Move
right.
my
It's
Wishbone.
at
Wishbone.
Jamin's place. I hear Seattle's the place. That's where everything's happening.
Yeah, the after party's in Seattle. Everyone come to Seattle. I'm not joking. We're gonna get housing and everything for volunteers, and we're gonna make it happen. So everyone come to Seattle.
So the next VCOP is in Seattle.
That's right.
Love it. Yeah, might as well be. Let's do it.
We'll be there.
All right. Then we can check up to
Bye.
British Columbia, Alberta, go over to Toronto, make the circuit. Vermont, come on down.
And stop by here in Winnipeg on your way from
DC. Okay.
down to Peru.
Texas. Yeah, down to Peru. Yeah, Texas, then Peru. We'll have to hit Kansas City and then over to Phoenix, LA. How about
Well, we might as well go
Wait.
through Europe too and pick up
Yeah.
some people in Austria and Germany and Spain and wherever
That's
the
right.
good vegans are.
That's right. We got to hit the whole family. We'll have to make the European tour and the Asian tour.
Hey, don't forget
Right.
Mongolia.
Australia.
Right.
Mongolia.
And Anya, feel free to look up Serena Farb. She goes by the name Born Vegan, but I know she's in Montana at the moment. She went there to get
Serena
away from-
Farb.
Yeah, she went
Serena
there to get away
Farb.
from the tornadoes.
Yes,
Oh,
FARB. Uh-huh.
Okay, super. Thank you.
Save the chat. Save the chat, everyone. Okay.
I'll
Nice.
connect you with her via email.
Oh, we're gonna play the music also before we go. So don't just jump off if you want to hear the song again. Right, Shankar?
Yeah.
Yes. 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna count again, okay, until I think. Hold on. I'm gonna do a recount. Okay.
Sarah, come on screen.
Talking to Edgar Allan Poe.
In the quiet voice of a
a grandmother's prayer, hands worn soft by love and care. She promises the future, sworn and true, to guard the world the children walk into. Not just our own, but every kind. Feather, fur, and leaf and vine. A sacred pledge across all lands, to heal this earth with gentle hands. We're widening our circle of compassion. Let it grow, let it bend, let it never end. For the mothers, the babies, the seas and the skies. For their families, their homes, their lives. We're widening our circle of compassion, till no one's outside, till no one's alone. A circle of love, unbroken, unarmed. A circle that never ends. Protect the mothers, protect the young. Every language, every tongue, from barn and forest, reef and field. Every life deserves to be healed. We're widening our circle of compassion. Let it grow, let it bend, let it never end. For the mothers, the babies of all species, their families, their homes, their destinies. We're widening our circle of compassion, till mercy's the rule and harm is gone. A circle of love we're standing on. A circle that never ends. And the greatest widening calls our name, to face a quiet, hidden pain. Bovine mothers, gentle eyes, forced to give birth, forced to cry. Cows taking moments after birth. A bond as old as life on earth. For milk, for cheese, for yogurt, ice cream too. We ask ourselves, for what do we do? What if compassion led the way in every choice we make each day? No stolen babies, no broken ties, no mother's mourning lullabies. A future fed by kindness grown, by seeds of mercy we have sown. Where food is justice, shared and fair. And love
Said
is
Renee, there's a little calf. She doesn't have a mama. A couple months old. Think you'd want to buy her. You know, be part of this around here. And I was like, oh, a baby, you know, because I don't have any kids. And
The cows were just wonderful, and when they stopped making milk, they got slaughtered.
We feel entitled to artificially inseminate a cow, and when she gives birth, we steal her baby, even though her cries of anguish are unmistakable. And then we take her milk that's intended for a calf, and we put it in our coffee and our cereal.
Harvested, please. Murdered, okay.
we do. Widen the circle, let it begin, and let compassion take us in.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very moving, very complete, very nice.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Ja.
Moet maar moeilijk zijn om